The protagonist of our story is bound by a truly unique fate. Regardless of how many times his life is extinguished, he is cursed to be reborn into existence once more. This cosmic cycle has repeated so often, it's become a grim routine. And with each revival, he's thrust into a different era and a new reality. From the dawn of primitive civilizations wielding stone to futuristic empires that had tamed the very stars. This time, a moment of carelessness cost our hero his life, lost in a fatal clash with a monstrous beast. And once more, he awakened in the frail body of a newborn. But he's a seasoned veteran of this endless cycle for a reason. Let's witness what this master of rebirth plans to achieve. In the new existence that has been granted to him, his mind immediately begins to analyze his surroundings, judging by the ornate furnishings and the chamber's decor. He is certain this world mirrors a medieval-esque era. With the vast expertise accumulated from his past lives, he senses this realm is not his original Earth. This sparks a thought. Could he now be in a world of sword and sorcery? Though if he's being honest, he always found the science fiction settings more to his liking. They offered cleanliness, advanced technology, and other conveniences. But as he took in the state of his current cradle, he felt a wave of relief that he wasn't born into a life of poverty. There were even servants attending to him. This revelation led him to believe he was part of a respectable, perhaps even noble family in this mystical new world. But above all else, one thought stood out. He was quite pleased that this beautiful woman was his mother, and he savored every single one of her affectionate kisses, although the tongue she spoke was completely alien to him. There are some things that transcend the need for mere words. The gentle yet firm way she cradled him, terrified of letting him fall, and the sheer adoration in her gaze told him that in this life he was blessed with a loving mother, and that in itself was a profound gift. You see, throughout his immeasurable lifetimes, he had encountered and been raised by every conceivable type of mother, but a mother's affection was never a guarantee. Tragically, he'd even been forsaken immediately after his birth. There was also the dark time he was exploited as a mere tool for labor. But this time, a deep intuition told him this existence would not be as grueling as the many he had endured. Just then, a maid entered, insisting on holding the young prince, fearing the lady of the house might be too tired. The utterance of prince caught our hero completely off guard. He had not anticipated being reborn into the royal lineage this time. Yet, he couldn't quite decipher the look of melancholy on his mother's face. The reason for her sorrow was soon revealed. His mother gently reminded the attendant that the world might not truly consider her child a prince. It appeared this noble lady, Rifana, came from a very humble background. She was once a simple handmaiden, just like China who stood before her. She urged China to address her simply by her given name, stating there was no need for such ceremony when they were alone. Rifana confessed that the only reason they called her son a prince is because the blood of the king coursed through his veins. However, the other half of his heritage was far less grand. This child also carried the blood of someone of common, lowly birth. She was keenly aware that the nobles and royal concubines had spurned her son, declaring he held no claim to the throne or any real power, all because of her own humble origins. Witnessing his mother being consumed by such deep sorrow, the boy instinctively reached out, trying to brush away her tears. This simple act brought a genuine smile to her face. She found it incredibly touching that her baby was trying to console her. The maid, however, simply brushed it off as an infant's meaningless, fidgety movements. By the way, our hero's name in this life is Arel, and we know for a fact he was consciously comforting his dear mother. He personally couldn't care less about having no right to the throne or any powerful supporters. In fact, he was quite pleased to be so easily disregarded. It meant the scheming, powerful nobles would never spare him a glance, rendering him almost invisible to the political machinations of royalty. This situation suited him perfectly. He was prepared to embrace the life of a carefree, forgotten prince, with not a single worry in the world. And his gut instinct screamed that this 101st lifetime was destined to be absolutely magnificent. Our main character is feeling incredibly optimistic about his prospects. Possessing both royal and commoner blood is a unique advantage. To his mind, it's like winning the ultimate lottery. He desires a simple existence, far from the nobles' political games. As Lady Rifana and Chinna watch over him with concern, Rifana gazes at her son, She thinks he seems so blissful and wishes his happiness could be preserved. But a harsh reality dawns on her when Errol hears the word power. He snaps out of his daydream and begins to suck his thumb thoughtfully. Errol starts to truly analyze his current predicament. In a world dictated entirely by lineage and social standing, being a prince with no claim to the throne feels like being a disposable pawn, with no inheritance to secure his future. He suddenly grasps that he has no true authority, no powerful backing, and no guaranteed future. He predicts that others will merely use him until he is cast aside. But then, he reminds himself that his mother has no need to despair, because he holds the absolute confidence to master this situation, especially since he was a master of survival in his previous lives. 3 short months drift by, and Lady Rifana gazes upon the sleeping baby Errol. She muses that he looks like a celestial angel. She gently strokes his hair, wishing it felt just like the king's. Just then, Chinna announces that the carriage awaits. Rifana swiftly plants a kiss on Errol's cheek and whispers for him to be a good boy before she departs. The very moment the door clicks shut behind her, we see Errol's eyes snap open. He wasn't truly asleep. It was all a clever ruse. He lets out a chuckle, but quickly stifles the sound, so Chinna doesn't rush back to investigate. Errol thinks to himself that being this adorable is exhausting work, especially in an infant's body with constant supervision. He then sits upright, preparing to do something no normal baby ever could. It's time to cultivate his power. He knows time is of the essence. He needs overwhelming strength to secure an easy life in this new world. One universal truth applies to every world he's known. Might is everything. If he possesses overwhelming power, no one will dare to challenge it. While cultivating, Errol reflects upon his countless past lives and how he never let them go to waste. One of his greatest achievements was devising a method to train his power. Even as an infant, the origin creation Qi Gong technique. It was an ingenious creation from his 30th incarnation, and it was an absolute revolutionary breakthrough. This divine method allows Errol to cultivate both his natural and origin Qi simultaneously. And the most brilliant part, no one can possibly detect that he is training. Errol performs a quick mental calculation and projects. He will amass 60 years of inner chi by his 10th birthday, and a staggering 180 by age 20 if he persists. Once he surpasses these crucial initial stages, he won't even require such intense concentration. He could train while relaxing, or even chaining his limbs if he wished. To accelerate the process, Errol channels his energy to stimulate his nerves, directing the flow of chi toward his brain and frontal lobe. The intense heat from this technique spreads throughout his small body, causing him to sweat profusely and feel an intense sharpness. An unbearable agony grips him as the energy surges. Errol feels his consciousness begin to slip from the strain. He lets out a scream, but quickly stifles it. Chinna hears the faint noise and rushes back into his chamber. But when she gazes down upon him, Errol is lying perfectly still, feigning a peaceful slumber. She muses that he might need a diaper change and leans closer to check. A wave of panic washes over Errol. He knows that a single touch from her could disrupt his delicate progress. But to his immense relief, Chinna smells nothing amiss. She mutters something about him having a nightmare before quietly exiting. Once she is gone, Errol's body is like a miniature furnace, with his potent energy leaking out uncontrollably from every pore. He fights desperately to maintain his control. He feels as if his infant body might not withstand the immense pressure. Nevertheless, he forces himself through the excruciating pain. He is fiercely determined not to allow anyone to dictate his fate, even if it means gambling with his very existence. Errol is resolved to use the origin creation Qigong technique to amass enough power to live freely and by his own rules. Just as he regains his focus, another agonized scream tears from his throat. It's loud enough for Chinna to hear from outside his door. Chinna bursts back into the room in a panic, fearing some terrible calamity has befallen the prince. She discovers Errol drenched in sweat, but lying still once more, appearing as if he's sleeping soundly without a care. Deciding he might require some special attention, she hurries away to draw a bath infused with calming herbs. The very instant she departs, Errol leaps to his feet, elated because his arduous efforts are finally bearing fruit. When China comes back, she gently scoops him into her arms, murmuring praises to him for being such a resilient little boy. Errol simply offers a charming smile, feeling fortunate she has not detected a secret. Thanks to his advanced mana concentration technique, his body is now in a state of constant energy absorption. Even while he is merely eating or sleeping, he feels a thrill of excitement knowing that in just 3 short years, he will be more powerful than the average grown man. By the time he reaches 10, his might will be truly unrivaled, and this prospect fills him with immense satisfaction. As China cradles him, she hears an odd rumble from the chimney above, but she's quickly distracted by Errol's bright, cheerful expression. Meanwhile, Errol is already envisioning the grand future ahead of him, powerful, revered, and living with the freedom of a true king. He can hardly wait for that glorious future to become reality. A mere 5 months have passed since Errol's birth, but due to his incredible mana absorption technique, his raw physical power, and his internal energy are worlds beyond any infant his age. Crawling across the floor, he relentlessly pushes his limits, knowing he is on a trajectory to eclipse everyone very soon. Just as he becomes absorbed in his intense training, Lady Rifana enters and scoops him up from the plush carpet. She presents him with a toy he was not anticipating, and for a brief moment, his gaze is completely fixed upon. Sensing her disappointment at his lack of reaction, Errol immediately begins to interact with the toy, feigning immense enjoyment for her sake. Internally, however, he feels a wave of secondhand embarrassment for obvious reasons. Still, Lady Rifana and Chenna laugh, delighted by how happy he seems. They go on about how incredibly handsome and perfect he is. Errol secretly basks in their adoration, but he knows it's primarily thanks to his mother's stunning genes. Even so, he chooses to embrace these fleeting moments of being the charming baby, acutely aware that this innocent time will not last forever. The infant protagonist abruptly signals his displeasure, and Chenna can't seem to decipher what he wants at first, but his true desire is a simple one: nourishment. He begins to wail as he tries to make his needs clear. Finally, Chenna guesses correctly and provides him with some milk. While the baby is preoccupied with his meal, the adult's conversation shifts to the topic of finances. They discuss how the household's funds are dwindling rapidly. Despite Errol needing proper sustenance befitting a prince, there simply isn't enough money to go around. The mansion's budget has been severely slashed this year, and even supporting a single child is becoming a desperate struggle. This is a deeply strange situation for a royal household. Errol had overheard the maids whispering about this previously. They said his own mother, Lady Rifana, would have to reduce her meals to conserve funds for the staff. If she fails to do so, no one will survive the harsh coming season. Errol is in disbelief, thinking this must be some kind of cruel joke, but his mother maintains a brave and positive facade, declaring it matters not if she perishes, as long as others survive. Hearing this declaration fills Errol with a cold rage. How could they dare to treat his mother with such disdain? She holds no power or sway in the eyes of the aristocracy, but she is still his mother, and despite birthing a royal prince, neither of them possess any genuine status or protection. He finally understands the reason for her frequent carriage journeys. She has been desperately trying to gain an audience with the king, but it's painfully clear that her attempts have been repeatedly thwarted. Errol finds this utterly cruel, even if the king is indifferent to her. She is still the mother of his own flesh and blood. How could he allow others to treat her with such disrespect? He begins to cry once more, overcome with this injustice, and Chenna places him in Lady Rifana's arms, where he finally quiets. Even as an infant, Errol yearns to aid his suffering mother. He knows he is powerless at this moment, but he must devise some kind of solution. Winter is approaching, and their situation will only grow more dire, with heating costs looming from his very own bassinet. He puts his genius infant mind into overdrive, and he thinks furiously about what he could possibly do to help. Then, like a bolt of lightning, an idea strikes him. As Errol gazes at the burnt charcoal in the hearth, he suddenly recalls that charcoal is composed entirely of carbon, and precious jewels, like diamonds, are also made from carbon. And his brilliant mind concocts a plan to solve their financial woes. If he can transmute simple charcoal into a flawless diamond, he could alter their fate entirely. Although he's desperate to leap from his crib and begin at once, he knows his tiny infant body is not yet physically capable. Instead, he resolves to use his mana to levitate himself out safely. No one else in this world knows that charcoal holds such potential. But to Errol, it's akin to discovering a hidden treasure. So he immediately shoves aside his self-congratulation and begins his work. While the rest of the desolate mansion is sound asleep, Errol concentrates his mana, infusing it with heat to apply immense pressure to the charcoal. He pours every last bit of his energy into compressing the material, whispering incantations to maintain his focus and power. The process is brutal, and the immense pressure repels Errol, but he remains steadfast, refusing to surrender to the strain. He focuses on the image of his mother's joyful face when she beholds the fruits of his labor, just as he pictures her smiling. A sudden surge of raw energy causes soot to erupt from the chimney. Errol quickly moves toward the fireplace, sifting through the charred remains until he finally uncovers it. A brilliant, sparkling diamond forged by his own immense power. The gem's sheer beauty leaves him momentarily breathless. Now he just needs to devise a way to present it to his mother without arousing any suspicion about its origin. Feeling deeply satisfied, he rests until the dawn. When Chenna comes to greet him the following day, she's utterly astounded to find Errol toddling around outside his crib, completely covered in ash and soot. She lifts him up, baffled as to how he could have possibly escaped his confinement. She simply assumes he must have been playing through the night. But the absolute chaos in the room gives her pause. The floors, the fireplace, and the rug are all utterly filthy, and Chenna wonders if the residence has always been this neglected, or if something very bizarre occurred during the night. She scolds our boy, telling him not to touch the dirty floor, but he appears completely unconcerned. He quickly enacts his plan and pops the precious jewel into his mouth. Sheena notices something odd inside his mouth and demands that he spit out whatever it is. She gently pinches his cheeks, and a brilliant diamond tumbles out. She is completely flabbergasted and asks where he found it, and if it could have come from the floor. Chenna, who oversees the palace's meager treasury, confirms nothing is missing and that the gem isn't even in their records. So she embraces Errol, concluding it seems he wanted to gift it to her. Errol smiles sweetly and gives a nod of agreement, feeling certain that his mother would also appreciate the gift. Later, wagons begin to arrive at the desolate palace, replenishing the empty kitchen stores with food and firewood. Thanks to the sale of the diamond, they now possess 5 years of supplies. Lady Rifana frets about who the priceless diamond might belong to, but Chenna reassures her that it is of no concern, since the castle was left abandoned for nearly a century before Lady Rifana was granted residence there. She also suggests that it could be a divine blessing meant for Prince Errol. Lady Rifana remains uncertain, but she is deeply grateful for the resources. Errol clutches his mother's dress tightly, thinking she just needs to endure a little longer until he is grown. He dreams of a future where she will never have to suffer again. As he clings to her side, she vows to ensure the king knows he has a son named Errol. That winter, the grand fireplace burned brightly and continuously, and the palace's dire financial state was finally stabilized. The improvements were visible all throughout the once gloomy palace. One day, while Lady Rifana was taking her meal, she remarked that the portion was far too lavish for her alone, and inquired about the state of the servants. Sheena happily assured her that all was well, since Anna, a maid who had previously resigned, had returned, and the staff was treated well now. But what was most apparent to the young Prince Errol was that his mother's face was no longer clouded with sorrow. As he watched her, he thought she was most beautiful when she smiled. Despite it being the harshest winter in recent memory, it felt far warmer to him because of their new stability and his mother's joy. A full year passes, and Chenna and Lady Rifana are busily debating which outfit Prince Errol should wear. They force him to try on a multitude of outfits before choosing an ornate one. Errol cannot comprehend why they are making such a fuss over his attire. Feeling drained, he plops down on the floor and begins to whine, which surprises both his mother and Chenna. Sheena quickly deduces that he needs rest and places him in his crib. Then she reveals that Prince Errol is about to be formally acknowledged as a member of the royal family. Errol is perplexed. He wonders what she could possibly mean by acknowledged. Lady Rifana expresses her happiness that Errol has grown strong without issue, and wonders aloud if the king will attend his first birthday. Sheena comforts her, saying the king is merely waiting for the right moment, as misfortune often befalls royal infants at a young age. Errol overhears their hushed conversation, and it dawns on him that all this preparation is for his birthday. Lady Rifana admits that not everyone will welcome the banquet, but it presents the ideal opportunity to formally declare that Errol possesses the royal bloodline. She is relieved the Ernesia royal family customs apply to him as well. Errol observes the sheer excitement radiating from his mother and concludes it's because of the upcoming grand banquet. Then, a realization hits him. If there is to be a banquet, the nobles and other members of royalty will surely be in attendance, and he might finally have his chance to meet the king. The banquet for Prince Errol commences that night with a spectacular feast and an extravagant celebration that clearly cost an immense fortune. Prince Errol is genuinely impressed by the opulent decorations, the mountains of food, and the finery worn by the kingdom's elite. The entire scene feels like something from a grand fantasy. Lady Rifana lifts him up, asking if he is dazzled by the sight. Errol thinks to himself that this is certainly a novel experience. Sheena then points out that it's likely the first time he's witnessed so many people gathered together, and Lady Rifana reminds him softly that he is the main attraction tonight, planting a gentle kiss upon his cheek. Errol feels the cold, judgmental gazes from the assembled nobles, and he can hear their venomous whispers about him and his mother. But he refuses to allow their scorn to affect him. His focus is laser-sharp, fixed on a single goal: meeting his father, King Toril of the Ernesia Kingdom. A hot frustration burns within Errol's heart. He thinks of how the king has shown zero concern for their survival. He resolves that this banquet is the perfect stage to force the king to acknowledge him. The entire atmosphere of the hall shifts as the royal family of Ernesia enters. This marks the official start of the grand banquet. Errol deduces this must be the queen and her direct lineage. He can feel their overwhelming aura as they draw near. His gaze sweeps over the queen, her royal children, his own half-siblings, and the firstborn son who stands out prominently. There's also a young princess behaving melodramatically, as if she were the star of her own tragic play. Errol makes a mental note that he must learn more about each of them, but they glide past him, completely and utterly ignoring his mother. Lady Rifana notices the overwhelming noise might be too much for Errol, and she attempts to soothe his nerves. Even though Errol knows she is likely struggling with her own pain, she still succeeds in making him laugh with her antics, which helps to dissipate the tension. Meanwhile, the entire crowd's attention is captivated by the queen, praising her otherworldly beauty. Errol observes a sudden, sharp change in his mother's expression. It had been serene, but now a deep unease has taken hold of her. He scans the room and immediately understands why. The king, his royal majesty, has finally made his grand entrance. He radiates such an overwhelming presence that Errol freezes for a second. He cannot discern if his father's gaze is on him or his mother. He thinks it's quite unfortunate that being reborn doesn't grant him the ability of telepathy. Imagine the strategic advantage it would provide if he could decipher what every single person was thinking. After some time, guests begin presenting him with gifts and congratulations, acting as if his mere presence is a momentous occasion. But when the imperial family takes their turn, their demeanor toward him and his mother is painfully clear. They make no effort to conceal their true, disdainful feelings, and their blatant disrespect strikes him like a physical blow. He wants to leap from his mother's protective embrace and properly confront that arrogant, noble woman. How dare she treat him and his mother as if they were less than dirt? She clearly does not perceive them as human beings. Scanning the hall, he realizes everyone here is just as two-faced and rotten. For a brief, fleeting moment, he considers screaming and exposing them all, but he doesn't want to cause his mother any further embarrassment. He chooses to play his part and act the charming infant, because that is the role society expects of him. Hypocrisy, it seems, is the currency of this court. All he desires is to escape before he succumbs to sleep in his mother's arms. Just as he's about to finally drift away, he spots a small, quiet girl standing not too far away. She is likely the daughter of one of the king's other concubines. She seems far too young for all this political maneuvering, but her quiet presence is nonetheless notable. Thankfully, a number of the mistresses have already departed. When the grueling banquet finally concludes, he and his mother let out a synchronized sigh of relief. But the long night was not yet finished. The queen herself makes her way toward them. She makes it known that approaching them is not difficult, thanks to her own son, the rightful heir to the throne, who is never far from her side. Errol can't decipher if she's simply boasting about her powerful son, or if she's trying to rub their misfortune in their faces. Either way, this is precisely the kind of behavior he expects from her. The queen continues, commenting on how sweet Errol is, and how strongly he takes after his beautiful mother. But Errol isn't falling for her false pleasantries. He is absolutely certain she is involved in their current hardships. After all, someone had to be behind the severe reduction to their castle's budget. Their knights have been reduced to common lumberjacks just to acquire firewood, and Errol's own clothes look as though they've been stitched together from rags by the servants. Meanwhile, the queen wishes him a long and prosperous life and other empty formalities. But as she turns to leave, a cruel smirk flashes across her face, leaving a bitter taste in Errol's mouth. Then, something completely unexpected occurs. Lady Rifana finds the king himself standing before her. He inquires if she is adjusting well to life in the castle, and she offers a polite, but not entirely honest, positive response. This does not surprise Errol in the slightest. All he wants is for the king to provide them with the support they deserve, and to finally act like a responsible father. Errol begins to cry with all his might, which captures the king's attention, and he asks to hold him. This is the first time the king has laid eyes on Errol in a year. As he takes the child, the king appears somewhat bewildered. Most of his children wail incessantly whenever he is near, but Errol just offers him a sweet smile. Errol thinks it would be hilarious if his disarming infant smile could actually leave the powerful king speechless. The king seems to be warming up to him ever so slightly, amused that this child shows no fear in his presence. He even mentions something about raising him personally in the future, but Errol has no intention of remaining docile in his arms. He begins to gesture, signaling for the king to set him down. The king incorrectly assumes that Errol wants to try walking, but Lady Rifana quickly interjects that he cannot walk yet, as he is only a single year of age. At that very moment, however, Errol decides it is time to shatter everyone's expectations. He takes his very first wobbly steps right then and there. Knowing he is the star of the show, he needs to make a grand display. The room instantly erupts with gasps of excitement as everyone cheers for little Errol's miraculous first steps. Even the king appears genuinely impressed, realizing Errol is trying to communicate something profound, that he is not like the other royal children. Errol feels a surge of confidence. This is only the beginning of his plan. But as he reaches the grand table and tries to support himself on it, he executes an epic, calculated failure. The entire table, along with all the food, wine, and decorations, goes toppling over in a dramatic crash as the plates and goblets come smashing down upon Errol. The entire hall panics. Even the stoic king is shocked. But for Errol, this was all an integral part of his masterful scheme, not merely to prove that a one-year-old could walk, but to set the stage for his perfectly orchestrated dramatic performance. He lies there amidst the wreckage, wailing as if he's the hero of some grand, epic tragedy, and the king rushes forward to scoop him up, frantically checking for any signs of injury. The king notices that Errol's fine clothes are drenched in wine, but finds no actual injuries. He declares that Errol requires a change of clothes. Sheena moves to assist, but the king dismisses her with a wave, insisting on handling the matter himself. And what he uncovers next renders him utterly speechless. Beneath Errol's wine-stained and expensive outer garments are undergarments that look more like tattered, pathetic scraps than anything befitting a member of the royal family. Sheena appears utterly bewildered, protesting that she had dressed Prince Errol in fresh attire that morning. As the king examines the pathetic clothing, he begins to truly comprehend the pitiful state of Errol's existence, and the assembled crowd begins to whisper amongst themselves, muttering about how utterly disgraceful this situation is. Infuriated by the incessant murmuring, the king roars for silence, his powerful voice echoing through the hall, and sending a tremor of fear through every person present. He looks down at Errol's mother, clearly processing just how poorly they have been forced to live. Meanwhile, Errol is feeling an immense sense of triumph. His brilliant gambit had worked flawlessly. His expensive outer clothes may have been ruined, but they had perfectly revealed the story he needed to tell. In truth, Errol had been quite busy earlier that morning, while Sheena was innocently dressing him for the banquet. He had used all of his infant strength to stretch and tear at the fabric, making his undergarments look as worn and ragged as possible. It was not a difficult task, and with a subtle use of magic, he gave his outfit that extra, convincing touch of abject poverty that was required to make his powerful statement. If he were older and possessed more physical strength, he would not have needed to resort to using his magic. But the end result was the same. The king finally demands that Lady Rifana explain how their situation became so dire. How could they have possibly failed so spectacularly at maintaining their status? But seeing the sheer distress on her face, he does not cruelly press her for an immediate answer. Instead, he turns his fiery gaze to one of his officials and demands how the funds are allocated for the concubines' various castles. The king is seething with disappointment because, as he recalls, he had issued explicit orders for the budget to be distributed equally. Everything was meant to be fair, designed to run flawlessly. So why at this very moment, of all occasions, does it appear they have been utterly forsaken? The king cannot fathom this discrepancy. He demands the official records this instant. Observing this intense scene unfold, Errol understands his father is dead serious about uncovering the truth, and he, too, is eager to see the dark secrets hidden within that report. Lady Rifana, Errol's gentle mother, attempts to de-escalate the volatile situation, insisting it must be a simple error as she pleads for her son's return. But Errol knows this is their single golden opportunity. As chaos erupts among the court, the king's chancellor rushes forward with the official ledgers. The entire hall falls into a hushed silence, sensing a political storm is about to break. As the king's eyes scan the damning report, he is left utterly stunned, unable to believe the treachery before him. He unleashes his power, incinerating the scrolls on the spot. This explosive reaction startles even Errol. He had never imagined his father could be so blind to the plots unfolding under his nose. The truth was painfully obvious. This was all the queen's machination. The king turns his fiery gaze upon his queen, demanding to know if she was complicit in this deception. The queen attempts to feign ignorance, acting as if she were just as astonished as the rest of them. But the king was not so easily fooled. His overwhelming aura intensified menacingly as he reminds her that managing the royal finances is a duty that falls entirely under her authority. Sensing the dire situation, the first prince chooses this precise moment to step forward and shield his mother. He would not allow her to face this royal fury by herself and intended to voice his own perspective immediately. The prince tries to argue this must be a colossal misunderstanding because he is certain his mother would never commit such an act. But this only serves to enrage the king further. He roars that it is irrelevant, because a true leader must bear the full weight of their subordinates' failures. And as a result of her blatant negligence, his youngest son was left to starve and without proper attire. The crown prince looks toward our hero with deeply apologetic eyes, which only makes the entire confrontation feel more unbearable. It's clear he is nothing like his father, who is powerful and authoritative, nor his cunning mother, who is devious and intelligent. The king turns back to his heir and asks if he is truly suggesting his mother had no part in this. Then, without even awaiting a response, he tells his queen how utterly disappointed he is in her. Lady Rifana, attempting to shield the queen from further wrath, repeatedly insists that the fault does not lie with her. Instead, the blame is hers alone, and that she made a grave error. The king, now completely bewildered, asks what she could possibly mean. He tells her that simply being the mother of his child is all the justification she needs to claim her place in this family. She looks down, flustered, and the king gently touches her hand, reminding her to understand her station and behave with dignity. This entire exchange deeply infuriates the queen and her son, and the king commands that they find the ones truly responsible and ensure such a disgrace never repeats itself. The queen, visibly shaken, lowers her gaze to the floor and vows to manage the situation and prevent any recurrence. The king issues one final, chilling warning: fail again, and she will face severe consequences. The queen continues her string of apologies, promising she will identify the guilty party and make them pay. But she still appears not to grasp the depth of his fury. She then insists she is oblivious as to how this could have transpired, unsure how to explain herself to a distraught Lady Rifana, who is also under an immense amount of stress. But our hero sees through the queen's pathetic performance. While his mother tries to say there was no error and defends the queen, our protagonist cannot comprehend why his mother would shield the very person who is almost certainly aware of every sordid detail of this plot. The queen vows this will not be repeated, but only our hero seems to notice that. She could at least feign some semblance of remorse. Instead, she merely intimidates others with her powerful aura. With that, The hero's birthday concludes, and the financial crisis is miraculously solved. It is later announced that the queen had no involvement in rectifying the situation. A scapegoat is swiftly identified, a family of lower-ranking nobles. They are saddled with all the blame, and, without further ceremony, they are promptly executed by the guillotine. The palace servants gossip endlessly about how these unfortunate nobles even confessed to the heinous crime, but no one can seem to deduce where they might have spent such an impossibly large sum of stolen money. Everyone appears relieved that the matter is finally closed. Everyone except for our astute baby protagonist. He can see that the true architect of this scheme has escaped justice. The case may be closed, but for our hero, this is a grave injustice. He vows that when he comes of age, he will deliver a harsh lesson to them all. But for this moment, being a baby in a small body means his immediate priority is food. So his only logical response is to cry for it. Soon enough, he is being carefully spoon-fed, and he feels quite content with his present circumstances. Still, he is aware that he must continue to train his body, since he will be confined to this infant form for some time. But after some careful consideration, he concludes that all he truly needs to do is eat and play. Once his stomach is satisfied, he decides it is time for a nap. Sometime later, he is awakened by the sound of a carriage approaching the residence. He levitates to the window to investigate. While his designated babysitter is dozing nearby, he spots a small entourage disembarking, and moments later, 3 figures enter his chamber. His mother, an unfamiliar adult, and a small child. Our hero is suddenly reminded of the sleeping attendant. If she awakens now, his incredible powers will be revealed. So he zips back to her side and begins pinching her cheeks to rouse her. The adults enter the room at the perfect time to witness this, and his mother immediately scolds him to stop harassing the poor nanny. The nanny notices another of the king's consorts has arrived and greets her. Instantly, our hero recognizes the newcomer as well. The newly arrived mistress quickly states there is no need for any formal apologies because she gave no prior warning of her impending visit. Our hero identifies this woman as Phanelia, another of the royal concubines. The staff begins saying they would have prepared a proper welcome had they known of her arrival in advance. But Phanelia dismisses this, saying she needs a private word with his mother. His mother cannot imagine why Phanelia would seek her out specifically, but she correctly assumes the matter must be quite serious. While awaiting this grave discussion, she nervously ends up choking on her cup of tea. Phanelia, looking genuinely filled with regret, apologizes for her conduct during Prince Errol's birthday celebration. She goes on to explain, her family was once pivotal in securing victories across the continent. They were a renowned and powerful house, but those glory days have passed. Now, their family is in decline. This is because no male heirs have been born to them in recent years, and their once great reputation has all but vanished. Furthermore, rumors abound that they've been financially destitute for years. Our hero's mother asks if Phanelia is visited because of her family's unfortunate circumstances. Phanelia confesses that they are drowning in debt. She also mentions being under immense pressure from the queen, which likely contributed to her family's financial ruin. Phanelia then produces a small bag of coins, admitting it is not nearly enough to solve anything, but says she feels a deep sense of guilt over what transpired. She admits that his mother must surely despise her and her family. Just at that moment, the door creaks open and Phanelia's young daughter silently enters the room. It becomes painfully obvious that Phanelia only desires to protect her child from being entangled in royal conflicts, especially with the powerful imperial family. Rifana calmly replies that she is fine and requires nothing. She insists that Phanelia holds no blame for any of what happened. Phanelia pleads with her not to show her pity, but Rifana says she feels no pity for her. She is merely speaking from the heart. She points out that there is no logical reason for them to be adversaries now. Rifana makes it clear that she understands the political landscape and holds no animosity towards Phanelia's struggling family. She returns the pouch of coins to her, suggesting that the money would be better used on a gift for Phanelia's own innocent little daughter. She states that she understands why Phanelia's family has been struggling to manage their palace expenses. Then she casually drops a shocking revelation. She believes the true motivation behind all of this is that she is sworn to serve her queen. This unexpected declaration leaves our hero utterly stunned, and suddenly it all makes perfect sense why his mother is so despised by the others. He begins to pace anxiously around his room, contemplating the sheer difficulty of his mother's existence. Sheena perceives his turmoil and doesn't know how to soothe him. She asks if he is all right, and he quickly forces a smile to quell her immediate concern. He knows that he must regain his composure quickly. Sheena just assumes he is being childish and moody and goes off to exercise with Princess Kenya. With everyone now distracted, our boy decides to furtively eavesdrop on the conversation between his mother and Phanelia again. This time, his mother is speaking about how she cannot hope to escape the queen's relentless persecution. She clarifies that her primary objective is to protect Errol while he is still vulnerable, and to prevent anyone from inflicting further harm upon their family. Her voice carries a new weight of seriousness and determination. Lady Rifana wishes to forge an alliance with Lady Phanelia, but it's obvious she has more in mind than simple friendship. Phanelia perceives this, but she respects Rifana's resolve and agrees. They both realize they can depend on one another when times get tough. Meanwhile, Prince Errol is lost in deep contemplation. Understanding his mother, is fully aware of the political games between the powerful queen and the other concubines, a game which directly involves both him and her. But he is also left to wonder what her next move will be. While Errol is deep in his own thoughts, a small girl suddenly materializes right beside him, and he has no idea how she managed to get there. He silently prays to the cosmos for her to stay away. But instead, she climbs into his bed and begins to pinch his cheeks. She exclaims that she finds him absolutely adorable. She treats him like a new, interesting plaything, and even begins to rock his crib back and forth as if it's a game. Our poor boy wishes that someone, anyone, would suddenly appear to rescue him from this chaotic child. Then, a cat appears, and at first glance, it seems the feline finds Errol cute as well. Errol knows there is no path for his escape. Now the nanny mentions that the princess might pay a visit. Of course, the young princess is eager to join them, and Errol realizes he is trapped on his own, with absolutely no escape route in sight. Time marches on, and before he knows it, Errol is nearly 3 years old. His life seems to be accelerating at an incredible speed. As is his custom, he reflects on how quickly he is maturing and starts to consider how much more he must endure before he finally reaches adulthood. He recalls fragments of past lives and wonders if he'll ever get to experience anything similar again. Without warning, the princess bursts into his room. She dashes toward him, but Errol decides to engage her in hide and seek. Regrettably for him, she discovers his hiding spot almost instantly, leaving him frustrated. But the princess simply wishes to continue their game of hide and seek before Errol has a chance to object. She is already running off to find a more suitable area to play. They eventually end up in the gardens, and it's clear the princess has been a frequent visitor since Phanelia's arrival. With the assistance of a nanny, of course. Errol doesn't find this particularly bothersome, because it appears these visits are forging a powerful bond. Although Errol is still quite small, Kenya believes he is already someone who requires looking after. But she also declares that once Errol is grown, it will be his responsibility to protect her. In return, the princess makes Errol vow that he'll come to her aid when needed. But the young prince cannot fathom why she is so singularly focused on it. Before he can ponder this for too long, Kenya declares that she simply adores him. She says playing with him is far more entertaining than with others. He is by far her favorite choice. Errol lets out a laugh, thinking she will likely come to regret that statement when she is older. Kenya scoops him up without warning, announcing it's time to play and insisting on carrying him to their spot. The only issue is that Errol feels he is about to be suffocated by her overly zealous attempts to help. He silently pleads for a miraculous rescue, and just then, a maid intervenes, stating that Errol must be uncomfortable being held in such a manner. She reprimands Kenya, saying that even a princess should not be lifting such heavy things yet, as she is still a small child herself. Errol feels a profound sense of relief. He has finally been saved. Although Kenya is not pleased in the slightest, she protests loudly that she wishes to play. The maid suggests she could try drawing, but Kenya is sick and tired of such boring, mundane activities. She declares her desire to wield a sword, just like her brother, Kyle. Errol notices her practicing her form with a tree branch, and he immediately sees that her balance is completely off. The branch's weight is all wrong, and her grip is entirely improper. Despite these flaws, Kenya is completely immersed in her fantasy, imagining she has already vanquished some legendary, imaginary sword master and is claiming a glorious victory for herself. The maid tries to explain why Kenya is forbidden for practice, like her brothers, Kyle and Lennon. This greatly upsets the princess, who cannot understand why they are permitted and she is not. The maid tells her it is not proper for a princess to sully her hands, reminding Kenya of her duty to be elegant and ladylike. Kenya, however, is not listening, giving off defiant vibes. She has already snatched the maid's own sheathed sword, and before the attendant can stop her, she is speaking excitedly about the art of swordsmanship. The maid panics and gives chase immediately, pleading with her to return the dangerous weapon, or, at the very least, just take the empty scabbard instead. Errol stands nearby, and he finds himself liking Kenya more and more. And so, as more time passes, Prince Errol reaches the age of 5. He's in the fields of his estate, looking quite regal and heroic, pretending to gallop upon his magnificent, powerful warhorse. But let's not get ahead of ourselves here. He is simply rocking back and forth on a wooden toy horse and having the time of his young life. China, his loyal maid and occasional horse trainer, suggests he should attempt to ride a real steed. But Errol dismisses the idea, claiming it is far too perilous. China tries to encourage him, telling him a prince of his age should be interested in riding and swordplay. But Errol coolly retorts, "No, I think not. Princes are not required to do such laborious things." This response leaves China feeling quite deflated, as he is not exactly overflowing with royal ambition. But here is the secret. Errol is no normal child. This is his 101st lifetime. Indeed, this man has been through the cycle more times than he can recall. Across all those existences, he has learned one very harsh lesson. Being exceptionally talented only leads to misfortune. Every single time he mastered skill like sword fighting or magic, it attracted the attention of all the wrong people, who either wished to exploit him or to eliminate him as a threat. So now, his entire philosophy revolves around staying unnoticed and enjoying the benefits of being royalty without any of the hard work. Back inside the castle, Errol tells China he requires some time alone, and she reluctantly agrees, though she is clearly not happy about this development. Once she has departed, he secures the door, reclines, and simply lies there enjoying his idleness. Later, they find themselves in a familiar predicament. China is frustrated, asking why he despises studying with such passion. She points out that a 5-year-old prince should be hungry for knowledge and personal growth. But Errol is completely and utterly uninterested. He doesn't care about worldly affairs, and certainly not about study. China heaves a sigh, joking that he sounds like a man who has already lived 100 lifetimes before she can continue down that path. Errol interrupts and assures her that it is not her failure. This is simply the way he is. Deep down, he has resolved to simply enjoy this life for a change. You only live once, they say. Not for Errol. It only took him 100 lives to learn how to truly relax. Perhaps he has earned the right to be a carefree individual. China reminds Prince Errol that according to royal decree, he must commence his formal education now that he is 5. She presents a stack of incredibly basic textbooks, stating they were chosen specifically for his level. But Errol, looking incredibly sullen, takes one of them and demonstrates his literary skills by spinning it like a top. China is absolutely livid, telling him books are for reading, not for playing with. She even tries to guilt-trip him, saying common folk would kill for the chance to learn but cannot. But Errol could not possibly care less. He begins stacking the precious books into a miniature fortress instead. China, desperately trying to maintain her composure, orders him to cease his games and be seated properly. But Errol is completely ignoring her commands. When her words fail, he resorts to full-on melodrama, whining and shouting that he refuses to study. Suddenly, the doors swing open and his mother enters, looking utterly fed up. And let's be honest, nothing stops a spoiled child faster than a mother's. "I'm about to end you, stare." Under her watchful eye, Errol begrudgingly drags himself to the library and begins to study, though not without a great deal of protest. Even while pretending to read his lessons, Errol is thinking about how utterly absurd this all is. He knows that if his parents truly cared about his education, they would ensure he was adequately protected. But in his world, being good at anything is simply inviting disaster. The more talent a child in his position displays, the more perilous life becomes for him and everyone he loves. Errol doesn't think this is a fair system, but this is the reality of his world. All he desires is a peaceful, lazy existence where no one is ever in danger. As he daydreams, China snaps him back to the present, telling him to study diligently and make people proud, as if that would solve any of their problems. Errol considers what China has just said but decides her request is a bit too demanding. China does not relent on this point, however, telling him that if he continues to behave this way, his own mother will feel nothing but sorrow. That strikes a deep nerve. And Errol finally decides to apply himself for his mother's sake, not because he has suddenly developed a love for academia. Even so, he remains adamant about one thing: absolutely no sword training and no magic lessons. He has had enough of the chaos that being gifted brings. Instead, he begins to contemplate other, less hazardous plans for his future. A few days later, an ornate carriage arrives at the concubine's palace. China informs Errol that a mage from the magic tower has come to assess his mana affinity. If he possesses talent, they will begin his instruction in magic. This is terrible news for Errol. He knows any competent mage would instantly sense the immense mana he is concealing. He figures his only option is to keep his power completely suppressed. As he walks down the hall to meet this magical assessor, he keeps his gaze lowered, attempting to appear as unremarkable as possible. China tries to raise his spirits, saying that even if his mana is not particularly impressive, he can still cultivate it. But when the doors open, the assessor's expression says everything. Pure shock, as if he has just witnessed something impossible. The mage rises quickly to his feet and looks directly at Prince Errol. As they assess one another, Errol observes the flow of mana within the experienced mage, wondering how he himself appears in the mage's perception. The mage takes hold of Errol's arm to check his mana flow and states that something feels strange. China, try to be optimistic, asks if Errol possesses some special quality, but the mage is uncertain whether to call him special or simply abnormal, since he cannot detect any mana in Errol whatsoever. Even after attempting to probe with his own mana, the mage finds absolutely nothing, which leaves China utterly speechless. Errol leans back coolly in his chair, feeling quite satisfied with how well he is concealing his power, like some kind of last-ditch secret technique. Just before he entered the room, he had used his chi to completely compress his mana and push it to the very periphery of his body. When the mage looked shocked a moment ago, Errol knew his brilliant gambit was a success. The very notion of a royal descendant possessing 0 mana was completely illogical, and Errol had thoroughly confused it. The mage informs Lady Rifana that Errol has no aptitude for magic, leaving her completely bewildered. He adds that even the average commoner has a trace of mana, but Errol appears to have absolutely none at all. This gives off some strong taijutsu-only vibes. After hearing this diagnosis, our boy begins to wonder if he overdid his performance a bit. Lady Rifana looks absolutely devastated, realizing her son may lack the potential to ever become a mage. But this is precisely the outcome Errol desired. He is playing the long, strategic game, making everyone believe he is completely inept with mana. As he sits there, feigning a look of disappointment, he knows this is only the beginning of his performance. The next day, Errol is introduced to his new sword instructor, a young knight by the name of Landon Taggart. Errol assesses him with a single glance and silently deems him boring and weak, not even remotely close to his own true level. In his past lives, Errol fought actual monsters and survived hellish battles, so this knight does not impress him in the least. Still, Errol decides he will play along for now, agreeing to begin his training and encouraging both of them to become stronger together. Even if he holds no high expectations for his instructor, Errol secretly believes this entire training endeavor is for Landon's benefit, more so than his own. He is certainly not interested in doing anything strenuous, unlike his sister Kenya, who now wears training weights to build her strength. The dedication is almost familiar to a certain green-clad shinobi. The knight explains that such intense condition is a long-standing tradition for the Kinchester family, but Errol retorts that it sounds more like something martial artists would do, not members of the royal family. When Errol asks about the plan, the swordsman explains that swordsmanship is not just about raw power. It is also a matter of balance and physical flexibility. To demonstrate his point about being flexible, Landon shows off for the kids, executing some impressive sword techniques. He suggests they begin with simple drills like balancing on wooden logs. Errol immediately begins complaining, feigning a fear of falling, even though the logs are practically on the ground. But Landon assures him that even if he were to fall, it would not hurt him. Errol then asks what he is meant to do, since he has a fear of heights. Next, they transition to flexibility exercises. Landon assumes Errol will have no issues, since he is still a child. But Errol astonishes him by struggling to even touch his own toes. The swordsman, however, does not give up easily. He decides it's time to practice with wooden training swords. He explains the basics of using centrifugal force for a proper swing. Errol makes an attempt, but his grip is intentionally terrible, and the sword goes flying from his hands. Landon looks on, stunned, as Errol completely botches the exercise. Errol, feigning devastation, tells Landon that he is simply hopeless with a sword, but Landon offers him encouragement, saying it is only his first attempt and he will improve with practice. Handing him a new wooden sword, they continue on with the training session. The entire time, Errol is keenly aware of a hidden observer. His clumsy, pathetic performance is all a calculated act, designed to spread rumors about his complete lack of talent. He wants to make sure this news spreads throughout the capital. Rumors are now swirling amongst the nobility that Prince Errol is even more inept than the average commoner when it comes to his affinity for mana. People are saying he has failed at every form of training, and that he's so uncoordinated he could trip over thin air. While some nobles find this all quite amusing, it is certainly not helping Errol's public image. Back at the concubine's castle, Errol is relaxing with cookies and what appears to be orange juice, which is a rather surprising combination for this medieval-esque world. He then learns a new private tutor is coming to instruct him. The pervasive rumors about his uselessness have scared away most tutors. So Errol is curious about who could be brave or foolish enough to take this job. He glances out his window, just in time to see the new tutor stepping out of carriage. A few moments later, he learns the man's name is Gamel Pernia. The atmosphere in the room immediately becomes incredibly awkward, with Gamel stuck teaching a student everyone believes is a hopeless case, and Errol already looking completely bored with the situation. Errol sighs, figuring they should begin with literature, focusing on foreign tongues and the common language. Gamel stacks a pile of books before him and says, basic grammar should only require a single day of study. But since Errol's reputation is so abysmal, Gamel grants him several days to learn it instead, acting as if it is no great matter if he cannot master it. This condescension irritates Errol, so he vows to give it his best effort. Gamel continues his speech, saying that poor grades do not always mean a student isn't trying. Sometimes, it's just the way a person's brain is wired. He is essentially saying it is not Errol's fault, but this backhanded compliment feels even worse than direct criticism. Errol begins to feel the immense weight of everyone's low expectations. Sure, he wanted everyone to cease expecting greatness from him, but he had not anticipated their pity would sting quite so much. Late that night, Errol becomes a shadow, infiltrating the royal library. He feels a quiet confidence in his transcendent linguistic prowess, thanks to his hundreds of previous lifetimes. He has been fluent in countless languages since he was a mere toddler. As he strolls through the grand library, he wonders if he should finally reveal the true extent of his genius to the world. He concentrates mana into his hands and begins searching for tomes on vocabulary and grammar. He uses his magic to retrieve them from the shelves as he passes, because he is too short to reach them on his own. But he doesn't stop his search there. He also gathers books written in various foreign languages, seeking to expand his already vast knowledge even further. With all the books arranged neatly on a large table, he begins his work, flipping open the first heavy tome. Errol reflects on how all languages adhere to the same fundamental principles. He has lived 100 lifetimes, and in every single one, he has dedicated himself to the pursuit of knowledge. That night, he begins to study with great intensity, filled with a burning determination to showcase just how smart he truly is. A few days later, during his next lesson, Gamel arrives, stating that his little jokes have gone on long enough, and asks if he has genuinely mastered the common language. Errol sighs and says he is not being deceptive, even attempting to prove his claim by reading a difficult passage. Gamel suspects he might have simply memorized certain sentences, but Errol points out to him that even memorizing an entire language would be a monumental feat when compared to other, simpler tongues. Gamel then throws down the gauntlet. Select any random book and read from it. He points out that even the most brilliant children must be 12 to even grasp basic literacy, and yet Prince Errol is merely 5. Errol immediately seizes a tome and reads it with perfect fluency, leaving his seasoned tutor in a state of absolute shock. Gamel is completely overcome with emotion and even begins to tear up, proclaiming Errol's gift to be truly miraculous. After all, when a pupil shows such incredible talent, it elevates the reputation of the instructor as well. As you well know, Errol tells his tutor that he should feel fortunate to have a genius of this caliber as his student. Filled with newfound vigor, Gamel dives headfirst into the day's curriculum, eager to instruct his brilliant new charge. By the following evening, the rumors surrounding Errol take a dramatic shift. Where people once ridiculed his clumsiness and his ineptitude with the sword, now they're all abuzz, whispering of how he mastered the common tongue in a mere 2 days. The rumors begin to spread like an unstoppable wildfire. Tales of how Errol solves complex math problems instantly in his head. And just like that, the legend of a prodigy, the genius Prince Errol, was born. But from where did these incredible stories originate? As it turns out, down in a bustling local tavern, someone has been generously spilling secrets, or more accurately, spilling ale. It is Gamel, Errol's very own proud tutor. He sits there, clearly in his cups, boasting loudly to any who will listen, about how he alone recognized the prince's true potential, when all the others were completely blind to it. He's rambling on and on, about how hidden genius simply requires the right mentor, namely, himself, in order to truly shine. Before long, the tales of Errol's intellect reach the ears of the king. The king is thoroughly impressed, and discusses with a beaming Lady Rifana that their son likely struggled with swordplay and magic, because those were simply not his true calling. Lady Rifana offers her apologies for causing him any distress, but feels that as his own mother, she should have been the first to notice how special he was. The king, seeing her lingering concern, offers her his reassurance. They share one of those tender, sophisticated moments that would surely have the queen reaching for a blindfold. And he tells her he is certain their son will mature to do incredible things. Meanwhile, our hero is eavesdropping on this entire heartfelt exchange, thinking to himself that indeed he will do just enough to maintain the king's favor, secure a comfortable position, and have a little enjoyment along the way. And thus, Errol embarks on his 101st life, this time playing the role of a prodigy prince. A few days later, he sees an increased number of guards posted outside the concubine's castle. It does not take a genius like him to deduce that, since he cannot wield a sword or command magic, the king must have dispatched them to ensure his safety. Errol feels a small swell of pride, guessing the king must be in a very good mood. But then a loud thud from behind him captures his attention. China has delivered an enormous, ornate chest, and his mother explains that it is a personal gift from the king. Errol immediately opens it to discover it's filled with gold coins, gleaming jewels, and all manner of priceless treasures. As he sorts through the bounty, something unique catches his eye, a very peculiar and intricate-looking necklace. China asks if that is the most valuable item in the chest, but Errol decides it isn't a matter of monetary value. This necklace is by far the most interesting artifact in there. Errol puts on the strange necklace and explains, it enhances cognitive function and accelerates one's thinking speed, while also preventing the wearer from feeling fatigue. China is completely and utterly impressed, thinking this must be a reward for how hard Errol has been studied, but he just acts as if this is all no big deal. The truth is, while the necklace appears mundane to others, Errol can clearly perceive the mana-activating device hidden within the jewel. Not that he needs it, as his own inner chi is far more powerful. As he experiments with the enchanting necklace, his thoughts drift to his dear friend, Kenya, who has been training relentlessly with her sword practice and has now become incredibly formidable. He asks his mother if he might gift this necklace to Kenya, and she gently pats his head, replying that, since this was a personal gift from a king, gifting it to another would likely please the king as well. She then asks what it is that Errol admires about Kenya. He replies that it is her unwavering strength, which causes all the surrounding maids to erupt in joyous laughter. That day, the entire concubine's castle is filled with overwhelming joy, knowing that Prince Errol is not only acknowledged, but is also highly favored by the ruling king. The young knight even boasts about it to his fellow guardsmen, reminding them to take great pride in serving the concubine's castle. A few days later, Errol is seated in the dining hall with China. She informs him that all the desserts he had requested are now ready, and asks him what he thinks of the selection. Errol samples one after another, but is not satisfied with any of them. He is annoyed and continues searching for something that will suffice. China urges him to slow down and simply enjoy the confections, asking if they are to his liking. Errol, looking frustrated, states that none of them possess enough sweetness, because they are all missing the key ingredient he desires. China, looking bewildered, says these desserts were crafted by the finest chefs, and offers to summon one to rectify the situation. That is when Errol has a brilliant realization. What he requires is not a chef at all. He requests the service of an alchemist instead. This completely surprises and utterly confuses poor China. Prince Errol begins to stare off into the distance, fantasizing about Coca-Cola and other snacks from his previous world, practically salivating at the mere thought of their taste. He determines that he will require an alchemist to replicate cola, but that will be far easier said than actually done. China, totally perplexed as to why he would need an alchemist, inquires as to what is happening. Errol freezes mid-thought, realizing she must have overheard him speaking his daydreams aloud. He considers trying to explain, but he quickly decides it would sound far too bizarre, especially since he is still only 5 years old. Instead, he begins to break down the scientific problem. This kingdom lacks the necessary refined seasonings or the advanced techniques required to create something like cola. The more he considers the problem, the more he understands just how difficult this will be. Making cola isn't simply a matter of mixing ingredients. It requires many additional processes he cannot yet perform. Feeling dejected, he begins to fantasize about the fizzy, sweet beverage once more. But then he snaps out of it and reminds himself that he is supposed to be a genius scholar. If anyone is capable of solving this, it is him. He suddenly leaps up and bolts from the room. China stares after him, completely lost, and asks where he is going. He shouts back that he is off to go study, leaving her scratching her head in confusion, wondering if she could have possibly heard him correctly. Errol, meanwhile, is sprinting through the halls of the castle, now laser-focused on one subject, chemistry. He knows that cooking and chemistry are intrinsically linked, so he's convinced that alchemy is the key to unlocking the cola code, no matter how arduous the task may be. Fast forward 3 years. Now a man of 8 years old, Prince Errol is presiding over a meeting, seated at the head of a very long table. They are discussing the construction of new bridges in regions with a high volume of merchant traffic. One of the lead supervisors asks for his thoughts on the current plans. Errol glances over the provided blueprints, compliments their impressive appearance, and then casually inquires as to who designed them. When a supervisor proudly takes all the credit, Errol's entire demeanor immediately shifts. He threatens to dismiss the man if he ever presents him with another such useless design. The room falls deathly silent. Prince Errol highlights several critical flaws in the bridge's design, stating that while it might function for now, it would be a complete catastrophe once snow accumulates in winter. The immense weight would crush the wooden supports below, because the designers were more concerned with aesthetics than with ensuring its structural integrity. Our boy makes it clear that while the kingdom should look impressive, the safety of its people must always come first. He orders a redesign and then proceeds to analyze the next set of blueprints. Due to his impossibly vast repository of knowledge, Errol's workload has begun to skyrocket exponentially. The so-called experts in the room cannot begin to compare to him, but they have chosen to place their trust in this 8-year-old prodigy. Our boy feels a slight pang of sympathy for them, but he knows that he has no other choice. He must continue to prove his immense value. After the meeting concludes, as Errol is leaving, a new maidservant sees him and addresses him by his new nickname, the young gray sage. He is instantly appalled and thinks it is the most cringeworthy title ever. Realizing the maid must be a recent hire, he instructs her to never use that ridiculous nickname again, as he despises it. She vows to remember, but as he turns to leave, she almost makes the same mistake and says it again. Errol, now even more annoyed, silently curses that nickname as the lamest thing he has ever heard. As his elegant carriage departs, Lady Rifana gazes out the window and asks China if Errol is headed somewhere of great importance. China informs her that he is on his way to see the king, which makes her wonder what they will possibly discuss. China seems to hesitate, almost mentioning that Errol is now interested in learning alchemy. Meanwhile, inside the moving carriage, our boy is quite busy, imagining how the king might react when he makes his alchemy request, completely out of the blue. Even so, his request for an audience was approved almost instantly. Errol believes the king must trust him implicitly now, especially since he has been handling so many vital responsibilities. Like a seasoned professional, Prince Errol stares out the window, trying to calm his frayed nerves. Even after enduring 100 lifetimes, the king's powerful aura still feels completely overwhelmed. He continues to remind himself to remain calm and not to fail. When it is finally time to speak, when the king asks why he wishes to pursue the study of alchemy, Errol explains, it's because he desires to aid the kingdom and the king even more, since he is inept with both sword and sorcery. All he can do is acquire knowledge and apply it practically. The king listens to him intently, impressed by how mature and thoughtful Errol is, and he agrees to this surprising request. He promises to connect Errol with some trustworthy alchemists, and he even asks if there is anything else that he requires. Errol politely replies he will ask later if a need should arise, as the king offers him a warm smile. Errol feels quite calm, knowing his plan has worked to perfection. Word of this development spreads quickly, and soon, all the most skilled alchemists in the land appear, eager to demonstrate their skills and perhaps earn royal recognition. It is no surprise when Demon Ranchet is ultimately chosen. He is well known for creating incredible, reflective mirrors that can bounce sunlight over great distances, which he installed at the Western Fortress to deter any invaders. A few days later, Errol meets with Demon in the gardens of the concubine's castle. Demon casually remarks on the sheer beauty of the garden, but Errol is more focused on the man, considering his legendary reputation. Errol had been expecting some wise, elderly alchemist, but Demon appears to be surprisingly youthful. Noticing the prince's confusion, Demon explains that his hair turned white many years ago after a small accident involving some noxious fumes. Our boy quickly realizes that Demon nearly sacrificed his life for knowledge. Demon, remaining quite calm, warns Errol to be prepared for the inherent risks, if any harm should befall our boy during these experiments. Demon knows with certainty he will be held entirely responsible, perhaps even with his own life or something worse. Demon explains that the art of alchemy is far more difficult and much more dangerous than Errol likely imagines. He even points out Errol's incredibly young age. But before he can finish, our boy cuts him off. He tells him that he understands what he is getting into. Alchemy is not magic. It is a true science, and he is not pursuing foolish fantasies, like transmuting rocks into sweet cakes, or performing miracles by turning water into wine. What he truly seeks is practical technology, methods to purify iron ores and forge stronger metals for the kingdom. Demon is completely blown away by Errol's ambition and sharp intellect. He feels this child is destined to one day lead the kingdom of Arnesia. After being so deeply inspired by Errol's passionate speech, he kneels respectfully before our boy, telling him that although his own skills are insufficient, he will impart to him every bit of knowledge he possesses. A few days pass since alchemy class has begun, and Prince Errol is deep in his academic studies, when Demon suddenly asks if he has practiced alchemy previously. Errol is momentarily caught off guard, thinking that perhaps he has revealed too much of his true skill. But he quickly deflects the question, claiming he simply read about it in a book somewhere. Demon seems to accept this explanation, and even says that Errol truly matches the rumors about it. Errol feels relief as his genius scholar persona is working perfectly. The two of them end up working tirelessly all day, every single day, from the crack of dawn until sunset, as they delve deeper into their joint research. Errol deduces that one can harden iron by introducing things like eggshells or even bone ash. He shares this incredible discovery with Demon, and they continue to make steady progress. Later on, Errol learns how to extract lead and other useful materials. He also observes that aside from some unique metals and medicines, in this particular world, everything else is essentially the same as what he recalls from his past lives. He remarks on how fortunate it is that the universal laws have not changed. Demon overhears him and asks what he could have meant by that. But Errol tells him that he was merely talking to himself, with all things proceeding according to his grand design. Errol dispatches a letter to the king requesting more alchemists. The king does not hesitate and grants his request, ordering his men to assemble the finest alchemists in the kingdom. But there is a small, insignificant problem. One of the king's own advisors seems to be hesitating because he is concerned about complaints regarding the budget. But the king dismisses this concern immediately. He trusts that Errol's work will prove invaluable to the kingdom. Meanwhile, back in the bustling kingdom, Errol announces he is going to create a new carbonated beverage, a soda. The alchemists are taken aback and ask if he is genuinely planning to create a food product. Our boy cheerfully confirms that is exactly what he is doing. He begins to explain some of the basic principles, but before he can elaborate much further, the alchemists begin to show their disappointment. They came here hoping to achieve greatness and bring honor to their respective families, only to be tasked with making simple snacks. One alchemist even complains about sacrificing his prestigious, high-paying professor position at the Alchemy Academy, only to be demoted to a simple chef's assistant. In order to placate them, our boy promises they will be handsomely compensated, regardless of the outcome. That does the trick, and the alchemists begin to brainstorm ideas. First, they conclude that they require carbonated water, which occurs naturally in some remote regions of the kingdom, and can be acquired with relative speed. Our boy observes that these men are not exactly motivated by passion. They seem content so long as they are paid or earn some renown. Still, he knows they will be useful in accelerating his research. A few days later, wagons filled with barrels of carbonated water arrive from all over. This sight brings our boy immense joy, and Demon immediately opens one of the barrels, but the putrid smell causes him to cringe in disgust. He asks if they are seriously expected to drink this stuff. Errol tells him they must first test if it is potable, but after examining the contents of the first barrel, he nearly gags and declares it is a complete failure. The water is utterly undrinkable. He inspects the other barrels, and yes, they're all equally terrible, but our boy does not lose his composure. He informs everyone they will have to create artificial carbonated water instead, causing a stir among the alchemist group. He distributes papers containing some of his theories, stating they can solve this problem if they investigate these clues. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Errol reassures them, saying they are the best alchemists in the land, and they will solve this problem in no time at all. When he turns to Demon for some enthusiastic backup, his response does not exactly radiate with excitement. These alchemists truly are the most brilliant minds in all of Arnesia. Feeling optimistic about the project, Errol departs from the room, telling them that messing with theories and conducting experiments should be their true passion, so he will not be supervising them. Still, he wonders if they can accomplish this feat in just 1 week, but he figures the challenge will only motivate them to work faster. A few days later, Errol is filled with great excitement as he informs the alchemists. This carbonated water will bring newfound vitality to the kingdom and will also generate enormous amounts of revenue. Secretly wondering if this is all just foolish hype, but Errol is pleasantly surprised to see they have already succeeded in creating artificial carbonated water. Our boy grabs a beaker and prepares to taste it himself. Demon and the others are curious if this new concoction will truly be popular. The water has a powerful fizziness, but possesses no flavor, so they remain skeptical. Errol quickly clarifies the situation, explaining that it is not intended to be consumed on its own. They will be mixing it with fruit juice or even with alcohol. His initial ambition was to recreate his beloved cola, but since he could not procure the vital cola fruit, this fizzy alternative will have to serve as a substitute, like a replacement teacher to start with. Errol squeezes some fresh lemon juice into the fizzy water and takes a small, tentative sip. The flavor is just right, like a certain fairy tale involving a girl and some bears. It was completely perfect in every single way. Filled with overwhelming excitement, he passes it around, and as expected, the alchemists absolutely love it as well. The sour lemon flavor combined with the effervescent fizz is a huge hit, leaving every single one of them wanting more. And with that, our boy's revolutionary carbonated soda was born. Word of this new drink spreads like an unstoppable wildfire, turning it into a luxury item that the people cannot get enough of, even beyond the borders of the Arnesia kingdom. Lord Dement, the Earl of the vast northern territories, cannot comprehend this new soda that Prince Errol has invented. He is forced to double-check the facts with his servant, who confirms it is all thanks to Prince Errol's leadership. The drink has become an incredibly fashionable luxury product and is generating massive profits for the Arnesia kingdom. There are even incredible rumors of carriages overflowing with gold, arriving at the humble concubine's palace on a daily basis. Cursing himself for dismissing Errol on his first birthday, and for thinking the young prince was utterly useless, Lord Dement is now consumed with deep regret. If only he had shown his support for Errol back then, he could have had a share of these immense profits. Vowing to never miss such an opportunity again, he resolves to keep a much closer eye on things. Fast forward 2 years, and over at the concubine's castle, a 16-year-old princess Kenya is demonstrating her sword forms. After she concludes her precise routine, she nervously asks a 10-year-old Prince Errol for his opinion. Errol pauses for a thoughtful moment before telling her she looks incredibly cool and very impressive. Her escort knight chimes in as well, saying her swordsmanship is flawless. Errol agrees, thinking she is far more skilled than any boy his age. Kenya becomes incredibly happy, jumping with joy and thanking them for their very kind words, watching her bounce with unbridled excitement. Her escort says they should now take a well-deserved break, and Errol thinks that she looks very cute when she is so cheerful. After their joint training session, Kenya and Errol sit down together in the garden for some tea. Kenya brings up the widespread news about Errol's soda success, saying that it has not only benefited the palace, but it has also greatly stimulated the kingdom's economy. Errol, acting cool and composed, calls it his simple duty as a royal prince. Kenya then mentions a rumor about him being the perfect son, which has apparently made many people envious of Lady Rifana. But there is more to this tale than just Errol's soda-based fame. After discovering that his mother, Rifana, hailed from a fallen noble family that once ruled a tiny territory and had been living as commoners, Errol decided to grant the soda distribution rights to her family. This turned out to be a truly genius maneuver, as people were not just purchasing a bottle or two, they were lining up to purchase entire crates of soda. The demand was higher than for any royal delicacy. Some people were so desperate for the new drink that they would pay double or even triple the standard price to get it. In addition to his famous soda, Errol also introduced yogurt and another new beverage to the market, and both of them became astronomically popular. Thanks to all of this, Lady Rifana's family went from regular nobles to being wealthier than any merchant family in the entire kingdom. Their grand house is so covered in gold decorations, from the very floors to the high ceilings, that it almost blinds anyone who dares to walk through. These rumors are spreading like an unstoppable plague, and soon people began to compare Prince Errol's achievements to Princess Kenya's own efforts. This leaves Kenya feeling incredibly frustrated and quite upset. She is so deeply annoyed that she ends up in tears, begging Errol to tone down his success. Errol just laughs it off as if it were no big deal and tries to change the subject. He offers her some soda and waffles drizzled with his new syrup, assuring her that he can spoil her with these fine treats. But Kenya has no interest in any of his snacks. Instead, she dramatically draws her practice sword and tells him exactly what she believes his problem is. What good is all that wealth if he doesn't even know how to fight? As she points her blade directly at him, she declares that she's going to teach him how to properly wield a sword. Errol, looking clearly unimpressed, thanks her for the offer, but declines. He explains he has no desire to become a swordsman in this lifetime. He vividly recalls his past, where he lived the life of a warrior before. But Kenya is not about to let him off so easily. She immediately initiates a surprise attack on him, demonstrating her sword techniques while urging him to fight back. Errol sighs, realizing it will be much faster to just cooperate with her. He figures that if he plays along, it might aid her in achieving her dream of creating a family of legendary sword masters. Despite her very delicate appearance, Kenya possesses a great deal of energy and fiery passion, and our boy decides to utilize his chi bit by bit, brick by brick, resolving to help her finally achieve her goal. A few days later, Errol finds himself riding in a massive carriage, on his way to have an audience with the king. He silently admires its immense size, joking to himself that it's like riding in some kind of sports car. The attention it garners from the common people makes him feel like some sort of famous celebrity. Leaning back and relaxing into the plush seats, Errol wonders what the king wishes to discuss with him this time. He suspects it might involve some kind of bonus, or perhaps an extra allowance as a reward for his recent achievements. When he arrives, Errol joins the king for a private luncheon, curious about what will happen next. He recalls how the tense silence used to make him feel uneasy, but now he has grown accustomed to it. Seated alone, he calmly partakes of his meal, waiting for the king to speak. Lately, he has been visiting with the king much more often. Just as Errol is about to bite into a delicious-looking cookie, he nearly chokes when the king casually asks him if he has considered taking on an official government position. After clearing his throat to regain composure, our boy realizes the moment he had been trying to avoid has finally arrived. The king says that it may feel a bit premature, but no one would dare to object reject if Errol began to work in the government. He then asks what Errol thinks of this, and if there is any particular position that he might desire, trying his best to remain composed. Errol tells him that he does not have any specific preferences, though deep down, all he really desires is to simply relax, eat, and enjoy his life. He takes a sip of his tea, hoping he does not completely ruin this delicate situation, and he tells the king he sees no reason to think about work right now, especially since he is still engrossed in his science and alchemy. Maintaining his poker face, Errol waits as the king sits in silence. In his mind, our boy wonders why the king wants him to take a position where the first prince himself is not yet involved in the government at all. He thinks about how the queen and the first prince have remained quiet, and how he has always taken great care not to cross any lines with them. He also feels very fortunate that the last major ball was canceled, thanks to the chaos caused by the useless prince. There's no ball like a prince's ball. Errol knows that being liked by the king is one matter, but being entrusted with a major government role is another thing entirely. He has a great dislike for gossip and does not wish to be embroiled in any drama with his brothers. Was the king attempting to incite conflict between them on purpose? Errol feels that this might very well be the case. He thinks about how survival isn't just about being smart or powerful in the wild. It applies to the royal court as well. To ascend to the throne, one needs the strength and sharp instincts of a majestic eagle. Without that, even all the immense knowledge from his past lives would be insufficient to guarantee his safety. Perhaps the king desires a world where only the absolute strongest survive. Either way, Errol is not about to fall into that trap this time. A few days have passed since Prince Errol spoke with the king. Now, he is riding a horse, looking quite excited, as he thinks about this being his first time traveling so far from the safety of the concubine's palace. And it's not on a simple toy horse this time. This is the real thing. The wind rushes past his face, and he feels a freedom like never before. He thinks that he truly deserves this breath of fresh air. After all the time he has spent working so hard and staying inside, he remembers the times when he used to explore endlessly, even journeying across different worlds to find strong opponents to challenge. But today he is content to just enjoy this simple horse ride. Then Kenya calls out to him, telling him to slow his pace. She's rather impressed by how well he can ride. In his mind, he thanks her for bringing him along on this journey. But aloud, he simply says it's because the horse is intelligent, not because of his own skill. He glances back, wondering why so many knights are escorting them on such a short trip. He notices some of them appear to be quite formidable. Kenya tells him that she did not request this many guards. But before she can finish her thought, Errol cuts in, reminding her that she is a royal princess. Her personal safety must always be the top priority, even if that means sacrificing a small bit of freedom. Suddenly, our boy senses something very strange emanating from up ahead. It feels like a strange, oppressive energy. He halts his horse and wonders if it could be some kind of magic. His sister asks him why he has suddenly stopped, and he tells her that they should turn back immediately, because he believes there may be monsters lurking in the forest. Kenya looks perplexed and asks how he could possibly know that. Feeble excuse about possessing a powerful sixth sense, claiming this feeling is a premonition of danger, as if a deadly trap awaits. Kenya, however, scoffs at his caution, and without a moment's hesitation, charges toward the strange energy. Aghast, Errol shouts for the knights to ensure her safe return. One of the knights sheepishly confesses that they are, in fact, proceeding on the correct path. It is revealed that just beyond the forest lies the princess's training ground. Errol is baffled and questions them about this training ground. But in the end, he resigns himself to following his sister, who seems absolutely certain of her destination. This entire escapade began just a few days prior. It all transpired when Kenya and Errol were dining together, in a moment of peace with no apparent danger. Kenya spoke of an upcoming trip and invited him to join her. She completely understood the frustration of being confined to the palace constantly, and she spoke passionately of her love for hunting and grand adventures. As they rode onward side by side, Kenya shared her creed. To travel is to practice, and to practice is to travel. It was all a joyous game for her. For Errol, however, this entire ordeal felt more like a form of punishment than anything. Kenya glanced over at him and then said she was certain that he would have accompanied her, even if this was only a training exercise, because he trusted her, and as his older sister, she swore an oath to be his shield if any monsters appeared. Errol offered no reply. He just smiled, thinking how magnificent she was. They soon arrived at the designated training area. Errol immediately entered his strategic planning mode, devising a flawless strategy. Some troops would lure the monsters to one location, where Kenya would strike the decisive blow, and the remaining forces would eliminate any who were caught in the trap. The objective was to maximize their efficiency and resources, all while allowing Kenya to display her incredible skills. The plan commences, and the guards herd a score of orcs for Kenya to battle. She brandishes her fine sword, dashing at them and felling the first orc with a clean strike to its neck. She sends another one flying with a swift, powerful slash. Errol watches on, initially doubting that she could defeat even one on her first real attempt. But as he continues to observe, he must admit her prowess is formidable. He feels a tinge of jealousy, of course, and who could blame him? But mostly he is impressed by her strength and calm demeanor in battle. Kenya does not relent, moving from one orc to the next, rapidly increasing her number of kills. Kenya's incredible skill leaves everyone completely mesmerized, watching her execute amazing techniques for a 16-year-old. The intense training continues on for several more days, and she constantly demonstrates how incredibly talented she is. One evening, they are relaxing by a large, crackling campfire. Errol asks her if she is feeling weary, but Kenya replies she is fine and even wishes for more combat. Errol warns her not to push her body too far, reminding her how people fail when they let down their guard. He even alludes to a tragic error from a past life that cost him dearly. As they sit together, Kenya is busy raving about how delicious the meat skewer tastes. Errol watches her and thinks that in this brief moment, she simply appears to be any other 16-year-old girl. But then, as the night deepens, he suddenly asks her why she desires to be so powerful. Kenya is surprised, but she answers with great seriousness. She states that no matter how skilled she becomes, no one will ever truly support her choices because she is a princess. People believe it is just a passing hobby and that one day she will abandon her sword training, settle down, and marry a stranger for a political alliance. Errol understands. In this world, it is completely normal for princesses to have arranged marriages for the purpose of creating alliances. Kenya is already at an age where this is expected of her. But before Errol can offer any words, Kenya shatters the silence of his thoughts. She declares with conviction that she despises that life. Errol is surprised, but she explains how much she looks up to him. He is out in the world, doing what he excels at, earning admiration and wealth while also aiding the kingdom. She yearns for the same path. She wants to be seen for her skills, not just as a pawn to be married off for political gain. With a look of fierce resolve, Kenya states she will control her own fate. Errol smiles, thoroughly impressed, and he confidently tells her that she will absolutely succeed in changing her destiny. Kenya smiles back warmly, saying she wishes to be just like him. Then, she recalls that their journey will conclude tomorrow. Errol agrees this trip has been wonderful, and he is glad he came. The following day, Kenya is still relentlessly hunting down orcs, as if she has some kind of personal vendetta against them. When one final orc charges her, Kenya wastes no time and slices it cleanly across its midsection, dropping it to the ground instantly. Everyone watching is amazed. She continues her hunt for orcs, even on their journey home, like she's on some kind of unstoppable, furious rampage. The orcs that attempted to hide stood absolutely no chance and were captured with ease. Errol finally calls out to her, telling her that it is now time to stop. He points out that there is nothing left for her to fight, and that they must really get back to the palace. Kenya looks around, sees she is surrounded by a mountain of defeated orcs, and finally agrees to conclude her hunt for the day. But then she notices her horse looks to be in rough shape. In very, very rough shape. It is exhausted from all the action and needs a break immediately. Errol suggests that they should ride together on his horse, while her exhausted steed is sent to the royal magician for some magical treatment. Kenya mounts and takes the reins since, let's be honest, she is the more skilled rider of the two, and our boy is perfectly fine with that arrangement. They begin their journey home, with the guards following close behind. Everything appears to be perfectly normal at first, but of course, that fragile peace does not last. Errol feels that something is wrong, and he looks up at the sky. Kenya asks him what is the matter, But he cannot explain it. He just has a very bad feel. He focuses his chi, trying to sense what is amiss. And then he sees it, a massive wyvern. Errol panics and quickly seizes control of the horse, yelling for Kenya to hold on as tightly as she can. He is prepared to make a desperate escape. Turning to the formation of guards behind them, he shouts, warning them about the approaching wyvern, and tells them all to retreat into the woods for cover. The guards are in disbelief and think this must be nonsense. They chose this area because the local lord, a known wyvern hunter, swore there were no wyverns in this region. Then, things descend into utter chaos. Someone screams in alarm, and just like that, a massive wyvern dives from the sky, snatching up a guard like a child's toy and flying away with it. Everyone panics. People are screaming and running in all directions, completely horrified to see the very monster they believed did not exist. Here, Prince Errol maintains his composure and seizes command, while Princess Kenya looks back nervously to observe what has happened. That is when it hits her. There isn't just one single wyvern. There is an entire flock of them. Errol sees it too, and is deeply confused. Wyverns are typically solitary creatures, but now they're behaving like some kind of organized death squad. These horrific creatures are not just hunting. They are slaughtering everyone for their own amusement. What truly throws them off is that they're using powerful magic, such as acid breath, which makes them even more dangerous. Behind Errol and Kenya, the scene is one of pure carnage. The ground resembles a bloody battlefield where all hope has perished. Kenya stares in horror as the guards are wiped out, but Errol tells her to remain focused and to hold on to him tighter. Right then, one of the wyverns locks its gaze on them and gives chase, charging up its acid breath to unleash upon them. Completely out of nowhere, a mage steps forward and saves the day, blasting the wyvern's attack aside with a massive fireball. The group of magicians at the rear jump in to provide cover, letting Errol and Kenya escape by throwing spells to clear a path. But Errol knows the horrifying truth. They cannot simply continue running away forever. This brutal fight is far from over. Wyverns are notoriously difficult to defeat unless you possess real magic. Anything below a class 4 spell is as good as throwing pebbles at them. The magicians are giving it everything they have, but it's clear they are about to reach their absolute limit. With 2 more wyverns closing in on them rapidly, our boy does not waste a single second. He converts his mana into a powerful, deadly projectile, call it a spirit bullet or a pinpoint chi strike, and he strikes one wyvern directly in its head. Then he swiftly eliminates the other one, without breaking a sweat, and he allows the mages to take the credit as if they did all the work. But from out of nowhere, a wyvern smashes down in front of them, completely blocking their only escape route. Just as things are about to get truly ugly, Kenya cries out for her mother in a state of pure panic. Her personal guard appears with almost supernatural time, slicing the wyvern cleanly in two with a single swing of her blade. The guard does not linger to celebrate her victory. However, she tells our boy and his sister to make a run for it, into the woods, where they will be safe. Errol feels a wave of relief and is impressed by her amazing skill, hoping she might buy them some much-needed time. But before he can even begin to relax, he hears a strange, disembodied voice in his mind, almost taunting him. Errol's head snaps around quickly, trying to pinpoint where that creepy energy is originating from. Then, a dark, robed man steps out from the shadows, holding some kind of strange staff and laughing, like he's trying out for the role of villain of the year. Errol's instincts are screaming trouble. Well, that's obvious, just as he tries to assess this new opponent. The mage forgoes any introductions and begins to summon his magic, as if a battle is about to begin. This catches our boy completely off guard, as he was expecting some kind of answer, and not for him to simply begin his magical assault. The dark mage unleashes his powerful attack, but Errol is incredibly fast, dodging and shielding Kenya. Sadly, the guards standing behind them are not so fortunate. Once the spell dissipates, Errol looks back to see the guards are all down, with smoke still rising from their now lifeless bodies. The dark mage remarks on how Kenya managed to dodge his attack, sounding genuinely surprised. Errol is taken aback when he realizes the mage knows her by name, and he begins to wonder if she has been a true target all along. With a sinister, chilling laugh, the dark mage taunts them, saying that they were simply a source of entertainment for him. He raises his strange, gnarled staff, preparing to cast another spell, and declares that they cannot escape. Our boy can feel the dark, corrupting energy emanating from the staff. Both Kenya and Errol feel a deep sense of unease. Kenya looks around, and she notices something incredibly strange happening to the dead bodies. One of the guards shouts that the bodies are moving, and even the slain wyvern is beginning to twitch unnaturally. Errol realizes they are now facing an army of the undead. The Dark Mage commands his undead minions to eliminate Kenya and to show the royal family the true power of the Dark Church. But then he pauses, sensing that something is not quite right, though he cannot determine what it is. Errol will not simply stand by while his dear sister is in mortal danger. Filled with resolve, he wonders who would dare to target Kenya. Using his Danjigong technique, he fires a shot at the Dark Mage's chest, striking him with a barrage of powerful attacks that cause the mage to scream in agony and then collapse. Kenya, completely confused, asks what has transpired. Errol explains the mage likely overloaded himself with his own magic, which caused a fatal backlash. Even though the Dark Mage is defeated, the spell animating the undead is still active. The guards urge Errol and Kenya to flee, vowing to handle the undead army before they make their escape. Errol tells the guards that he trusts them to finish this fight. As night begins to fall, they flee deep into the forest and find shelter beneath a large cliff and set up a small camp. Kenya is still very worried, but Errol reassures her that the undead will be gone soon. Now that the Dark Mage has finally been vanquished, Errol tells Kenya not to worry, saying the guards are on their way and everything will be alright. As he attempts to start a fire, Kenya asks how he learned to do that, since he is always so busy inside the castle. Errol becomes a bit flustered and explains, it's all about rubbing two flammable objects together to create friction. If Kenya had not been watching him so intently, Errol would have simply used his mana to generate heat and avoided the hassle of using only his hands. After a bit of struggle, he finally manages to get the fire started. Kenya wonders aloud if perhaps she should have skipped this train, but our boy tells her that none of this was her fault. It was just an unforeseen, chaotic event. She then asks if he was frightened during the entire ordeal. Realizing he has been acting far too serious, our boy decides to be a bit more honest with her. He admits they are royal representatives and must conceal their fear, even though the attacking wyverns were truly terrifying. Kenya, seeing this softer, more vulnerable side of him, takes a hold of his hand and thanks him for remaining with her through all the chaos. Errol, feeling the emotion of the moment, says that Kenya was frightened from the very beginning, and it broke his heart to see the guards lose their lives for nothing. He knows the royal family is constantly in danger of assassination, but this is Kenya's first true encounter with such mortal danger, and it is very difficult for her to process. Still, he remains focused on the primary objective, getting them both home in one piece. Out of the blue, a ferocious battle erupts above them, between a wyvern and a griffin. Kenya wonders why they would be fighting at this hour, and Errol, noticing a large nest high on the cliff, deduces the wyvern must be after the griffin's young cub. The wyvern manages to sink its teeth into the griffin's neck, sending it plummeting into the rocks far below. Errol and Kenya run to quickly get out of the way, dodging the falling stones. Once the dust has settled, they see the wyvern has flown away, likely frightened off by the scent of griffin blood in the air. But when Errol looks around, Kenya is gone. He is left standing there, completely shocked. He spots her near the fallen griffin and warns her to be careful, but she says that it's fine since the griffin is already dead. Errol knows there's no dissuading Kenya when she is curious. She looks at the griffin and wonders what they should do with it. Our boy, feeling somewhat awkward, asks if she is intending to give it a proper burial, but Kenya surprises him by saying that she is worried about the griffin's orphan baby. Errol says there is nothing they can do, and that they will have to let nature take its course, even if that seems to be a very harsh reality. Kenya, however, thinks Errol meant that they should raise the baby griffin together, which leaves Errol even more completely confused and in awe as Kenya spots the approaching guards. One of them looks immensely relieved to see the royal pair is safe. When they get closer, Kenya greets them with a happy smile, excited to see them once again. Kenya's personal guard reports that no one else was harmed after the undead magic spell was broken. The guards are surprised when they see Kenya is holding a baby griffin in her arms. Prince Errol, looking a bit nervous, says it is the perfect time for him to intervene and prevent Kenya from adopting the baby griffin. But Kenya's guard says it is far too late for that. A week has now passed, and things have largely returned to normal, except for the newest addition to their strange family. When the baby griffin flies over and awakens Prince Errol, he greets the newest and fluffiest member of their family. Errol picks up the small, adorable griffin And though he cannot simply sleep in as he once did, he forgives the baby for being so cute and so well-behaved. The story then flashes back to that fateful night. Errol tells the guards to take Kenya somewhere to rest, while he ensures that no wild animals will desecrate the fallen griffin's body. As the guards are setting up their camp, Errol carefully cuts open the dead griffin's chest with his sword and removes its powerful, magical core. Errol knows this core will assist him in taming the newborn griffin. While Errol is playing with the young cub, he sees Kenya arriving back at the main castle. She quickly disembarks from her carriage, and the baby griffin excitedly rushes to greet her as Kenya is spending time with the griffin cub. Prince Errol hears of a wanted order being issued across the kingdom. A large bounty has been placed on the Dark Church, the shadowy group behind the vicious attack on Kenya, with rewards for any who know of their whereabouts. Prince Errol notes that the infamous Dark Church is not the only group causing problems for the kingdom. He suddenly wonders if he has been too focused on amassing wealth. A guard, overhearing him, asks what he could possibly mean, but Errol just dismisses him as if it matters not one bit. As Princess Kenya finally captures the playful griffin, Errol contemplates why someone would specifically target her, considering she holds very little political power or influence. Still, she is a princess and a beloved member of his family. He begins to think that perhaps he should become a true sword master, an attempt to become a formidable aura expert. By the time he reaches his late 20s, Errol, trying his best to change this serious topic, approaches Kenya and asks if she wants to do something fun. Kenya asks him what he has in mind, and a few moments later, their swords are clashing, and some kind of mana appears around their blades. Kenya notices the surge of power and begins to contemplate, but before she can finish her thought, they both leap back after one final, powerful strike. Kenya excitedly asks him how she performed, and Errol happily informs her that he just used his aura. He secretly enjoys how well his little ruse worked and how she believed him. She asks him if she could possibly learn it as well, and wonders where Errol could have possibly studied it. He vaguely replies, saying something to that effect, then explains that using aura is mostly dependent on the brain. Kenya, looking a bit disheartened, assumes that she cannot do it because she is not intelligent enough. Errol reassures her, saying that is not at all the case. Kenya jokes that it is simply because he is a true genius, but Errol then explains that she just needs to learn to control her aura with her mind, and that he will teach her, filled with excitement. Kenya asks if she will be able to master it in a short time. Errol tells Kenya that if she follows his unique method, she will master the use of aura very quickly. Secretly, he thinks about why her progress has been so rapid. He has been quietly transferring his own mana directly into her. He tells her to focus and to follow his precise guidance. Meanwhile, Kenya's guard is eavesdropping on their conversation from just beyond the closed doors. Weeks then pass, and whenever Kenya visits Fly, she trains in both swordsmanship and aura manipulation with Errol. Kenya becomes an aura user at an absolutely astonishing speed. One day, while looking at her sword in awe, she asks if this is truly the power of aura. Errol congratulates her, but he reminds her that this is only the start of her long journey. One unexpected side effect of their training is that Fly temporarily grows. After being exposed to the immense energy from their aura practice, Fly comes to rest on Errol's shoulder, and he complains about the young griffin's immense weight, even if it does eventually shrink back down. Errol tells Kenya that mastering aura is only the very first step. They must train harder to control their raw strength, their movements, and use their aura to its full potential. Kenya might even be able to use her aura while riding on Fly. She laughs at Errol's rather bold imagination, but he insists that he is being quite serious. While petting Fly, Kenya asks if Errol is correct. In his mind, Errol believes that day will arrive very soon. Suddenly, the door to the room opens, and a voice announces that His Majesty has now arrived, surprising both Errol and the young Kenya. Errol wonders why the king is present, as he should be occupied with his preparations in the north, and not simply stopping by for a brief respite. The king enters with Lady Rifana, and our boy respectfully greets him. The king states that he has heard they've been practicing swordsmanship quite often lately. Errol downplays their current training, saying that it has been quite minimal, and that he has mostly been occupied with his experiments and attempting to tame the griffin for border defense. The king appears to be quite pleased, wishing to see Errol's progress in these different areas. Just at that moment, two servants bring in a very large chest. They set it down, and both Errol and Kenya are surprised by the chest's contents. With a very serious expression, the king tells Errol to try out the new sword. It is a special weapon crafted just for him. Lady Rifana protests, saying Errol is far too young to use such a sword. But the king laughs, saying he does not expect Errol to wield it yet. He simply wishes for Errol to touch it as its rightful owner. Errol casually lifts up the heavy sword, shocking everyone as he holds it aloft. Errol wonders if it is now time to take swordsmanship more seriously. From this point forward, the king is surprised by Errol's interest in the sword. That was just gifted to him, and he figures he may possess some latent potential in swordsmanship. But all that potential vanishes when Errol tumbles over with the sword, and he figures that he should probably abandon swordsmanship in his current lifetime, since he is already skilled at other things. Learning to use the sword will only thrust him into the battle royale. That is the endless struggle for the throne. So he must continue to act as the weak and feeble little brother. Even when he is training, he cannot let his efforts go to waste. So he thanks his father profusely for the gift, but mentions that swords are not really his thing. So he suggests that the sword should be gifted to Kenya instead. She has a great deal of potential and has been improving incredibly fast. Her skill even gives the other knights second thoughts about their jobs. Seeing Errol's decision, the king agrees to this on one single condition: that Kenya must demonstrate that she is truly worthy of the sword. This sudden declaration shocks both Kenya and Errol. But Errol recalls that the king is also a very powerful swordsman, so a duel has essentially just been declared. And all Kenya must do is swing her powerful sword. Even with that, Kenya begins to feel a wave of panic. So Errol pats her reassuringly on the back and encourages her to display her hard-earned skills to her father and to perhaps give an old man a good thrash. So the two of them prepare for the imminent showdown. And the king takes note that her stance is quite different from that of the classic knights. Just from that observation, he already knows that she is planning to use an enhanced sword technique. With that, the duel officially and formally begins, and Kenya dashes toward her father with incredible speed, thanks to her immense physical strength and explosive mana. But Errol can't help but wonder if it is truly the best idea to attack her opponent head-on. Plus, they are both using real, live steel instead. The king stands his ground and smiles like the champion he is before, deflecting Kenya's powerful and determined attack. She is shocked by this, seeing that her opponent is also using aura. The king commends her for her powerful blow, but he still deflects her to the floor as if it were nothing. He is impressed with the fight his daughter has put up, since he was forced to use his aura on a level he has not used, even on powerful opponents like the knight captains. This makes one wonder how strong the kingdom's military forces actually are. But anyway, Kenya figures that she still has much more to learn. The king brings up the fact that Errol has been personally teaching Kenya, and that he was using a different method of instruction, since the traditional method was not working for her at all. With that being said, the king asks if Errol can teach his method to others. Errol, on the other hand, realizes that what his father actually desires is to create an unstoppable army of aura experts by using his unique training method. But there is absolutely no way he is going to teach them. So Errol offers his apologies, and then he explains that it will be very difficult to achieve the same results as with Kenya, since she already possessed great potential from the very start. Plus, he has been observing her ever since they were children. So that is how she was able to improve with such incredible speed. But the real truth is, it does not take much observation to create a suitable train method, and he would rather do anything than scar his own eyes by looking at a bunch of overly macho knights. Even with this rather disappointing news, Errol still wishes to offer his father some small glimmer of hope, so he decides to share an improved training schedule. But he mentions that it is only for members of royalty, since sharing a secret training method with the other aristocrats will only lead to more trouble. So the king eventually agrees to this condition, and Errol is honored that his new training technique will now be passed down to different generations within the royal family. But still, he laughs at the fact that the training they will be put through will be something else entirely. A few months later, the king is in training, and a couple of maids are witnessing the absolute chaos, from how he's destroyed the training dummies and the entire room itself. He finds a new training method to be very effective, and he has even reached the final stage as an aura expert. Unfortunately, Errol cannot use this training program because of his supposedly weak body, and the king believes that he needs this training more than anyone else. So he decides that he must do something about it. Later on, Errol is having some tea with Kenya, and he is shocked when he learns he will be assigned a new personal guard. There are tons of people who have volunteered for this position. Errol takes a brief look at the applications. He knows that most of the knights listed here are major players. Errol feels quite accomplished about how his reputation has greatly improved, but he sees no actual need of having a personal bodyguard. But he does not want to show off his immense powers, or for what happened the last time to ever repeat itself. So he gets to select a maximum of 3 personal bodyguards. While he is reviewing the various documents, he decides to conduct interviews so he can assess their skills, their character, and their various traits into his account. As the very cultured individual that he is, Errol does not need a million IQ points to know that he would prefer for the ladies to be his guards. However, the others do not know what he truly has in mind. With that, he finally leaps onto the table and decides to get the plan moving. When it is time for the formal interviews, Errol begins to wonder what he has just signed himself up for. Even though they're most likely very high-quality knights, they're definitely not the slender, beautiful damsels he had imagined. I mean, you can hardly blame them. They have likely spent all their lives in arduous training. So Errol puts his personal wishes aside and starts the interview. He takes a good look at all of the assembled ladies, and they all look strong enough to fold him in half 8 times. While they state their various reasons for applying to be his guard, he takes a close look at them, including one particular guard that makes the king look like a lost child. A presence of a different caliber than the other knights. So far, the selection process has gone according to plan, so Errol dismisses all the candidates to wait outside while he makes his final judgment. When the room is empty, he casually activates a cheat technique, one that grants him the intellect of a super genius, a technique that normally requires a lifetime to master. But he unleashes it with the casual ease of a seasoned transmigrator. Afterward, he summons the knights to enter one by one for the final and most crucial stage of the interviews. He is certain that some of these knights have ulterior motives, so he intends to find the imposters hiding among them, activating his unique ability. He identifies the knights who appear to harbor hidden agendas. His special technique, clairvoyance, grants him the power to see the very color of their souls and emotions. Fortunately, none of them have any plots to assassinate Errol, but are merely there to spy on him. The next candidate enters, and the color of her soul is utterly pure. So pure, in fact, that even Errol is left completely speechless. The knight's name is revealed to be Asha Fernil, and our protagonist has finally found his ideal candidate. At this stage, Asha is essentially the #1 choice, but he still must select 2 other suitable knights. He contemplates choosing that one incredibly buff lady from before, since her soul's color was also pristine. Suddenly, another powerful knight steps forward. She announces herself as Senegero, the final candidate. Errol also perceives that her energy is pure as well, and it does not take a prodigy to know that she is a very vibrant person. Reviewing her extensive past experiences, Errol takes note of how she served in nearly every knightly order in the kingdom, and was even dispatched to the most distant, harsh territories. But despite this, he can tell from her soul's color she has done nothing dishonorable, so he can disregard the reasons she has been transferred so frequently. With that, Errol concludes the interview and declares his choices. He presents the names of his 2 picks, Asha and Senna. The new recruits join the palace guard, and they get off to a fantastic start in their new roles. But he still desires to make some key improvements. He brings them to a secluded training area and reveals that he wants them to demonstrate their skills for him. Since they are now his own personal guard, he desires them to be the very best, like no one ever was, to truly demonstrate their skills. Errol requests that they engage in a duel with one another, and they both agree to this proposition. Like the cunning mastermind that he truly is, he knows that by holding a sparring match between 2 individuals of comparable skill, it means that they can fight with their full power. So, to ensure the battle remains truly intense, he mentions that he is curious to see which of them is stronger, as if he had not meticulously planned all of this, much like how a certain captain plans his schemes. That single statement struck a deep nerve in both of them. Since true knights are certain to be proud of their hard-won skills, the tension between them becomes palpable, precisely as Errol had intended. And they're also now curious to see who is the alpha. Meanwhile, Errol is excited to witness the epic battle that is about to begin, so he sits back and prepares to enjoy the show. Before the intense duel commences, the knights ask if there are any specific rules to follow as they prepare their stances. They look eager to claim victory, but Errol continues to eat and mentions that they can do whatever they please, so long as they do not go too far with it. With that in mind, the combatants prepare for their epic duel. Errol notes the incredibly fierce mood between the two of them, and he believes that they are preparing to fight for real. So he attempts to warn them once again. Errol claps his hands to signal the beginning of the match, and he is launched away, even after he told them not to go overboard. But he understands that this is simply the nature of knights. Now it is time to watch the battle truly begin. Asha thrusts forward with her spear, and Senna perceives this move. She punches Asha's spear aside like a truly feral beast. With a vicious grin, Senna has found the perfect opening. She closes the distance to Asha to deliver a blow that could end her career. Since Asha wields a spear, it will be difficult for her to counter. Our boy is still casually munching on his popcorn, and he wonders if she has any tricks up her sleeve. Luckily for her, she does. She kicks Senna's powerful fist away, which forces her opponent to retreat. Errol, who is still observing the intense duel, figures that they are both being a bit too serious. He can tell that their aura is becoming far too powerful, and they will likely kill each other before they can stop. So Errol halts the match. He now has a firm grasp of their skills, and he can now implement a few key improvements. From his keen observations, he notes that Asha is impatient because she focuses too much on speed, and Senna hesitates slightly since she primarily uses her fists. Essentially, one is too reckless and the other is too cautious. After these remarks, Asha recalls that he helped Kenya to improve, so she deduces that he requested this demonstration of their skills to help them improve, as it seems. Her improvement has become quite famous among all the knights, and Errol also wishes for his guards to improve just like that. So he leads the both of them to begin their special training regimen. In the very first stage, they're going to learn pure theory, all about mana. Errol presents his signature instruction manual and plans to start a business, if this works out for him. However, there is no hope that they will ever comprehend the book that they are currently reading. And there goes his chance of creating a New York Times bestseller. In the end, Errol decides to explain things himself to his two guards concerning mana, including what could happen if aura is misused, how to use it more effectively, and other such things. With that lengthy explanation out of the way, Errol suggests that what they need to do next is absorb the mana that exists all around them in the natural world, so they can then learn how to use it more efficiently. He guarantees that learning this is enough to completely change how they use aura. After his lecture, Errol decides to give his guards customized lessons for another crucial part of the training. Errol begins with Senna to teach her how to focus her aura better. She mentions that she's already capable of forming her aura with ease. Errol asks her to spread her aura to all her limbs simultaneously, and it is an epic fail. Normally, it is not difficult to cover the whole body in aura, but that would rapidly drain the user of their energy. So people usually focus it on the areas where they need it. Senna is unable to perform this difficult task, and she mentions that her senses will become quite unstable if she tries to focus on too many places at once. So Errol places his palms together with hers and shows her a simple trick to focus her aura. And just like that, she successfully manages to channel her aura to both of her hands. Now that Senna's issue has been sorted out, next on his list is Asha. Errol tells her that she is too impatient since she tried to resort to close quarters combat against an opponent who is incredibly skilled in that specific aspect, an obvious and amateur mistake. So she must learn to remain composed, which explains why she is currently carrying Errol for her training. He wants her to maintain her focus and not pay any attention to anything that is currently bothering her. So basically, he just wants her to acquire some of that. It is what it is, energy. While all of that is going on, Queen Elia receives a letter about what Errol has been doing. She had originally left him alone, since someone as insignificant as him did not concern her. But now, he is becoming a serious problem. So she incinerates the letter and finally decides to do something about it. Then there's Asha, who can perceive a difference in her own strength after following the young prince's precise guidance. After all, this is Errol's unique training we are talking about here, even though it may appear to be pointless. The innocent tree that has just been completely shattered is enough to testify to her incredible increase in raw strength. In a bit of a background check, we learn that Asha was a daughter of the noble house Fernil, a family that was not particularly wealthy and lived in a small, remote countryside region. Because of a great famine, monsters attacked their lands, and everything went downhill for them from that point on. What is even worse is that the other aristocrats, who had kept in contact with House Fornell, completely abandoned them in their time of need. Asha joined the Royal Knights to make ends meet. The good news is that she was incredibly talented in combat, so she quickly awakened her aura and was stationed in the royal capital. But the very bad news is that she was placed in the order with the absolute worst knights. Even the captain was not worthy of being called captain. Even with how old he is still an aura beginner, and he only held his position because of a few officials who were fortunate enough to place him there. This particular memory does not sit well with Asha, so she takes out all of her aggression on an innocent tree, and she plans to make her captain resemble that very tree. The very next time she spots him, she applied to be a personal guard, completely out of desperation. But who could have known she would be chosen at the first moment? Luckily, her family is now living much better, thanks to Errol. But her current goal is to save up a little bit of cash, so that she can send her little brother to the academy. In the end, she aims to repay Errol for his incredible kindness to her so far. On the other hand, Senna prepares herself to work out, since she is just not sure of how else to go about things. Her family has worked as mercenaries for many past generations. She was raised in a fierce tribe of mercenaries who do not belong to any particular nation. After the Great War with the Empire 30 years ago, the mercenary business began to look a bit less promising, so Senna was asked to go out into the wider world so that she could begin a new and better life for herself. She did not see any issue with leaving her home village or with training to become a knight. But her main shock came when she learned her father was killed by an evil and corrupt feudal lord. Just like her own father, she was pretty much a certified hothead, like how she would beat the living daylights out of one of her fellow knights for accusing villagers of theft and then killing them, just so he could get a promotion. And honestly, she does not regret that single moment one bit. It felt quite good, if anything. Then she just got passed around from place to place, and she ended up getting sent to many dangerous areas. After her endless roaming, she eventually applied to be a personal guard and then got to know Errol. She has a very good feeling about working with him, and she's incredibly grateful for this opportunity. With the background checks now out of the way, the two knights head off to begin their duties for the day. As for Errol, he doesn't seem to have much talent in combat, but his raw skill is truly unmatched when it comes to learning. He is a certified business mogul who has brought immense wealth to the kingdom by selling products. And he even helped Kenya to become a powerful aura expert, using a theory he developed all on his own. Of course, his reputation as the young, gray sage who does absolutely nothing is well-deserved. At a formal meeting, the king and a few officials discuss the fact Errol will be 14 soon, and the coming-of-age ceremony to follow. One of the officials suggests that this ceremony will be a fine opportunity for Errol, since he's using his talents in a multitude of different fields. He adds something about some territories now being available. The king understands the hint, that they're suggesting they should grant a territory to Errol. Obviously, he is angered by this, since it is merely an excuse to banish him. It turns out, Errol's grand reputation has spread to many different countries, and there are speculations that the king will make him the new heir to the throne. But the king was not having any of that nonsense, so he slams his aura-charged fist down upon the table. He has made up his mind that his heir will be the crown prince. Plus, he already knows Errol has absolutely no interest in the crown. Another official then speaks up. He mentions that rumors have already started spread, so people are beginning to pay less attention to the crown prince. The duke warns him about something concerning the former king, but the king rises from his seat and quickly silences him. Someone comes over with a stack of documents from other aristocrats, who all happen to share the same opinion. They are all concerned with the growing imbalance within the royal family. The king takes a look at all of the appeals, and every single one of them says the same thing. So it turns out that they will have to exile Errol. In defeat, the king acknowledges their concerns and has no choice but to finally take some action. Errol learns what has happened in the meeting through a secret note. He tosses the note aside. He already knows he's being exiled, even with how nicely the news is being put. However, that is pretty much the best news Errol has received. He is excited at the prospect of getting his own territory. It turns out that making himself stand out has finally paid off, and he couldn't care less about the other aristocrats. Finally, Errol can now construct his own dream fortress. Well, he is very excited until he learns that the aristocrats have assigned him to the northern territory of Fahilia. It is a frozen place where snow falls all year round, and the ground is too barren to even farm anything. So Errol decides that he will depart. a month after his coming-of-age ceremony, giving him a year and a month to complete his preparations. Since being independent in a different territory is a major undertaking, he expects those who are truly prepared to join him. He will find different roles for all those who stay behind, but he expects those who do follow him to move with great speed. As the crowd leaves, Errol already figures at the Alchemy team, and most of the other workers are already destined to follow him. Senna has already been ahead of them, and was stationed in that very area for a full year. After all, she gets drafted to different locations like it's nobody's business, and she testifies that the place is extremely bitterly cold. With how Senna tries to talk about the distant location, Errol figures they might as well be heading to Antarctica with how she is reacting to the thought of the place. So much for a nice, pleasant territory from the ever-loving aristocrats who want to simply exile him. But still, he finds the place to be much better than he had expected. They could have sent him to a place where surviving for a few seconds would be a new world record, so he does not find Fahilia to be so bad. Later on, Asha asks why Senna is not being completely honest. She knows that Senna was about to say something more earlier, just as she mentioned before. Senna explains that the place is very cold and quite empty, along with being a vast, frozen wasteland. She was actually stationed there to guard against the monsters that cannot endure the intense cold. Asha is more than ready to follow Errol, no matter where, but she can't help but wonder if it's okay to follow. With that, Senna doesn't see anything to be worried about, since she knows that Errol has something planned up his sleeve. She noticed that he did not have a look of despair or anything, so she truly believes that everything will work out fine. With that said, they finally decide to send a message to their families before they have to leave. Then there's Errol, who has just finished up with all of his plans. He knows that his dear mother looks quite heartbroken, even though she has not said very much. He told the maids not to tell her where he would be stationed, but he can't help but worry about his loving mother's safety, since she'll be all alone. Even a princess like Kenya got ambushed, so he thinks of a few plans so he can contact her. But he eventually decides to think about it at a later time. But for right now, he decides to plan the move out first. After all, a harsh environment is the perfect place for a reincarnation pro, like him, to live a completely carefree life. He summons a magician, and Fain shows up with his disciples. He never expected that someone familiar would show up. Either way, he asks him to keep a very important secret, and passes him a plan for an item that he would like to be created. Fain takes a close look at the plan, and he is instantly shocked by what he is seeing. He wonders if Errol drew it, and he certainly did. Only that he made a few modifications to an artifact he gave to Kenya. But his new design will make it twice as effective, and it will reduce production costs by a staggering 90%. Of course, this fact is very impressive to Fain. Errol asks him if he can make it, and Fain mentions that it will be quite possible, as long as he has access to the right materials. But one problem is that he knows the creator of the original artifact, so he does not want to make a cheap ripoff of someone else's work. Errol notices his clear hesitation, so he decides to give him a little something to guarantee the results. So he hands over several extremely fat bags of cash, and all moral ethics have now left the chat. The man and his disciples instantly fold and are prepared to get to work. After witnessing the sheer power having tons of cash has to offer, Errol wonders if the task can be finished within a single month. Then he takes another look at his current investment and figures that Fain could be suitable as his own personal magician. Errol learns how fast money can make people work when Fain presents the newly crafted necklace to his new boss. A few days later, he never expected it to be finished in 10 short days. Plus, the overall quality is pretty good. However, his workers are quite obviously overworked. Since Errol likes it, he suggests that they begin the mass production. As Fain asks how many, one of the workers prays that it is only 5. But I guess they're not going to get any form of sleep when Errol says 50, and that is just the starting point. With that, they head off to indentured servitude. To get to work. Errol already understands their immense pain, but dying 100 times still seems bad enough. For the next step, Errol heads out with Asha in a fine carriage. She wonders where they are currently headed, and suggests that he could have sent someone else for this errand, but he insists on picking these things up by himself this time around. Errol eventually reveals that they are headed to a large slave market, and Asha is obviously quite shocked at this new information. She figures that he has probably gone completely mad with power already. But Errol tries to convince her that there is a good explanation. Asha gets an idea that her boss might be starting up some cotton fields with this one or probably some dangerous coal mines or something. But Errol knows that there is no way he is like that. At least, that is what we all think with how far she took her imagination. Asha apologizes for it, since that is not how Errol works normally. When you imagine a large slave market, you would think of a place that could be worse than hell, or something similar to that, you know? Shattered dreams, and some endless torment. A fate much worse than death and stuff like that. But in reality, at least in this particular novel, it is surprisingly and remarkably quite tame. Even Errol is quite shocked about this revelation. Of course, it would be a shame if one random slave caught some strange new disease and spread it all around, which explains why it is very neat. A person comes by and reveals this place to be the finest slave market in the entire capital. He welcomes Errol and then introduces himself as Ian, the esteemed manager of this establishment. He shows Errol and Asha all around the place and explains more about the slave market. That is completely and totally legal, by the way. The people who do become slaves are people who must have either failed to pay up their taxes or they belong to families that were utterly destroyed. A person does not immediately become a slave after any of these, but at least there is a lower chance of starving if they become a slave. Then there are the common criminals. But Ian then suggests that there is no need for Errol to pay them any of his attention. Errol notices that Ian is filtering out the various criminal slaves, since he is royalty, but it is still fine for Errol either way. Finally, Ian takes a seat in his office and asks Errol for what he might need. He needs a very large number of slaves. Ian asks just how many he would need, and Errol says he needs 150, a number that greatly shocks Ian. Errol wonders if the number he mentioned is too much to handle, but Ian can indeed handle it, since the place also has other branches located outside the capital. He can't help but wonder why Errol needs so many, but the young prince assures him that he won't do anything bad with them, as of yet. Also, he lets him know that he would like to purchase slaves, who are already familiar with one another, in various groups of at least 4. While that is a pretty difficult to fulfill request, it is not unusual for groups to become slaves all at once. With a snap of his fingers, piles of documents are brought in. Errol has a look at some of these various documents, and he needs slaves who can both read and write. Plus, he also asks for them to be transported to a certain location. With negotiations now done, Errol asks Asha to unveil the goods that would make any businessman drool on the floor. Now, things are pretty much guaranteed for our boy, Errol, as he is instantly promoted to the rank of top VVIP customer. On the way back, Asha wonders what Errol needs all the slaves for, since having hundreds of them is not something anyone can just do on a casual Friday night. Errol reveals that he wants to make them all residents of his new territory. In addition, he's going to give his new mana necklace thing to all the slaves, and then educate each and every one of them from there. Asha never expected that to be his ultimate plan, so she can now drop all of her weird thoughts about him. Errol plans to transform the terrain from a frozen wasteland into a dream kingdom. I mean, he just wants to be able to live his life comfortably. Everything that he is doing now is just to live the best lazy life ever. He will also nurture all the ones who will work in Fahilia and build the greatest paradise that anyone has ever seen. One bright morning, Errol lies on his bed, thinking about all the preparations he must make to get independent, and the sad fact he has to say goodbye to everyone he truly loves. Then, there's a soft knock on his door, and it is his mother. She rushes over to give her beloved son a tight hug. She suggests trying to talk with the king about his relocation just one more time, but Errol tells her not to worry and promises he will visit off, even with the fact that he has a whole year left to go. His mom is still very sad that he will have to leave. Then, a maid comes over to help carry her away. Errol does not want to reveal his new location to his mother until he has fully settled down, and he will definitely put her worried mind at ease when the time comes. It's a very peaceful afternoon. Well, it was until a knight gets casually launched into orbit. A few of the other knights are trembling in fear at a person. It turns out that person is none other than Kenya, who is incredibly, unbelievably angry. She calls for her next victim, and she tells them to come at her with everything they have, or they may not live to see the next day. She is angry about the fact of Errol being sent away. She understands the whole political situation surrounding him, but she still cannot help but get so angry about it. But even more importantly, She's upset that he never told her anything for the past 6 months. Then, she launches another poor, unsuspecting knight into a wall. She thinks it's because he cannot change his own fate, but he actually just completely forgot. She does not plan to let him leave so easily. On the other hand, the knights are completely terrified at her aura. According to Errol's special manual, the mana that is circulating in one's body will move faster if a very strong emotion begins to build up. And just like that, she ended up becoming the youngest swordmaster in the entire history of the kingdom. And she is the third one in the world. All thanks to her being so annoyed by her little brother. Errol thinks back about his very first life, especially how fast time flew by when he was in the military. Now, he is getting the same feeling as he's preparing to become independent. Errol is finally 14 years old, and his coming-of-age ceremony has begun. He gets greeted by a number of different aristocrats, but on the inside, my guy is dying of intense, heavy boredom. There are even more aristocrats here than at his first birthday. Back then, he could have just easily pretended that he was asleep, but now, there is absolutely no escape for him. He is sure that the participants are all rejoicing over the ceremony. Well, rejoicing that he is finally being sent far away. Who would truly care about his well-being anyway? Listening to them all is beginning to really annoy him, and he wants to just wreck everything. But he decides that he will hold back for his mother's sake, and he overlooks everything that is currently happening. Shortly, Queen Elia comes over to congratulate Errol, and she mentions the fact that he will be heading to another territory. This lady is obviously just trying to get on Errol's nerves. So he stands up, and he responds in the calmest way possible. He bows, and he mentions that it would have happened to him either way. So he thinks of it as an early chance to go and serve the kingdom. With a smirk, she reveals that Jael's swordsmanship has improved, all thanks to him, and she gives him a coat, made using the fur of a fox from Fahilia, as a gift. With that, Errol has now found the person behind his forced exile. He figures that someone like Jael is not the type to target anyone, in a political sense. Plus, Elia is the only one who is possible, the one who could obtain the complaints from all the aristocrats. He figures that her giving him the coat is her way of mocking him, but he has to remain completely calm. If not, he is going to lose face. So he puts on a very polite act, saying that he has already bid his dear brother farewell, and that he will come to his aid, since they share the same royal blood. On the surface, their conversation appears to be very cheerful, but Errol could not care any less, and he will definitely make her pay. But they will not show how much they truly hate one another, and they exchange the very fakest of all laughs. The grand banquet is finally approaching its long-awaited close, and Errol feels like he has now forgotten something. He takes a look at Kenya, who looks to be unnaturally quiet. He figures that she must still be incredibly angry for him telling her about his departure so very late. So he decides to apologize to his dear sister, but she makes the very first move. From the look on her face, he already knows that she is up to something. She then runs off, and Errol can tell that what she is about to do is going to be reckless. Kenya approaches her father to have a word with him, and she reveals that she will be following Errol to Fahilia. This completely shocks the crowd, and Errol figures that she has pretty much wrecked the entire event. At this very point, he takes a quick glance at her mother, hoping that she's going to go and stop her own daughter, but she does not look to be interested at all. The king gets very annoyed by Kenya's sudden action, and he asks what her plan is after that. Errol figures that saying that was already a very bad move. She would only meet resistance with greater defiance. But he, too, wondered what her ultimate gambit was. By choosing to follow him, this was the moment of truth. She proclaims that she will become Prince Errol's sworn knight, and the soon-to-be lord of the land feels his soul leave his body. The king decries her ambition as utterly absurd, since becoming a knight is not a title one can simply declare, but she remains unshakable in her formidable abilities, now that she has attained the legendary master level. Of course, everyone is stunned, as this is a truly monumental achievement. But the king refuses to believe her, since she is only 19. And the only other person to reach master level at that age was the very first king himself. To prove him wrong, she seizes a sword from a nearby, startled knight, and prepares to demonstrate her incredible power. With her aura fully charged, she slices a cake from a distance, along with the entire table perfectly in half. Of course, Errol is shocked as to why she is doing this in the very middle of a formal banquet. From that single, incredible display, the people have seen that she is a genuine sword master, and they are completely amazed. Kenya confronts her father about the fact that Errol will be granted a whole territory, while she is expected to simply marry someone. So, instead of following that path, she wants to forge her own as a knight. In a normal situation, Errol would have applauded her speech. But the current situation is far too grave for that. Right now, she is essentially renouncing her title as a princess in front of all the assembled aristocrats. And even if this was all a grand jest, the political damage would still be permanent. But there's also the chance she orchestrated this scene on purpose. Errol realizes that this was all meticulously planned, so no one could easily sweep this situation under the rug. How she devised this scheme makes him wonder, where she could have learned to be so calculated. But the answer has always been him, from the very beginning. He tries to stop her, but Kenya decides to escalate things before he can do anything. She then strides toward Errol with her sword in hand, and she kneels before him. From that position, she pledges her unwavering allegiance to Errol and vows to be his knight. Errol recognizes what Kenya just recited to be a sacred knight's oath, but it is uncertain if the pledge is even valid, since Kenya is a royal princess and not an actual knight. Plus, she does not yet have his official consent. But the much larger problem for our boy, Errol, is the audience that is now staring at them. The knight's oath is something that no one gets to utter freely, so the fact that an aura master proclaimed it will make the people believe the pledge is official. Errol already knows that Kenya did not do this for him, but she has already masterfully planned the path she desires to take. Of course, this bold action shocks several people, like the king and her own very mother. Even Queen Elia is seething with uncontrollable anger over this, with the veins bulging around her very eyes. She could likely awaken her own form of the Byakugan. Normally, Errol would have been quite happy about that, but he just feels like weeping about this entire situation right now. One disaster or another always occurs during his birthdays, so he should probably forget about hosting them from this day on. Despite a few dramatic issues, everything proceeded as always, like Errol packing his belongings for his journey. With that, the time has finally come to set out on his way. His mother remarks on how he has grown up so very fast. Errol tells her not to despair, and he promises that he will surely visit her very often. Errol decides to tell his mom where he is headed, and she already knows. It seems a mother's intuition is far too powerful, even for a seasoned reincarnation professional. However, she is still quite confident her son will thrive wherever he is. So she embraces him and tells him that she truly loves him, like any good and loving mother would, of course. And what kind of son would not love his own mother back? After saying that, Errol's convoy departs on its long way through the vast, frozen wasteland that is now Fahilia. However, Errol seems to be a bit unsettled by all of this. After all, he is journeying to a frozen land where no one has ever gone to settle. He witnesses a bit more of the aristocrats' so-called love when he asks one of his men to dig into the ground. But they must be trying to dig into solid bedrock, because the sturdy pickaxe bends on the very first impact. But still, Errol truly wants to prove them all wrong, and he is determined to transform this place into a paradise. Errol finally pulls his head back into the warm carriage, after sticking his head out for some mysterious reason. Luckily for him, he invested in a powerful, magical heating device. Plus, he also has the gifted coat to keep him very warm. But Kenya mentions that the royal carriage is already quite warm, and she calls him a novice who cannot endure the bitter cold. But what Errol finds truly strange is his own dear sister. She is such a savage that she is wearing a normal dress in a place that is this cold. However, Errol then takes a much closer look, and he finds out that Kenya is using a cheat code to stay warm. He never taught her how to use her aura to insulate her own body, so he wonders if she is doing this purely out of instinct. He finds her latent talent to be terrifying, and Kenya thinks that this is something that everyone does, confirming just how much of a pro she has become. But letting Errol's personal guards know about this might probably make the two of them weep, as they're casually freezing to death outside. With that aside, Errol asks if Kenya will eventually regret her decision. But I bet she took his question the completely wrong way, as she stares daggers directly into Errol's very soul. She then pinches his cheek, and he clarifies he was wondering if it was okay for her to come along so very suddenly. It turns out that the king and Errol spent an entire day thinking, and they decided that she would come along as an apprentice now. After that, everyone had tried to change her mind, but she stubbornly refused to listen to any of them. She actually does not regret coming along with him. If anything, she finds it to be the perfect opportunity to escape. If she had remained at the royal palace, she would have gotten married very soon. Kenya is now 19 years of age, and Errol is amazed that she has made it this far without becoming engaged to be married to anyone. So he wonders if that's actually why she decided to venture with him. Just like him, she despises walking along a predetermined path, so it does not surprise him at all why she has come along. Basically, Kenya is in a desperate search for her own freedom. With that, Errol finally arrives at the gate of his new kingdom. He takes a look at all the people who are currently present under his new command, and he figures that he has a great start already. So it is officially time for him to start building a paradise. For a start, Errol splits his responsibilities with Asha and with Senna, so they can command all the gathered troops in Fahilia. However, he does not plan to give any important tasks to Kenya for now. It would be a terrible shame if she somehow obliterated the barracks on day one. Instead, she simply goes out for a walk. And Errol figures that she probably did not expect to do very much. With that, Errol heads off to work. Currently, there are 10,000 people living in Fahilia, and they all reside in 12 different remote villages. Additionally, the distance between each of these villages seems to be pretty similar. Errol does his research and discovers that the residents of Fahilia have been simple hunter-gatherers for many generations, and they are on the very verge of total extinction. On top of all that, the royal palace was not getting any tax revenue from the region, so they were pretty much just left on their own. Seeing this makes our boy, Errol, wonder what kind of idiot the previous lord here was. He finds a ledger and discovers that the region was so very poor that they ended up borrowing money from all the other territories. Then, the previous lord simply went bankrupt. Errol gets upset over the sheer incompetence of his predecessor, but he decides to focus on the future that he can make for himself. He unfolds a large map of the vast territory, and he tries to find out what can be truly special about this region. Seeing the sheer amount of trees in this region, he considers the possibility of selling paper, but he decides not to worry about that just yet, since all of his other products are making a bank for him. With that, he decides to meet with the current leaders of the region. Still, he can't help but wonder who holds authority over the people. Well, except for the complete idiot of a former lord. So, he decides to ask all the village chiefs to pay him a visit in person. A while later, they make their grand appearance in the palace, and Errol observes their general appearance. Forget killing 2 birds with just a single stone. They look like they could kill 2 stones with just 1 single bird. They are honored to meet their brand new ruler, as they take a respectful knee before their new sovereign. As is expected, Errol introduces himself formally, but he can still tell that they are probably quite irritated about the simple fact that they must now take orders from a literal child. Still, he is determined not to let them take him for granted. He points out the fact there seems to be a young imposter among them. As expected, the young dude bows and explains that his father, who was the former chief, had recently passed away, so he has now taken on his father's important role. Errol is already well aware of this fact, though he just wants to make it clear that he is the top dog around here. He then mentions that they will talk for quite a while, so he offers them a grand meal while they discuss these matters. They get quite nervous about this, because it is rather strange. Errol already has this all completely figured out. It turns out that commoners would hate having a meal with their superiors, so Errol hosts the very worst company dinner ever known to man. He tells them all to relax. After all, it would be rather exhausting if the mood were to stay this heavy. Plus, he even practiced this little move in advance. Finally, they take a look at the grand meal, and it really does look quite appetizing. Errol mentions that he wished to get something even better, but his subjects are already very grateful for the meal, even with how very tense the current atmosphere is. At least they're all good at replying. One of the many guests takes a bite from a meat, and he notices that it has been nicely salted. Errol knows that salt is very precious in this region, so he wants to establish a new friendship through this meal. With that, Errol mentions how the previous lord was not the best, and he asks if they're all right with the path they are currently headed on. From his own unique perspective, this region will most likely collapse within the next 10 years, if nothing at all is done about it. Hunting alone can only get them so far, which is why our boy, Errol, wishes to now take over, even though his orders may be very difficult to understand. He asks the assembled people to place their complete trust in him. With that, they see the pure intentions of their brand new ruler, and now they imagine him as their one and only blessed savior. This powerful imagination is so strong that even Errol can see it, and he does not want them to go that far. It would be a great shame if there was any resistance to following his orders, so he ensures that the people can enjoy more meals like they have now, if they choose to follow him now. For his very first official order, Errol asks the chiefs to accept the slaves he has brought with him as new residents of their own villages. Meanwhile, those who are already educated will work directly with him, but the only issue is if the other residents will welcome them. Errol sees the clear point in this, since it will be very hard to overlook their past backgrounds, or they will probably be seen as just outsiders. But he tells the elder not to worry, since he will also give his full support concerning this issue. The mention of this grand support makes the chiefs flinch, and they are now convinced to try their absolute best. Now the long meeting is finally over, and one of the chiefs wonders about their brand new ruler, since he is very unusual compared to all the previous lords. The majority of the lords who were appointed to Fahilia showed absolutely no interest in the vast area, since they only saw it as a place of their final exile. The previous lord did try to make a positive change, but he ended up inflicting great harm on the people instead, because he had expected the utterly impossible. Now that their new lord is the youngest prince of the royal family, they can only hope that their lives will now change for the better. While the reason he was assigned to Fahilia is still unknown to them, the only thing that they can do is pray he won't be like the previous lord. They can already tell that our boy, Errol, is no ordinary man, but the only thing they can do is trust that he will make things better. Errol takes a closer look at a document, along with Senna. He was told that the population of the region would be 10,000, but that is not true, thanks to the power of false advertising. And it is actually closer to around 9,800, including all the slaves he has brought, while Senna gives Errol a hand massage. Even she is aware of the rapid population decline. It would make sense to our boy, Errol, considering the huge time gap between when the former lord left and when he had finally arrived. On top of that, the current birth rate in the territory is exceptionally low, and it struggles with deep poverty. In addition, from the money he has made so far, the amount he can use freely is 45,000 gold pieces. If he were to maintain things as they are currently, the place would only last for around another 50 years. Errol figures that the aristocrats probably wanted him to waste half of his life here in Fahilia, trying to recover the region's failing economy. He suggests farming, but that is how the previous lord went bankrupt after he tried to develop all new farmlands. Being self-sufficient is a limiting factor for all agriculture, so he thinks about instead trading for valuable goods. And just like that, Errol springs to his feet, as he has gotten a brand new idea to now implement. Errol heads outside with Asha and figures that they will need new roads. The terrain here is pretty unstable thanks to the constant heavy snow. Plus, the roads are not currently maintained properly, so that will be their very first step, to avoid any traders from getting into accidents when they visit. Some of the residents have now found out about this new plan. A few laborers are needed for this operation, and the wage seems decent. Seeing how the new ruler already has a good reputation, they decide to give it a shot and to work with him. Besides, he will also be covering all of the construction costs. When they arrive upon the scene, they discover that it is quite the massive project they have at hand. Someone mentions this simple fact to our boy, Errol, but he is prepared to take care of the extra compensation if it ever takes much longer than absolutely necessary. With that fact alone, they are more than willing to get to work. Once again, the sheer power of money works well for Errol. Errol notices that everything is going precisely as planned, and he loves it. With the new road finally being complete, it is now time to move on to all the other things. And all the workers were very willing to continue working. For the next crucial step, he wants to establish a new trading branch. An official stands in the way of this particular plan, but there is not anything that the power of money cannot fix. As a start to this, he figures that they will trade for all the basic necessities that the new residents will be needing. So a basic trade route has now been started up, where people get to trade all their various wares. As the very final and last step, Errol asks Demon if they will be able to mass produce paper. Actually, paper already does exist in this current world, but the one that exists here is of a terrible quality, and no one from within the kingdom knows how to make this paper. So this makes it a very expensive product, and people of a high status can only afford to be able to use it. Demon agrees with his brilliant plan, since it is very precious. Besides, they will be very profitable if they can mass produce it. The only major issue is that no one here knows how to make it. Well, that is, no one except for our boy, Errol. Damon wonders how the competing paper manufacturers will react to this, but Errol already has this all covered. He plans to make the paper production process completely different, so they can then argue that it is a completely different new product. But to do that, they will need another kind of special equipment. He passes a new plan to Demon, and he finds it to be completely perfect. However, he is not sure if it is something they can make on their own. The various chemicals can be handled, but developing the machines themselves is a completely different matter, since the very best blacksmiths in the entire region are not able to make something like that. But Damon is sure that the skilled dwarves of the royal capital will be quite willing to help them. This fact about the dwarves reminds Errol of the fact that they have a grand forge in the capital, and that they can make anything, no matter how complicated it is. Hearing that, Errol prepares to use his ultimate superpower of money spent. But it turns out that the dwarves are much different from all the rest. Damon tells him that they will refuse to help if he tries to use his money, but they are very proud craftsmen who will prioritize any requests that allow them to display their skills, along with the outright rejecting of money. They will also reject requests that are simply not good enough, even if they are coming from the high-ranking aristocrats. After hearing just who they are, Errol figures that they could become quite poor if they are not careful. Damon decides to contact a particular dwarf that he is familiar with, and Errol is very enthusiastic about it. He is sure that he will be very intrigued by the brilliant plan, so he will now write the important letter to him. Several days later, at the renowned Dwarven Forge, the very important letter finally arrives. The master there believes it is coming from the royal family, who it does not seem to have a good relationship with. The master blacksmith, whose name happens to be Aiken, mentions that he has already crafted a fine sword for them, and that their hands are currently quite full with other orders. But he then finds out the letter is from Damon. He snatches the letter away from his own assistant, and wonders what he is now doing at Fahilia. He takes a look at the letter's contents, and shortly, he asks his assistant, Ben, to take full charge of the running of the forge. With a very fierce and determined look in his eye, he figures he will have to speak with the others when he has to leave. Ben wonders just what the letter says, since he looked much different from how he usually does. The 35 master blacksmiths of the steel factory have all gathered, according to Aiken's very important and urgent call. But man, they really do not seem to be happy with it at all. He explains that it is all for a very important client, who drew their own plans for a machine he wants to make in Fahilia. At first, they thought it was just another simple case of another annoying brat who wants to waste all of our time. But when he shows them the plan, they soon realize they might be dealing with the final boss of all blacksmith creations. They already know it is a plan for a new machine to create paper. Apparently, the design of this brand new machine was so good that it gave them PTSD about a very similar and difficult client who wanted a new machine that created paper 5 long years ago. It turns out not even the almighty and legendary skills of the dwarves were enough to ever satisfy that incredibly difficult client. Now, they finally have a chance for their long-awaited rematch, 5 very long years later. Aiken also reveals that Errol wants some of them to come over to assist with this grand and important new project. However, they do not seem to like that particular idea a lot, so he volunteers to head over to the location all by himself. They still do not seem to agree with this decision, and they also point out the very important fact he is behind on his work. But the task is something that all his apprentices can handle, so he is now completely free to go. Also, he asks for who would like to come along with him, since he would most likely need some more much-needed help. After a very brief moment of silence, each of the dwarves then engage in a free-for-all about who will be going. With Aiken, the brilliant designs have finally piqued their intense interest, and you simply cannot stop a dwarf who is motivated to work on something new. Aiken finally interrupts the very loud and chaotic noise. He mentions that only half of the assembled dwarves will follow him, since no one will be around to run the forge if everyone comes along. Still, it is very much undecided about who will be followed, so Aiken decides he will use that particular method, the most sacred of all the different methods, the only method that is guaranteed to always work throughout all history. Ben comes over to ask his own master a very simple question, and the dwarves are now engaging in a Fortnite-level battle royale. It turns out it is a dwarven tradition to solve all of their disputes with intense violence, the ancient dwarven rule of steel. So Ben stays very far away because he knows what is good for him. Meanwhile, Errol figures it'll take at least 5 days for him to hear back from the Dwarven Forge, so he decides that he will relax a bit in the meantime. Now that he doesn't have any important work to do, he decides to get all of the rest that he possibly can. The very moment he decides to finally take a long nap, a loud, piercing scream suddenly interrupts him. He already knows that it is from the poor Griffin Fry. Then he finds the unfortunate little victim plastered on his window. He's quite surprised by this, since Fry shouldn't be able to fly so fast, or so very high as a simple baby griffin. As he falls down to the ground, Kenya is there to catch him. It turns out he is being subjected to this new form of torture, because she wants him to be able to fly much higher. Then she tries a little bit too hard, and she launches him into orbit. Errol rushes outside as he witnesses this very thing, and he wonders if poor Fry has done anything particularly wrong. She mentions that he has done absolutely nothing wrong. While poor Fry crashes in that one iconic pose from Dragon Ball, she mentions that she is simply training him how to fly, and she denies that she was in any way abusing poor Fry. However, I do not think that is the case here. In a quick backstory, Kenya had pretty much had nothing to do since everyone else was very busy in the early stage of their transfer over to Fahilia. So all that she did was simply eat and then sleep and practice with her sword and then repeat. Of course, she is not the kind of person who enjoys being bored. So she spotted poor Fry playing in the garden, and that was the moment when his whole entire world had changed. She plans to make him her personal trusted man, so she expects him to be in the very top of shape. However, Errol realizes that it probably was a good idea to teach his sister more about common sense and a lot less about using swords. Now he realizes that he has to keep her entertained somehow with the free time that he currently has available. But it is now that he realizes he was an only child in his first life. On top of all that, he never won the sibling lottery in any of his past lives. The very best relationship that he had with one of them was that he never got to speak with his sibling at all until he finally died. So Errol is unsure of how to deal with siblings. He snatches Fry away from Kenya and saves him from his suffering. So, as an attempt to be a good brother in his current lifetime, he asks to do something together with his dear older sister. Errol and Kenya then play a simple game of chess, and it is pretty obvious who is losing very badly here. Out of her sheer frustration, Kenya flips the entire chessboard. Since it is obviously not her preferred kind of sport, Errol had figured that playing chess would mean that they would not have to play in the cold, but she is already completely bored of it. So he gives himself a new handicap in order to make things much easier for her. Errol gives Kenya a specially modified artifact so that she can think much more quickly and a lot more easily. Besides, he has built up enough chess experience from all his past lives, so she will definitely need all the help that she can get. So they begin to play another long game of chess. The pendant seems to be working to enhance Kenya's own IQ until it suddenly decided to peace out. From there, Kenya had enough of it, and she slices the chessboard with her sword. Now they can no longer play chess anymore, since Kenya has completely destroyed the entire board, and she has also caused a new leak in Errol's own brain. Errol tries to come up with something else to do, but he really does not want to go back to the outside. He wonders what she has been doing, and the only thing that she has pretty much been doing is going on a variety of different trainings. That will surely make the legendary Bruce Lee proud. On the other hand, Errol has just been a sack of potatoes in his room. Seeing the different interests between the two of them, Errol tries to come up with something that they can both enjoy. Both of their stomachs then begin to rumble loudly, and Errol gets a brilliant idea from that. He suggests that they both have a go at cooking a meal together, but Kenya shivers at the very mere thought of it. She does not like the idea of it at all, since her own cooking could probably put entire nations to an end. But Errol informs her that it is necessary for her to learn, since she is now in the process of becoming a knight. After all, knights have to eat something when they are away on missions. After he points out this very important fact, Kenya is defeated and she agrees that she must learn. Now that Errol has successfully convinced her, he wonders if teaching a sibling how to cook is something a normal brother would do. The two of them then head to the kitchen, and Errol announces that their very first dish will be a simple stew, since it is a very easy and simple dish to make. How bad can things truly get? Besides, Errol does not plan to get food poisoning on the first day of training, so they get to work. Errol comments on Kenya's knife mastery as she slices all the ingredients into fine little Lego bricks. From there, they prepare the fragrant stew together. When it is finally completely done, Kenya tries it, and it tastes much better than she ever thought. Errol agrees with her, and he adds that it has been a while since he last made this recipe, but it is still quite good either way. Errol suggests that Kenya should try to make it all again, but this is actually all a part of his very own master plan, to get a long nap right after he has finished eating. But that brilliant plan disappears when a butler who has seen things rushes in, searching for our boy, Errol. He was instructed not to bother Errol concerning any small matters, so the fact that he is here means something bad must have happened. So out of pure urgency, he asks what has just happened. It turns out that the dwarves have now arrived, and they're willing to beat the living daylights out of the poor butler if Errol did not show up. So Errol figures that his much-needed break is over. Normally, he had expected the dwarves would act normally and just send a reply letter, but they were not at all just normal people. and they had showed up pretty suddenly and in person. Errol welcomes them, but Aiken cuts right to the chase, walks up to Errol and asks if he was the one who drew the brilliant plans. Fortunately, Asha is there to break up any sort of conflict that could have gone down. She demands that Aiken must apologize for his actions, but he only commends her for her spirit, even though she is just a simple lady. Now the Dark Souls epic boss music begins to play, but Errol quietly reminds her that they generally just do not give a flip, and he says that they have to respect their cultural differences. Plus, the greater their skill, the much ruder they will tend to be. So Asha backs down after seeing how things have now started. Errol wants to finish these discussions up very quickly before Asha tries to go and commit some murder. He admits that he did draw the plans, but Aiken says that he is capping. Errol still tries to convince him that he is the master craftsman, but Aiken staunchly refuses to believe him, and he bets that a pampered royal person like him could not even design a simple, basic wood plank. Now Errol is truly pissed, and he orders Asha to make some dwarf skewers. In the end, the butlers had to calm the both of them down before things could possibly get any further. Now that things have finally been calmed down, the dwarves finally accept who had crafted the brilliant plans. Now, with the pleasantries aside, the real game begins. Aurel questioned why these formidable, soot-covered dwarves would grace his presence so directly. He had intended to arrange a far more dignified reception, but such formalities were beneath their notice. Their discussion turned to the schematics for the contraption, a device Aurel needed the dwarves' legendary skill to forge. For within all of Fialia, no blacksmith possessed the prowess for such a monumental task. True to his nature, Aiken radiated an immense pride, assuming that mere humans could never possess the skill to craft. In that moment, Aurel witnessed the infamous dwarven arrogance firsthand, and so he resolved to counter their fire with his own blaze. He spoke with equal pride about the genius of his strategic mind. The dwarves were now forced to swallow a dose of their own medicine. Just as he orchestrated, Aiken begrudgingly acknowledged Aurel's cunning. With the posturing concluded, they focused on the true matter at hand. Before Aurel could even formally ask if they would accept the commission, they declared their decision, made long before they had even arrived. Aurel was taken aback by their instantaneous acceptance of the contract. They hadn't even negotiated crucial details like their payment. But a master dwarf always has an instinct for a legendary commission. Furthermore, they had already deduced that the blueprints they were shown were merely a fragment of the entire grand design. To witness the full masterpiece, they had no choice but to accept. Aurel clarified that he held no intention of deceiving them by revealing only a portion of the schematics. They understood his position, yet their craving to see the rest was palpable. And so, Aurel retrieved the remaining plans from his drawer, presenting them. But it would be far too dull to simply hand over the prize like that. He began to subtly taunt Aiken with the coveted plans. Naturally, the proud dwarf did not appreciate the mind games Aurel was playing. Aurel seized the opportunity, declaring he would grant him the next set of plans, but only once he had perfectly forged the components from the first set. Aiken was infuriated by this condition, but his pride would never let him refuse the challenge. With renewed vigor, he marched out of the room with the other dwarves, absolutely determined to earn Aurel's respect and trust. As they departed, Aurel mused at how intensely serious they were about their craft. But deep down, he could tell they were utterly captivated by his designs. It became clear he initially wanted to give them all the blueprints, but a far better strategy emerged. He would use the unrevealed schematics as the ultimate bait to keep them invested. Now, they would have to pour their souls into the work to see the complete vision. Time warped forward, and the dwarves reappeared from their relentless forging. They presented the flawlessly completed masterpiece. True to his word, Aurel rewarded them with the next set of plans. This cycle continued for several intense days. You'd swear they had planted a tracking device on Aurel somewhere, because they hunted him down relentlessly, demanding more work. Finally, the grand endeavor was complete, every one of Aurel's requests fulfilled. Even he was shocked by the sheer, fiery passion of these master crafters, who were now driven by an insatiable hunger. But what was truly mind-boggling was that the entire colossal machine was forged in a mere 10 days. As tradition dictated, they initiated the machine's first test run, and the paper it produced was nothing short of divine quality. By conventional means, drying paper by hand would take many days, but this marvel of engineering made the process effortless. Given the endless forests of Fialia, wood was plentiful. Aurel knew instantly he was on the verge of becoming this world's new Amazon, an empire built on paper, or perhaps by clearing the Amazon for paper. Now that Aurel Oral possessed the means to his ambition. Aiken finally realized his true labors had only just begun when Oral commanded him to forge an army of these machines, enough to fill an entire sprawling factory complex. Now, the time had come to unleash this product upon the world. Oral met with an individual who introduced himself as Lipton Einrest, his mother's own brother, his one and only uncle. As it turned out, he sought a contact from his mother's lineage to manage the paper sales, which perfectly explained Lipton's sudden and timely appearance. He had instructed his mother to dispatch someone he could unequivocally trust, since he was about to sell a revolutionary and vital product. It was only logical that she would send someone who shared his very blood. He unveiled the miraculous paper he wished to sell to Lipton. In all honesty, Lipton initially thought Oral's venture into paper sales would surely tarnish the family's business reputation, but seeing the incredible quality and impossibly low price, it was apparently a merchant's wildest dream made manifest. The merchant guild that traded paper with the kingdom had been mercilessly inflating the cost of paper for years, even as the volume of paper being exported had plummeted. This forced the royal family's hand, making them buy it regardless. So Oral's intervention was essentially a declaration of war, a fatal blow to the monopoly held by the greedy merchants. Lipton voiced his deep concern about how the merchant guild would retaliate, but Oral, ever the strategist, already had that covered. He reasoned that their paper was an entirely new class of product, created through a completely revolutionary and unknown method. Therefore, they would have no legal ground from which to attack them. Like a predatory beast sensing a kill in its natural habitat, Lipton unfurled a map to begin plotting a grand sale strategy. Meanwhile, Oral observed him, recognizing his uncle's keen merchant instincts, a power that made the fabled spidey sense seem like a child's parlor trick. He knew with absolute certainty he had chosen the perfect man for this war, and now all that remained was to await the flood of gold that was sure to come. The master plans were laid for how the paper would be circulated. In tandem, the tireless dwarves had filled the factory with their machines. The stage was set, and everything was proceeding flawlessly, except for one detail. Oral discovered the dwarves were preparing to depart. Just a single day after finishing their monumental project, he had hoped to commemorate this great achievement with them. However, they revealed a massive backlog of project requests awaited them. So, with great reluctance, they had to leave. Aiken mentioned that Oral should feel free to summon them again for any future endeavors. Although Oral was stunned by their sudden departure, just after completing such an arduous task, all the pieces were in place to begin his paper-selling conquest. Far away, back in the sprawling royal capital, the populace got their first look at Oral's brand-new, mass-produced paper, and they could scarcely believe their own eyes. With its astonishingly cheap price and heavenly quality, no one in the city could seem to stop buzzing about it. From that point, they recognized the paper as a product of Fialia, and even began to speak of the miraculous deeds the new lord of that desolate region had been accomplishing. They even expressed a desire to support his quest to revive Fialia. The king himself also took note of the paper's vastly different quality. He was certain the aristocrats would not squander so much wealth merely to acquire common paper. His butler then explained the news of the new, cheaper brand of paper that had stormed the market, and so the king couldn't resist asking about its origin. The very instant he learned it was from Fialia, he knew with absolute certainty that this was his son's masterwork, and he mused that his boy was still the same brilliant strategist as always. In a stunning turn of events, Fialia was also going to resume paying taxes, and this revelation utterly astounded the king. He deduced that Oral had somehow revived the entire region's economy in an impossibly short time, despite the land's cursed nature. He is undeniably determined to conquer and rule that land. Meanwhile, all of this distant praise somehow reached Oral, who could literally feel the sensation of someone praising him from afar. Apparently, they were giving him far too much credit for his deeds. But in the end, that hardly mattered at all. The only thing that truly mattered was that the river of gold had begun to flow. Back within the cold walls of the kingdom's jail, Jail was sharing tea with his mother, and he noticed that the tea had a distinctly different taste than usual. She, on the other hand, was visibly and deeply upset, but she mentioned that the tea and desserts were a gift from Oral, as a token of thanks for the coat she had provided. From there, Jael brought up the fact that Phylia had undergone a massive revival, and this very news seemed to deeply infuriate his mother. With her hands trembling uncontrollably, Jael noticed his mother was not herself. So, like the good son he was, he inquired if something was amiss. She spoke of a particular ornament that she found deeply displeasing. We all know who that ornament is, and he is truly grating on her last nerve. Jael, on the other hand, lacked the insight that we possess in this moment. So he naively told her to simply get rid of it so she wouldn't see it anymore. She confessed that she had tried to do so, but this infuriating ornament just kept vexing her. She nearly allowed her boiling rage to spill forth before she quickly composed herself and told Jael not to worry. Changing the subject, she asked if he liked the legendary sword she gifted him. He did indeed adore the custom-forged dwarven greatsword, and he could feel his swordsmanship skills rapidly improving. When you invest enough money to build several mansions into a single sword, I'm quite certain of it. All she truly desired to hear was the confirmation that his skills were advanced. With that, she rose to her feet and approached her beloved son. She gave him a stark reminder that he is the true heir to the throne, and it only made sense for him to wield a blade befitting that divine status. And so, she commanded him to always remember that he would be the future king. Later on, she found herself completely alone in the cold room. She picked up a single napkin from beneath a few untouched cookies and deduced that Oral was likely showing off the very paper he had developed. She was growing unbelievably weary of even hearing his name, and in a fit of rage, she swept the desserts onto the stone floor. The truth is revealed. Elia belongs to the powerful house Frash, the very house that owns the sole trading company that imports paper. It seems paper was originally created within the distant Merman Empire, and also on the vast eastern continent. Since they were currently at war with the formidable Merman Empire, they were completely barred from importing any paper from their shores. So they seized control of the trade route with the East and monopolized it entirely. Now, Elia is consumed with rage that people have become enamored with the new paper, and she is dead set on making Oral pay a terrible price. She stormed over to her grand personal chambers and began to furiously pen a new letter with vitriolic content that I bet could rival a Call of Duty multiplayer lobby, as she would not tolerate this insolence any longer. Night falls, and Oral once again visits the shadowy slave market. Ian extends a warm welcome to him, since it had been a year and a half since their last major business transaction. As anticipated, Oral was there because he required even more slaves. Once more, the man inquired if he needed the highly intelligent ones again. But on this occasion, Oral needed slaves who could endure the harsh, cold weather like proper warriors. This time, the man wondered what grand purpose Oral had for them, and he revealed his plan. He would forge them into his personal soldiers. This time around, with the territory's infrastructure finally established, what was desperately needed now were elite guards who could defend his domain. Oral also calculated that his current status as a territorial ruler was now comparable to that of a powerful earl. He calculated that he could legally expand his army to 50,000 troops, but even he admitted that would be a bit too excessive. The slave master requested the exact number of people that would be required, and Oral gave his stunning reply. He would require 5,000 slaves for his new army. With an order of that magnitude, you can bet your life that the slave market would undoubtedly be booming. Once again, the sheer power of money was there to serve Oral's ambitions. Moving forward, Oral found himself admiring the design of a dwarven sword. He had successfully managed to train the slaves that Ian had provided, and also commissioned the dwarves to forge soldier gear for 5,000 men. Just like their previous feat, they accomplished it in an astonishingly short time. Originally, the slaves looked utterly broken when they first arrived in Phylia, but after a few simple acts of kindness and hospitality, they became far more zealous and enthusiastic in their training, and have now become fiercely and unbreakably loyal to their new leader. With this new army firmly in place, the territory will now be completely secure, and now it's finally time for Oral to get some much-needed rest. However, a group of ninja-like assassins silently infiltrated the area. It appears they are on a mission to locate the paper production machinery, and their primary objective is to destroy them completely. Apparently, Oral's recent maneuvers have angered the mercenaries' commissioner, but what's far more important to them is the immense amount of gold they'll acquire from completing this job. They noted the 2 lone guards standing watch, and they dispatched them with classic silent ninja precision. With the guards now silently eliminated, They slipped into the building, only to find it completely deserted. A hidden guard activates a magic tool, blinding them with a flash of light, before dozens of guards emerge from the shadows and capture all the intruders. One of the assassins attempts to flee, but is immediately ambushed. His intel suggested there were only 200 troops stationed in the territory, but he was fatally wrong. Oral then appears, looking sleepy with his guards, and isn't the least bit surprised that enemies would be after his machines. The captured stranger quickly surrenders his weapon and pleads that he was merely following direct orders. But that is of absolutely no concern to Oral. So, as punishment for trespassing and attempting to cause severe damage, Oral coldly orders that they should all be thoroughly interrogated, and essentially to make them talk by any means necessary. With that dark command, Asha and Senna head off to their grim work, while their lord returns to his sleep. Normally, Oral might have shown them some mercy, but when it comes to things that are precious and dear to him, you had better have already written your will. Even with his usually relaxed and laid-back demeanor, he knows precisely when to draw the line in the sand. This is a harsh lesson he has learned over countless reincarnations. It's just another ordinary day in the land of Fialia, and the intruders from the previous night have been dealt with, in accordance with the full extent of the law. As it turned out, nothing useful was gained from interrogating them, so the matter was simply left at that point. Now, Oral finally has some rare free time on his hands, and he decides to test out a magical teleportation circle. He had commissioned Phaon to construct one for him, and it was so astronomically expensive that he had to think twice about it. His uncle's merchant skills have continued to astonish Oral. Now he has become a regular, high-paying customer for his uncle. So Oral decides to utilize his teleportation circle to journey back home. Since it has been a considerable amount of time since he last visited, he places a few glowing magic stones into the stands surrounding the circle, which immediately causes the device to hum to life. Now that his end of the portal has been established, all that is required to complete the connection is for his nanny to set up the corresponding circle back at the palace. He requested that Kanya come along with him on this trip, but she is extremely nervous and hesitant about this. She has no other choice but to follow, since Oral is so insistent. Plus, she also has a rare bit of free time on her own hands. Oral notices her troubled expression and wonders what could be wrong. She accidentally reveals that she had a fierce argument with her mother, and it would be incredibly awkward to visit her right after that. With that new information, Oral believes she must absolutely come along, so that she can finally have a chance to reconcile with her mother, and she nervously has no choice but to agree with his logic. She seems genuinely terrified, so Oral assures her the device is perfectly safe. The only known side effect is a bit of nausea. He activates it, and Kenya panics. She latches onto her brother for dear life, and unintentionally begins squeezing the very life out of her little brother, making him believe he would probably not make it through this trip alive. With Oral on the verge of potential death by Sybil, they finally materialize and arrive back at the palace. But Oral still has something pointed to say about his sister's immense strength. As he takes a long look around the familiar courtyard, a flood of memories of his past life here come rushing back to him, and he has truly missed this place. He takes in a deep, satisfying breath before collapsing onto the soft field to relax. He is undeniably thrilled to be back from that desolate land of ice. The nanny rushes over to welcome Oral and Kenya back home. She admits she was a bit worried that she wouldn't be able to operate the magic circle correctly, but thankfully, the teleportation worked out flawlessly. She informs the two of them that both of their mothers are waiting inside, so they part ways to go and say hello to them. Oral wonders if his dear mother, Rafanna, has been doing well in his absence. After all, he did promise that he would visit her often. He runs over to meet his mom and gives her a warm hug. She had heard about how well he was doing from Lipton, but she is still immensely relieved to see him back in person. Oral is surprised he has been dutifully writing letters to her, since the paper business has been completely draining his very soul. Of course, he is beyond excited to tell Rafanna about how everything has been progressing in Fialia, and wishes to make good use of his precious time here, so his mother will no longer be worried about his well-being. He goes on to tell his mom about numerous things regarding Fialia, like the exotic wildlife and the daily lives of the common people, focusing entirely on putting her worried mind at complete ease. It is not long until someone else deliberately approaches the scene, and Oral immediately notices this. Looking at the precise time, he can already deduce that whoever this person is, they intentionally wish to interrupt his heartfelt conversation with Rafanna. It doesn't take a genius to figure out that it's Queen Elia. Oral wonders why she is feigning such great surprise, since he had already announced the fact that he would be visiting. Still, he can't help but suspect that she probably has something sinister up her sleeve, so he decides to carefully probe and feel her out. He engages her in some disarmingly fake small talk, and also casually mentions the new paper he's developed, which is currently decimating her family's business. The world's most painful to watch passive-aggressive conversation on the very topic of paper production ensues. She mentions a few disturbing rumors that she has heard, and Oral wonders what exactly she is alluding to. He coolly informs her that he has already made the necessary preparations, and Elia condescendingly commends his foresight and efforts. Still, she warns him to be extremely careful before she takes her leave. On the outside, Oral cheerfully waves her goodbye, but he believes she is beginning to cross a very dangerous line from the thinly veiled warning she just gave him. Rafanna naively figures that she is probably just having a bad day, but Oral knows he will have to deal with her machinations soon. The brief but eventful visit to the palace is finally over, so Oral and Kanya decide it is time to return to Fialia. Oral waves his dear mother a final goodbye, and then asks Kanya how things went with her own mother. She cheerfully responds that everything went exceptionally well, and then playfully smacks Oral on the back for worrying that she would get into another fight with her mother. But actually, Oral had already ordered the maids to report on what was happening. It seems they were on the verge of fighting once again, but they miraculously managed to make up this time around. Either way, the two of them teleport back to their home territory. A few days later, back in frigid Fialia, Oral is already faced with an entirely new strategic problem. He wonders if it will be worth the cost to invest in powerful magicians, since they are capable of doing an incredible number of things, like managing and maintaining the complex teleportation circuit. They can help with growing crops almost instantaneously, and even defend his territory against monstrous beasts. But most importantly of all, he needs someone who can assist him in dealing with the totally challenging and overwhelming experiences of being a powerful ruler. He thinks deeply about this because he doesn't want to end up drawing too much unwanted attention to his own activities. Now that he has his own territory, he has a perfectly valid reason to hire them. But another compelling reason is the recent factory attack. Luckily, the first assault was only carried out by a few weak mercenaries, but he is deeply worried about what would happen if powerful magicians showed up. Sure, he does have a few elite knights who could probably deal with them, but they would be as useful as a hammer made of glass if an enemy magician launched a surprise attack from the shadows. With all of those factors in mind, he creates an official notice that he is actively looking for magicians to hire. He figures that he could put in a formal request at the Magic Tower, but dealing with them is guaranteed to be a bureaucratic nightmare. Plus, they're notoriously expensive. But the magicians who will respond to his public notices will likely have no official ties with the rigid Magic Tower, and there will be far less hassle and red tape to deal with them, which is an absolute dream scenario for Oral. The only potential issue is that he will also receive many applications from a great number of low-ranking magicians. But that is no issue at all, since Oral can always personally train. With that settled, the next step is to distribute the notices in every major city. As time passes on, the notice captures the attention of the crowds and many wandering wizards, including this one particular wizard, who looks like she has been out surviving in the wilderness with Bear Grylls and is extremely willing to apply, especially at the mere mention of free food and guaranteed accommodation. Back in the heart of Fialia, Oral has now received literal mountains of applications from various magicians. He wishes he could just accept all of them, but that would probably be a surefire step in how to destroy your own kingdom. Year 1, Oral decides to be incredibly thorough with his hiring process and pay very close attention to all the applicants' backgrounds. After all, it would be a complete disaster if a magician became his enemy. He is so committed to doing this right that he doesn't mind spending a little extra cash for background checks. After carefully selecting the top candidates, the next crucial stage was the personal interviews. For some unknown reason, This was proving to be more of a hassle than choosing his personal knights, but it was still completely worth the trouble and effort for him. In the end, 12 magicians successfully passed the rigorous interview process and are now officially recognized as magicians of the kingdom. The average skill level of these higher magicians is 3rd class, and Oral believes he made an excellent selection of candidates, especially considering their diverse and shady backgrounds. With that, Oral announces the general tasks and duties of the magicians and plans to assign them to divisions that best suit their individual strengths. But before any of that, he wants to select one single person to become his personal court magician. So he asks the 4th-class magicians among them to raise their hands. There are only 2 people who fit this particular criteria. One is named Monkoe Blob, and the other is the beautiful Diareki. Seeing the 2 choices laid out before him, Oral takes a long, hard thought about choosing between a blobfish or a stunning wizard beauty. This is a momentous decision that could very well change the fate of the entire world. And we all know that Oral is obviously going to choose Jia. But putting her undeniably pretty looks aside for a moment, there's a far more important reason why Oral chose Jia to be his personal magician. During her private interview, he asked Jia a pivotal question about why she applied, and she responded with the shocking fact that she wanted to personally serve him. This unexpected response shocked him due to how highly unusual it was. Most of the other candidates were primarily interested in the promised benefits or the specific work responsibilities and duties, but her reasoning was completely and utterly different. It turns out she pretty much applied for this job just because of Oral himself. He is, of course, extremely suspicious about this motive, but he can't sense any ill will or bad intentions coming from her at all. So he decides to put her to the test and hire her as his personal assistant. Next, he goes on to explain all of the benefits, responsibilities of being an official wizard in his territory, starting first with the benefits. He presents a massive, sprawling library, which is essentially a paradise for every single wizard nerd gathered there, starting off with the extremely rare books that are magic, the ones officially certified and approved by the Magic Tower, which were both astronomically expensive and incredibly difficult to convince them to certify. Now, they finally have a place to greatly improve their magical skills. And on top of all of that, the magicians he had hired were all previously expelled from the Magic Tower and probably needed a vast amount of money to access the magic book library. Of course, these perpetually broke magicians would be overjoyed that they can finally access all the forbidden books they have always dreamed of. They are in a state of utter disbelief that they can use the private library for as much as they could possibly want. But in exchange for this great privilege, Oral lets them know that they will be required to show their research notes to prove to him that they are actually making any significant progress. Well, they don't seem to have any problem whatsoever with that arrangement. However, Oral actually needs access to the library for his own purposes too, so that he can personally master his own latent magic and understand this world's entire magic system by using their research. Plus, his new magicians will essentially be conducting his research for him as well. Next, he begins to assign the newly hired wizards to their different areas. He assigned a few of them to handle the severely deforested areas in the land. After all, there need to be trees if he ever dreams of making even more paper. So Oral has no choice but to take full responsibility for the environmental damage he has caused. He shows a newly planted sapling to the group of magicians, and it is more than enough for them to eagerly get to work. They all stab their magical staffs into the ground and begin to chant some words. I'm not even going to bother trying to understand what they're saying. Then, the tiny sapling begins to erupt from the ground. Oral carefully analyzes their magical technique and figures that they are funneling their own mana directly into the tree and using a powerful spell to nourish it with the perfect amount of mana. He also begins to wonder if they're also using some form of magic to alter its genetic makeup. Looking at how much the small tree has already grown, Oral highly commends their advanced technique, but can't help but ask if they are planning to make it grow even taller. A wizard explains to him that if they attempt to do that in such a short amount of time, the tree will most certainly wither and die. After all, even trees have to rest and recover as well. They will assist it in growing once every single month, which will give them around half a year to completely restore the entire forest. With the pressing environmental issues that faced one of Oral's previous lives, he bets that this technology would be absolutely mind-blowing, but too bad for them anyway. Oral leaves them to continue carrying out their important job. For the very next group, He gives them the vital task of maintaining the village's agricultural fields. He plans to make Fialia a place that is completely self-sufficient through advanced farming, rather than solely relying on hunting for survival. A wizard asks if he should start growing crops at their current location. While that is indeed the ultimate end goal, he asks them if they are willing to travel around to all 12 villages to cultivate them. And this daunting question sends icy chills down their spines, considering the immense amount of work that would be. Of course, Oral is not some sort of evil, tyrannical ruler. All he desires for them to do is to adjust the fields to the proper conditions, and the hard-working villagers will gladly take care of the rest of the labor. He scribbles down a detailed plan and asks the magicians if they can handle. From the confident looks on their faces, they are sure they can manage the task, and to greatly help with their monumental job. Oral mentions the fact that he brought over some powerful magic tools, and he desperately wants to test them out in the field. They place the magical artifacts in strategic locations around the area, and then they create a massive shimmering barrier that will only allow sunlight to pass through. With that, the group has officially created the very first mana house, which is not to be confused with a common greenhouse. So they went ahead and installed the rest of those incredible devices in all the other villages to save the villagers from the brink of starvation. After that important task was finally done, Oral assigned 2 magicians to be part of the magic tool research team, and another 3 magicians as his personal security detail. And lastly, there's Jia, who is now Oral's official personal magician. Her primary job is to guard him at all times and to also carry out his errands. She's pretty much become his personal magic errand girl, since he is not currently in a position to be openly using his own magic. But for the time being, he wants her to skill up by reading the magic books. She's far more than just passionate about this task, as she fervently wishes to support Oral in any way that she possibly can. Oral can immediately tell that she is just as sincere now as she was during her initial job interview, and he still wonders what is truly up with that. Shortly after, a mysterious book drops from inside Dia's cloak. Oral picks it up, and he instantly recognizes it as one of his night training books, the very same one that his own knights couldn't even understand. He hands a familiar book back over to Dia and wonders why she has such a book when she's a trained magician. She explains she received it from a person she once knew, but she became deeply attached to it because she discovered that aura and mana are quite similar in their base theory, an idea that Oral also shared in his own private research. This single book has essentially been a complete lifesaver for her, and she mutters that she is willing to travel even across entire continents to serve the adored and mysterious author of this incredible book. Oral, on the other hand, feels that she's going way too far with her insane level of dedication. All he did was write down some very basic theories within its pages, and he doesn't even recall it being particularly inspirational. Besides, Dia is greatly enjoying all the delicious food around the palace, which hints at the actual reason she decided to come along. Even with all of that, Oral figures that it's probably a good thing that she is so completely dedicated to him. But he still secretly hopes that making her his personal magician was indeed the correct and right choice to make. In the library, Oral finally learns about how magic in this world truly works. Now that he has completely understood the complex theory, he tries to remember exactly how Jia uses her magic so he can try it out. Fresh from the library's depths, Oral is now on the path to becoming a true magic virtuoso, with his new power still taking root. Oral now turns his sharp gaze toward his other pressing duties as a lord. His journey takes him to the grand capital of Arnesia, and their ultimate destination, the legendary fire-belching Dwarven Forge. As they stand before the colossal factory, Asha contemplates unleashing utter chaos upon the main base of those irksome dwarves. She mentally prepares to utterly obliterate the structure should they dare make a wrong move. But Oral strictly forbids her from such actions, reminding her they are there on official business. She attempted to protest, but was formally prohibited from causing any mayhem. Suddenly, the searing heat from the factory interrupts their conversation. The moment they step inside the forge, Oral already feels the overwhelming urge to escape the blistering environment. Ben humbly introduces himself to the esteemed pair. He reveals the fact he has been an apprentice to the bitter Aiken for 15 agonizing years and offers to be their personal guide. Naturally, Oral and Asha feel a deep pity for poor Ben, who has toiled under the thumb of Aiken for so very long. On a different note, Ben mentions he was supposed to come out and welcome them, but his ill-tempered master never told him anything. He at last leads them to the chamber where Aiken awaits, while the other two sympathize with the immense struggle he must endure daily. And then there's Aiken, who is quite impatient about his visitor's tardy arrival. Oral dryly notes just how impatient he is being. He hadn't planned on arriving the very moment after sending his letter. So Aiken curtly serves his distinguished guest a ceremonial cup of wine and demands to get to the core reason why Oral has come to visit. It turns out Oral has a vastly different kind of request this time. On this occasion, he makes his audacious demand for half the dwarves to become his exclusive craftsmen. Without a moment's hesitation, the offer is rejected. Aiken scoffs, pointing out that Oral must already be drunk from the wine. Oral calmly finishes his proposal by clearly mentioning that he desires half of the dwarves to establish a new branch in Fialia. He adds that he will even finance the entire operation himself. But even with that generous offer, Aiken still adamantly refuses the offer, or to even work in a cursed land like Fialia. Besides, mere money is the least of his concerns, so instead of offering gold, Oral then plays his ultimate trump card, offering his personally developed technique, the legendary process called Damascus steel. Aiken's face instantly lights up, and he quickly figures that Damon must have secretly given him critical information about this. It is revealed the dwarves journeyed to Arnesia seeking that Damascus steel, an impossibly rare metal that does not exist in their native homeland. And they held the lifelong dream of one day forging that mythical metal. Now, Oral has revealed that he knows the secret to crafting, and he even promises other exclusive, world-shaking techniques if they swear their allegiance and agree to work under him. This is more than enough to make Aiken deathly serious, and even Oral can sense the dramatic, weighty shift in his tone. With a true proposal now on the table, Aiken inquires about Oral's specific conditions for this monumental deal. He states that they will be required to serve under him for 10 long years. Of course, Aiken immediately refuses to agree with this term, before they finally come to an agreement of 5 years. With negotiations concluded, Aiken is going to inform the other dwarves and requests a full month to make their preparations. This makes Oral wonder just how much Damascus steel truly means to them, since it was the single key that allowed him to sway the stubborn dwarves. With that business concluded, Oral heads back with Asha. After the tense negotiations, Oral wishes to do what he does best, completely slack off, since he now has the perfect excuse not to do anything. One dramatic time skip later, and we find Kenya. She anxiously takes a look out the window and wonders if Oral has even been seen outside his private room. His personal guards haven't seen his whereabouts either, but Senna mentions that he had claimed to have travel fatigue and needed an extended period of rest. Even with that excuse, it is still utterly unbelievable to Kenya that he hasn't once left his room in over a single week. She immediately rushes over to his chambers to check on it. When she forcefully busts open the large door, she finds my guy absolutely living his best, laziest life. He warmly welcomes Kenya and figures she must have arrived to dine with him. While she is completely stunned by the scene she is seeing, Oral calmly prompts Dia to magically arrange the scene for the both of them. Using her powerful magic, she effortlessly lifts Oral into the air, magically puts on all of his clothes, and then instantly sets up a grand dining table for both Oral and Kenya. While Oral is being fed by his personal magician, Kenya is still in a state of utter shock. Oral asks why she isn't eating, but she is very certain that something is terribly wrong with the entire situation she is currently witnessing. However, Oral seems to think it's perfectly alright. She figures that Oral's inherent laziness is probably top tier at this point. Then Oral commands his personal magician to take him to his bath. And this final straw is enough to make Kenya completely snap as she obliterates the area. So Kenya and Oral's guards begin an emergency intervention for their lord. As a start, they would like to ask him a single serious question. Oral wonders if it's serious, since he is completely unaware of his crime. So he asks Dia, who also doesn't seem to understand what the problem is. Oral begins to think it's probably nothing that's much of a big deal, before Kenya clarifies that he is becoming far too reliant on magic. Oral is a bit confused by what she actually means, and thinks there's something wrong with Dia's service. However, how incredibly hardworking and diligent she is was never the problem here. The main problem here is Oral himself, who probably doesn't even walk with his own 2 legs anymore. He mentions that he does still walk to the bathroom, but that obviously is not nearly enough. Even his own loyal guards tell him the exact same thing, that using magic for everything is extremely bad. He is only seeking a more convenient and efficient life, and asks if Jia is even fine with doing all this work. She is, and so Oral still fails to see the problem. But the rest of them still see the problem as clear as daylight. Kenya informs Jia that she is only making the problem much worse for Oral. While it may seem perfectly fine within the palace walls, it definitely won't be okay out in the public eye. Oral already knows that he won't get to that decadent level, or rather, it suddenly becomes a good idea to him. Of course, absolutely everyone is against this notion, before he quickly mentions that. He is only joking, as his older sister Kenya bans Oral from using magic, and this sudden decree surprises him. Then Kenya also bans Jia from enabling Oral's lazy requests, and it seems like her only form of life support has been abruptly cut off. Jia believes that she is about to be terminated from her position, but Kenya informs her that is not at all the case. Meanwhile, Oral begins to deeply reflect on his recent actions. He never imagined that things would escalate to how they are now, and he has finally realized how magic can turn a simple lazy slob into an even more profound, lazier slob. Kenya informs him that he will completely ruin his health if he continues, but Jia reveals that she has been magically stimulating his muscles every single time she moves him, so he won't get weak so easily. Still, it is a major problem, and Kenya suggests replacing Jia with another magician. However, Jia pleads that it shouldn't have to resort to that. While she isn't completely sure of many other things, she is very confident that she is much better than all the other magicians, so she absolutely refuses to step down from her cherished role. Looking at the tense situation, Oral figures that Kenya had deeply hurt Jia's pride as a powerful magician. Asha comes by to try and break things up, and she wonders why Jia wants to remain Oral's personal magician so badly, even though the logical suggestion to switch her role has been pretty much completely justified. Even Oral is intensely curious, too, since there would be absolutely no difference in her pay, and she would even have to work way less, compared to dragging Oral's lazy behind all over the place. But then, it suddenly hit Oral that he should be the one who should make that decision. But his personal opinion doesn't even matter at this point. So Kenya challenges Jia to properly convince her of her worth, and she readily accepts this challenge, since she doesn't really have much of choice at this point, seeing as his own opinion has been completely rejected. Oral wants to know the kind of test Kenya has prepared for her. She begins with a grueling document test that was definitely not just made up on the spot 5 seconds ago. Before she even mentioned it, Jia completes it easily using her magic. Oral had already been giving Jia his own personal workload. Plus, the nature of magic involves intense mental calculations, so she was already more than prepared for this very moment. Next up is the dreaded cooking test, where Jia will have to expertly cook all manner of food to Oral's taste. But once again, she is easily able to accomplish this, thanks to her previous harrowing experience back at the Magic Tower. She prepares all the food, and it is absolutely perfect for Oral. It's almost frightening to him just how incredibly good she is, while Kenya tries to come up with some more, totally not made up on the spot challenges. Oral speaks with his guards and asks why they are all allowing this. He already knows that Kenya wouldn't go after Jia for no good reason. Plus, they would have tried to intervene, but they aren't doing anything. So he knows they must have another hidden reason for all of this. From there, it is revealed that Kenya is deeply suspicious of Jia. There was a disturbing incident just a few days ago, where the magic security system was partially destroyed by an unknown individual. While they don't believe Jia is the culprit, Asha presents a letter from the intruder directly to Oral. He reads it and finds that whoever the sender is wants Jia to return to the Magic Tower immediately. It turns out they had also shown the very same letter to Jia, but she was utterly speechless, or rather, completely unbothered by it. Asha and Senna both believe that her reaction was rather strange, and figure that there must be a secret reason why she is so loyal to Oral. A completely normal person would have given up on him after around 3 days. Oral has already peered deep in her heart and found that she doesn't possess any ill will or bad intentions. But there's absolutely no way he can convince Kenya and the guards of that. To be completely honest, Kenya has low-key disliked all magicians ever since the Black Magician incident. He can certainly understand that this could be why Kenya is acting like this towards Jia. But he asks Asha and Senna to hold back their judgment for now, while he personally deals with the sensitive issue concerning Jia. He asks the two of them to please try and calm Kenya down. With that now settled, he heads on his way to speak with Jia and finally uncover the truth. Oral goes to Jia's private room, to sincerely apologize for all the major issues that came up earlier in the day. He notes how her personal room looks quite bare, probably because she hasn't actually lived in the room for a long time. Dia understands the difficult situation that just played out and believes that anyone serving Lord Oral should be thoroughly vetted. But let's be real here. Oral's hiring standards aren't really that high. Oral explains that Kenya has always had a grudge against magicians and was vehemently against him having a personal one. But Dia is already quite familiar that this is all because of the tragic incident with the Black Magician. It even became a rather famous cautionary tale back at the Magic Tower. It turns out that the incident also caused the aristocrats to deeply distrust them, and this severely cut their earnings. So they were ordered to kill any Black magicians if any were ever found. Oral tells Dia not to worry about Kenya's aggressive behavior. However, she insists that his personal intervention is not at all necessary. She still holds a deep grudge from their earlier hostile encounter and wants to prove her own skills as a magician directly to Kenya. Now, Oral needs to know why she insists so strongly on being his personal magician, even though they had never once met each other before. Oral can't seem to understand why she is so incredibly obsessed with it. From there, she begins to explain her tragic past. Dia was taken in by the Magic Tower as a poor orphan child after a terrible disease killed everyone in her entire village, her beloved family included. On hearing this tragic story, Oral figures that they must have taken her in since they instantly recognized her immense latent potential in mana, since the tower only takes in orphans once they recognize true talent. But even with that potential, Dia wasn't very good at magic, so she was demoted to the humiliating role of chore girl. This deeply confuses Oral as he wonders how the massive gap in her skill was bridged. It turns out Dia was only a first-class magician just 2 years ago and has somehow managed to jump all the way up to a fourth-class magician. At first, she couldn't control her own mana through the Magic Tower's rigid and standardized teaching methods, until the day she stumbled upon Oral's flagship book, the one he wrote about knights. From there, you can pretty much guess exactly what happened. The unique method described in the book was just right for her, and she ended up reaching the incredible fourth-class level within 2 short years. While that is extremely hard to believe, Oral realizes that his unique theory seems to resonate perfectly with Gia, and he believes that she is a true genius who can improve just by reading. So who really knows, if it weren't for Oral, she could have very well remained as a simple chore girl in the tower for the rest of all time, or something even worse. With that, this is the true reason why Gia refers to Oral as her personal savior. However, he lets her know that her success is from all the hard work she has put in, but she will still call him whatever she wants to call him. She's apparently extremely stubborn. After that revelation, Gia left the Magic Tower and her cruel master. Her former master was incredibly angry with this decision. However, she didn't care at all since she had improved, with no thanks to him. But she really hates the fact that he went around telling absolutely everyone that she reached the 4th class, all because of his brilliant tutelage. After that, she embarked on a long journey to find where her savior actually lived, and she even went to the other side of the entire continent just to desperately search for him. It was then that she discovered that Fialia was hiring new magicians, which finally allowed her to find Oral and consider him as her one true master. After hearing this incredible story, Oral suggests that she could have just told the same story to Kenya, but she doesn't want to share that embarrassing story with anyone else. And she also wants to be respected for her own powerful skills. So Oral promises not to tell another soul and heads out of her room, wishing her the best of luck in the coming night. Oral is back in his bedroom. He speaks with Fan, who seems to already be aware of Dia. Even he readily admits that she had endured a very unfortunate fate, and her so-called master was not a very good one at all. He also adds that she developed her incredible skills all alone and risked the severe penalty of leaving the tower. As it turns out, there is a magical contract made to protect the secrets of the Magic Tower. And once that contract is broken, the offender loses half of their magic circles and reverts back to being a low-tier, powerless magician. Finally, Oral learns just how strict the Magic Tower can truly be. So he thanks Fane for the information and turns off his device. He places it aside and thinks about all the incredible risks Gia took, just so she could have the chance to meet with him. So he decides that he must step in to see how he can help her. The very next day, Kenya and Gia face off against each other. Oral had to tag along with them, but he never expected Kenya to be so incredibly serious about this. She challenges Gia to a formal duel, and looking at the two powerful fighters, Oral already knows that this is a completely unfair battle. He tries desperately to stop them, but Dia insists on proceeding, since the only way Kenya will ever accept her is through this battle. Kenya, on the other hand, doesn't understand why she is so fiercely loyal to Oral. So she wants to find out for herself on her own terms. Oral sees that the situation is rapidly getting out of his control and wonders why his two elite guards aren't stopping them. But what does he really want them to do? Even they can't possibly stop it. So Oral wonders what he can do until he suddenly notices something rustling in the bushes nearby. The fated battle is about to begin. With all the powerful aura and mana flying around, Dia begins to float into the air. She gets ready to cast a powerful spell, but Oral notices that she isn't actually using an attack spell. She uses her spell to expose a hidden intruder, while Kenya simultaneously tosses her sword sheath directly at them. Then the object explodes after gathering immense aura within it, essentially turning it into a powerful grenade. After that, Kenya and Dia both approach the downed intruder and find out that it's Dia's former master from the Magic Tower. Now, they have finally found the mysterious intruder who has been lurking around Oral's palace. He claims that he is not anyone suspicious, so he presents his official identification papers as proof. He reveals that he came all this way to bring Dia back to the Magic Tower, and he is furious about the humiliating situation she has just put him in. However, she has absolutely no plans of ever returning with him. All he ever did was just assign her to do some menial, odd chores, and would even starve her whenever he got the chance. Even with that, he still demands that she must return with him, since the Grandmaster has been disturbing him nonstop about her. Oral jumps into the conversation and figures that he's actually being pressured to raise yet another apprentice that is as good as Dia, and that is going pretty well so far. Just as Oral points out the man's clear lack of skill and incompetence, he grabs Dia roughly by her hand and begins to drag her away. He mentions that he is going to file an official complaint about Oral's insolence, and he adds that Dia will be severely punished for leaving the tower without permission. Fortunately, Oral effortlessly breaks his tight grip and mentions the important fact that Dia has already signed a formal contract to be his personal magician. Plus, he also got official permission directly from the Magic Tower. The man desperately tries to tell him about the sacred rules, but Oral lets the loud person know that he made an official legal request, and the Magic Tower itself has permitted Dia to remain as his personal magician. Now that everything has been fully resolved, it's now time for him to finally leave the premises. However, he foolishly refuses to leave without putting up a fight, especially with how incredibly hard it was to get to their current location. He throws a few magic balls to the ground and creates several stone golems. He is absolutely determined to bring Dia back with him, so he orders his monstrous minions to attack them. He foolishly believes that if he brings Dia back and successfully trains her, the Magic Tower will probably end up defending his actions. So he feels that he cannot afford to lose this battle. This foolish man has undoubtedly picked the wrong fight. So Oral calmly tells everyone around him to fight back. Kenya goes off to do what she was practically born for, along with all of the other guards. Seeing that he would be so bold as to openly attack, Oral thought he would be at least a Class 7 mage, but he was only at a disappointingly low Class 5. The man attempts to use one of his golems to take Oral as a hostage, but that's obviously a terrible, foolish idea. Dia fries the golem to a crisp with a powerful lightning bolt spell, and then uses a devastating wind spell on the remaining minions and the wizard himself. Oral figures that it's time to finally finish everything, but before that can possibly happen, the wizard uses an emergency escape teleportation scroll to cowardly run away. Asha insists on immediately chasing after him, but Oral tells her not to worry about it and mentions that he will file a formal complaint with the Magic Tower. Dia apologizes profusely for the situation her personal issue has now caused, but it's not a problem for him. And Oral mentions that she has been officially cleared from all suspicion. She wonders what exactly he means by that. So Oral explains that he already knew about her master's presence. He wanted to see if she would finally confront him, which would undoubtedly prove her unwavering loyalty to him. She did exactly that, and even defeated her former master, and surely no one will have any other complaints about her now. Meanwhile, at a completely different and desolate location, Dia's master is breathing heavily after his very narrow escape. He still has his twisted mind bent on bringing her back to the Magic Tower. His self-righteous monologue is cut short when a mysterious shadowy figure on a tree branch approaches him. Of course, he demands to know who the unknown person is, but instead, the mysterious figure roasts him alive with a powerful fire spell. It turns out this mysterious person is none other than Oral, who wanted to use the guy as magic practice for the new spells he had learned. He figures that simply killing him was much better than letting him receive some sort of official, lenient punishment. Either way, he still couldn't possibly let him live for Jia's sake. After that dark deed, he decides to head back before anyone even notices that he is missing. Moving on, Oral is working as usual, and Jia assists him by magically handing him a book. He casually catches the book and tells her that she doesn't need to assist him with her magic anymore, even though he had permitted her to. After that entire suspicion incident, Oral has stopped relying so much on Jia's help, probably because Kenya sternly warned her about supporting his inherent laziness. She asks if Oral is still all right with her being his personal magician. The entire incident was not her fault, so he is still perfectly fine with the arrangement. With that being said, she commends how incredibly merciful Oral is and decides to reflect on her own recent actions, like worrying so much over something like that. Of course, her intense level of loyalty still makes Oral very uncomfortable. He also asks what would happen if he were to ever let her down. However, she will still consider him to be her savior, no matter what happens. With that firm response, Oral now has a powerful magician who is unbelievably loyal to him, and he is fascinated by all the different people you can meet in this life. It's a brand new, beautiful day. It's incredibly peaceful. The birds are chirping melodically. The flowers are blooming vibrantly, and Oral is enjoying every single precious moment of it, until he causes all forms of utter chaos with his powerful magic, all in the name of practice. And there goes all the peace I was just talking about a moment ago. Oral has already become a powerful class 6 magician, all in the span of one single month, by the way. All the chaos he caused was at the very edge of his own territory, and it is the perfect secluded place for doing any sort of secret activities, since no one ever comes out there. But the one thing that would have made things better for Oral's practice is the presence of monsters. But it's honestly a good thing they aren't there. With all that out of the way, Oral finally figures it's the perfect time to make his next decisive move. Oral recalls the first time he ever saw Queen Elia as a mere baby, and even from that young age, she already deeply hated him from the cold way she stared at him. He had originally planned to overlook it, but she kept relentlessly targeting him using political schemes, and was even openly hostile to him in front of his own dear mother. So using his magic, he levitates silently over to Queen Elia's personal domain, since he is completely fed up with all her childish antics, which only allows certain mana wavelengths to safely pass through. But Oral passes through it with ease because he's just that good. Luckily, the guards are completely unaware of his silent break-in. He looks at Elia's parents' home and notes how it is much larger than his, but too bad for them because he creates a massive, swirling fireball and is poised to bring the entire opulent mansion crashing down in flames. The massive fireball explodes, and fire begins to rain down upon the area. Meanwhile, the panicked residents of the building finally notice this, all confused and disoriented, trying to evacuate the building to safety. But they're completely unaware that this is all Oral's doing, since he is using a powerful invisibility and a sound-muting spell to completely hide his presence. A bit overpowered, if you were to ask me. But moving on, Oral sees the vassal of the Duke family of Freck, so he decides to make life a little bit harder for him by implanting a very special curse deep inside of him that will give him severe flu-like symptoms, or probably even COVID, and that will preempt him from taking any action after the invasion. Oral is also planning on taking back a few valuable souvenirs with him, since it took some considerable effort to get there. He silently approaches a reinforced door, effortlessly crushes the lock on the door, and reveals what's hidden inside. Looking inside, Oral has literally just struck solid gold, since it's their family's main treasury. He plans to take every last thing with him through quick teleportation and leave a little calling card as a collectible. Much later, some of the residents finally escape the burning building, but they find a mysterious letter and already know that it's from the culprit. When they take a closer look at it, they find Oral's elegant handiwork, but they do not know who exactly left the cryptic message. After this heinous act, the first person to receive the news was Queen Elia. All the life completely drained from her face after she found out what had happened, and she weakly drops to the cold, hard floor. Luckily, there were absolutely no casualties after the fiery incident, only a few relatively minor injuries. Even with that, the important question remains about who would do such an act. The king also learns about this dire news and immediately orders that the culprit must be found at all costs. Looking at the nature of the attack, it is believed to have been caused by a powerful class 6 magician, or a group of magicians, or could even be the work of black magicians, just like the horrible incident with Kenya. Someone then interrupts the important meeting to inform them that the nobles of the Freck family are all mysteriously ill, right after the mysterious fire incident. Later, Elia finds out that the very source of her family's great pride, the enormous and vast wealth that they have, has all been completely stolen. She furiously orders her maid to find out who committed such a heinous crime at any and all costs. But she also remains extremely careful, since she could also be the next target. Back at Fialia, Asha learns about the developing situation. She reports that the Freck family's status has completely fallen. Plus, absolutely no one can help them, that they will become the targets of the next brutal terrorist attack. She discusses everything that just happened with Kenya, but still, they won't come to complete ruin, since they are a greater noble family. But they have still received a very heavy blow. Then there's the main culprit himself, who casually agrees that they all should be careful, since another terrorist attack would not be very nice. He then volunteers to send a generous donation to the Freck family, probably out of their own stolen treasure, as a sign of his support for them. At Fialia, the manor house is working perfectly and the new crops are beginning to grow. Even in a desolate place like Fialia, no one ever expected to be able to gather anything. Plus, the current harvest is twice as big compared to ever before. This is all thanks to the hard work of the magicians, who have been pulling all-nighters to make sure the magical tools are just right. Now, Oral takes a look at the thriving manor house and how incredibly peaceful everything is at the moment. With House Freck out of the picture and his territory now stable, he truly wishes it would remain this peaceful forever. Now, in the past, around 50 long years ago, 3 great countries came to power after a devastating war, and they became known across the lands as the 3 great nations. But among those 3 powers was the Kingdom of Domania, which was far weaker than the Kingdom of Arnesia and the Meroman Empire. But it managed to gain its powerful position by taking advantage of the war. Speaking of the vast Kingdom of Domania, they're currently going through a bit of serious trouble. The king, Hyzen Lugia Latania, discovers damning documents containing clear evidence about the valuable products being smuggled from the Kingdom of Arnesia, and he is definitely not at all chill about it. He is deeply worried about the very future of his kingdom, but his loyal right-hand man, Elgison, tries to calm him down. With the way things are currently going, the looming economic crisis of the kingdom will be too great to overcome in the next 5 years. The gap in power between the 3 great nations had once been manageable, but that fragile balance was shattered when a certain prince arrived, and with his revolutionary paper, he casually tilted the world's economic scales. The mighty Mirman Empire even tried to file a formal complaint, a desperate protest against this new paper production, but their efforts were futile, as his methods were entirely unconventional, leaving them powerless, with no other recourse to close the widening chasm. Elgison grimly suggested they resort to military force, but their opponent would be the fearsome Kingdom of Arnesia, a veritable fire nation that dominated the world stage. However, he declared that they would need to forge powerful alliances, rather than foolishly challenging the giant on their own. And with that dark proclamation, the Kingdom of Domania dispatched envoys to 3 separate nations to formally request the formation of an alliance. They convene in a clandestine, shadowy meeting room deep within Domania, and Elgison formally welcomes the gathered participants. The representatives who answered the call are from the Merman Empire and the Chajapan Duchy, and both bear grim scars for some reason. But regardless, it's revealed the other place with a name I won't even try to pronounce again is a small territory, but with a formidable military reputation. Then there's the mysterious Holy Empire, who didn't even dignify the meeting with their presence. But they likely wish to see Arnesia burn just as much as the others, so they will surely not breathe a word about this secret meeting. And so, the War Council officially begins. They discuss the undeniable fact that they must stop Arnesia's rise because of the massive shift in global economic power. Since Arnesia is such an overwhelmingly powerful kingdom, they will require this alliance to even stand a chance in a fight. Elgaizen reasons that their enemy won't be able to develop new products if they're under the constant pressure of all-out war. But he quickly shifts his focus to the kingdom's youngest prince, the one called Oral, and how he's been creating various products, not to mention all his other renowned and legendary achievements. So they deduce that if they simply leave him be, he will most likely continue to perform miraculous things, which will ultimately lead Ornesia to become completely unstoppable. Thus, their primary objectives are to either inflict significant, crippling damage upon the kingdom, or to assassinate Prince Oral. The two representatives accept the plan and admit they have wanted to wage this war from the very beginning. And now, the gears of war have officially begun to turn between them. Back in the capital of Ornesia, the king learns of the clandestine meeting between the three nations, and he is certain that something sinister is now brewing. So he immediately resolves to make the necessary preparations, since the coming war will be far worse than the previous one, and he orders that every single territory should be notified immediately. Oral receives this dire notice back in the lands of Phyalia, and begins to wonder if perhaps he had gone too far, even when he tried to restrain himself. Dia asks if something terrible has happened, since he usually enjoys his peaceful morning strolls. He mentions that he must meet with Kenya at once, because something extremely troublesome has occurred, and they will now have to be fully prepared for it. So, in summary, Ornesia makes a fortune. Domania doesn't like that one bit, so Domania forms an alliance. They all despise each other, but they all want to defeat the kingdom of Ornesia. That's the end of the meeting. With how this all played out, they're probably treating Oral like some kind of final boss villain. Kenya learns of the impending Great War and the new alliance between the Merman Empire and the other two kingdoms. It would be understandable if it was just with the Merman Empire, since they're not exactly on good terms. But she doesn't understand the situation with the other two kingdoms, since she believed Ornesia was on peaceful terms with them. So she suggests a classic Kenya maneuver to attack them first. And for the first time, Oral actually agrees with this idea. But it would be incredibly difficult to find any hard evidence, since the clandestine meeting happened in complete secret. After all is said and done, there is no way they would leave any evidence after that super obvious secret meeting, and they're extremely lucky to even know about it. Oral knew deep down that it would eventually come to war, but he never expected it would come around this soon. From all of the countless past lives that he has lived, he thinks about how humanity always has to resort to war, and finds the entire reason for the current war to be utterly ridiculous. Of course, he firmly believes that war is not the answer to every problem. Kenya brings him out of his deep thoughts, since nothing has been officially confirmed as of yet. He then suggests that Kenya should immediately return to the royal palace. It turns out the king sent him a letter to express his deep concern and to stop her from personally going into battle. But Oral could go to the front line for all their father cared. Oral mentions that this is a completely viable option, since her royal status as a princess could benefit her more than her current status as a knight. But Kenya refuses to head back without a single thought. Oral tries to warn her that she could end up on the battlefield if things end up going wrong, but she is more than okay with that. Besides, she pledged an oath to keep her younger brother safe, and she doesn't want to flee to safety just because she is a princess. She believes that being royalty is more of a reason not to run away. Seeing her unwavering resolve, even Oral has noted how much his beloved sister has truly grown up, and he decides to let the king know about her final decision, since it's pretty much impossible to ever stop Kenya. In the recreation room of Oral's grand castle, Senna discusses the approaching war with both Asha and Jia. It turns out Senna has already been to war on 2 separate occasions, but she is certain that the current one will be much more serious than those other ones. She suggests that Asha should visit her hometown to see her brother, since he recently started studying at the prestigious academy. While that does sound like a wonderful idea, Asha decides to stay back, since anything can happen at any time. She also quickly adds the fact that Senna has been pushing back her own holidays to stay as well, seeing that they can't possibly go anywhere. They just decide to have all the fun that they can possibly have, while they still can, in Oral's quarters. He meticulously makes plans for the coming war. He believes that it could happen within a single year, even with his vast experience from several different reincarnations. He isn't at all sure about how this war will truly turn out. He also plans to personally intervene if it comes to the worst-case scenario, but that would mean him abandoning his cherished, peaceful life, which is currently his main priority. To survive this war, he resolves to initiate a massive military buildup to prevent his opponents from ever breaking through his defenses. Oral rushes over to go and meet with Aiken, who would have almost scored an early headshot with his mighty hammer. On Prince Oral, he mentions that the facilities in this new location are pretty good, but the other local blacksmiths are pretty much hopeless to him. They worked for 2 full days without any sleep, and they all collapsed. Aiken is deeply upset about this fact. But of course, any normal people would die after working like that. But anyway, Aiken has now received the documents to make Damascus steel and is completely shocked that it could be made with such materials. However, the complex process will not be at all easy since he has to be precise. Now, to the main point of his visit. Oral asks for some new weapons to be made, and Aiken agrees to it. When he asks exactly how many he would need, Oral goes over to whisper in his ear, which causes even the mighty Aiken to be completely shocked. Then he makes a hasty getaway, since Aiken is out to hunt him down now. It turns out Oral wanted him to forge 20,000 pieces of armor, and he is definitely not chill with that insane request. On the other hand, Oral figures that he had better watch his own back if he keeps doing this. Next, he goes off to go and meet Ian, his personal slave dealer, who is now completely dripped out from all the cash he has been receiving. He warmly welcomes his top customer, as always, and they head straight into their business, since this is an extremely urgent meeting. This time, Ian will be receiving the single largest order of a lifetime, and he's even contacted every single possible merchant before this important meeting took place. Oral raises his hand and requests a staggering 50,000 slaves, which is 10 times the size of his last order. And you can expect that even Ian never anticipated this huge amount. Ian couldn't believe his ears. He found himself repeating the enormous number, just to see if our esteemed prince was kidding with him or not. But our boy coolly responds by asking him if that was too much. That's when the savvy slave trader sees that the prince is truly and completely standing on business here. He tells him that the truth is that there's been a recent increase in nobles looking for new slaves, and they have been asking for about 2,000 to 3,000 people, saying that they all intend to use them as personal troops. But 50,000 people? What in the world is he planning to do with 50,000 people? He asks him if he intends to use all of them for the same purpose. The prince calmly tells him, not at all. As it was like before, that number also includes the slaves and all their family members. But he tells the slave boy that his speculation isn't too far off the mark. The slave trader dude starts smiling hard at this cash cow opportunity, for sure hoping to be even more dripped out after this deal. And our boy obviously sees right through that. He said to himself that it only makes sense, since it's not at all hard for a merchant to notice the clear signs of an approaching war. He'll definitely be asking for more than the market price for his next clients. Our boy tells him that he fully expects him to keep this to himself, and the slave trader quickly agrees, telling him that confidentiality is a basic and crucial part of business. He asks our prince if he would like for him to send the slaves to his personal territory. The prince asks how long it would possibly take to gather 50,000 people, and the slave trader dude casually responds by saying around 5 days. How the hell does he even have that many slaves available in the first place? The prince tells him that he will come for them himself in 5 days, and Ian asks him if he's really sure he wants to do that, as it might be quite cumbersome for him. The prince confidently tells him that it's fine, and quickly makes his way out of there, standing just behind the now closed doors. He says quietly to himself that he has a literal mountain of preparations to do when he gets back home, and his lazy ass doesn't want to do any of that work. He figures he'll use this as an excuse to be incredibly lazy for the next entire 5 days. His perfectly justified new life of sweet idleness awaits him. Later on, Oral meets up with Kenya. She is surprised at the news that they can't go back to their home for the next 5 days. She asks him if he's absolutely sure that's all right, as everyone is busy. Our prince cheekily calls her an innocent, naive child, and tells her that lazing around when you are actually busy is much more sweeter than simply lazing around when you are free. But Kenya insists they should at least ask to see if they could just head home. Our boy asks her if she wants to look around the capital instead. She paused for a moment and then lands in a deep flashback. Because of her high position as princess in the attack from the dark side, Kenya had to spend most of her days trapped inside of the royal palace. She'd be super curious about the vast outside world, and she definitely wouldn't be able to resist this rare offer. So she concedes and asks the prince if they're going sightseeing. Oral tells her yes, and that he has already delegated all the important tasks to others, so they can certainly afford to stay here for a little while. And besides, she doesn't even have anything to do when she gets back. She'd simply be the unemployed princess. She finally agrees and tells him that it's just for this once. And Oral's mission of convincing Kenya is a resounding success. As they walk around the hustle and the bustle of the city, Kenya exclaims that their own territory's village is really quite small compared to this sprawling metropolis. Oral tells her that's because they live in a very rural area. He reminds her to hold onto his hand so that they don't get lost. They try out some delicious-looking snacks, while Kenya tries out a plethora of delicious snacks. They then check out the Grand Fountain, and Kenya sees that it's noticeably smaller than the one they've got back home. Then Kenya spots something familiar and shows our ice cream prince some interesting items that he had made a very long time ago. She remembers seeing them somewhere before. And Oral completely freaks out at the very sight of the old banner. He is super embarrassed by it. And that's when he suddenly realizes that it's one of their very own shops. So he stylishly pushes Kenya away so they can go and see some other, less embarrassing stuff. The princess goes inside anyway and realizes that they sell swords here. The eager seller welcomes them and offers them a unique sword that he claims is made just for them. The seller then goes into sword lecture mode and tells Kenya all about the smelters of some of the swords. He generously offers her a 10% discount, but our wise prince quickly cuts him off, saying that it's all absolutely and completely hopeless. He understands that he wants to make some money, but that he shouldn't be selling counterfeit products. The seller desperately tries to deny it, claiming that their fine swords were approved by the dwarves themselves. But Oral just asks her to infuse the blade with a bit of her chakra. She does this, and now the sword made by the dwarves is now dwarven, just by a tiny little bit of her aura. The seller still tries to deny it again, but the prince threatens to take him directly to the forge to check. But the guilty seller apologizes to them immediately for the high price of his forgiveness. Oral takes a fine-looking dagger from him for cheap, and after they have finally left, Oral tells the princess that the dagger is a true dwarven-made dagger, and he then gives it to her as a heartfelt gift. Kenya is genuinely happy with this precious gift, and this makes our boy feel very, very contented. Fast forward a few eventful days later, the new slaves march up with the esteemed prince and princess. Kenya tells him that this might be a bit too excessive, but Oral tells her to just imagine commanding 20,000 people all at once. She has to admit that would feel really good. The massive gates swing open, and everyone is thrilled to see their prince, until they suddenly aren't. They are terrified by the sheer number of people he had just gathered. They tell him that there are far too many of them, and ask him questions like how they are possibly going to feed them all, and if they should have waited just a little bit longer, before greatly increasing their military forces, as they don't have enough solid evidence of a coming war just yet. The prince responds by calmly telling them that it's not a doubt that a war would happen. He asks them to just trust him, as he has never been wrong before. They listen to him, and he then asks for their help with something. They're going to turn all those slaves into elite, powerful soldiers who would guard the entire region of Phyalia from harm. They will first select the most promising ones from among them, and then prioritize their advanced training. Then they will become the elite commanders of each and every unit, and train the rest of the new troops themselves. He wants them to personally direct the whole entire operation, with a basic training guide that he will give to them. And he's leaving it all to Asha and Senna. They're going to get really, really busy from here on out, because they're going straight for the leaders of the 3 territories' alliance, and he would make them pay for making him have to work. Young Prince Oral and Gia are seen hiking up through the high mountains. The prince complains bitterly about all the hiking, and asks Gia why powerful magicians always live in the mountains. Gia calmly explains that only the elderly magicians like to set up their workshops in the mountains, and that all the young magicians much prefer the city. Prince Oral immediately understands her reasoning. She also reveals that she much prefers the city life, too, because there is absolutely nothing to eat up in the mountains. The prince agrees wholeheartedly, but not with her particular reason. They finally reach their destination, where they meet up with Fame, who expresses just how long it's been since he last saw the prince in person, and is more than ready and willing to help him. The prince tries to put him more at ease, saying that he just wanted to simply buy something that is a little bit tricky for him to acquire. The prince wants special stones that can effectively store mana, also more commonly known as magic stones, and he'd like to get them in bulk. but only the very rare ones with a grade A level of purity. Fane's entire mood suddenly changes. He explains that the request was under the exclusive jurisdiction of the Magic Tower, and is quite confused as to why the prince had come to him instead. Prince Oral reveals that the Magic Tower refuses to sell them to him, and Fane immediately realizes that he is planning on using them for warfare, to which the prince simply nods his head in confirmation. Depending on how you actually use them, magicians can be like long-range, extremely lethal weapons, especially when they're on the chaotic battlefield. The prince assures Fane that he simply wants to defend his own territory, and Fane seems to understand his reasoning. But he's still confused as to why the prince sought him out specifically. The young prince playfully asks Fane to stop playing so dumb, as he is well aware of how powerful Fane's many connections are. Of course, Fane should know how the prince tends to operate by this time with money. Of course, the prince reveals to himself that Fane is a very stubborn old man, which also means that he is wise and very tight-lipped when it comes to money matters. Fane reluctantly agrees to the deal, but warns him that it will take him some considerable time. Fortunately, our MC had thought so, too. The prince starts his long journey back home happily, as yet another important issue had just been successfully resolved. He feels like he has been working much too hard these past few days, and that maybe he should finally take a nice long break. Dia's sudden halt immediately stops him dead in his tracks. He asks her what's wrong, and she reveals to him that she was just a bit shocked about the huge amount of money he had just paid. Fane, the prince, simply brushes it off and decides to whisper to her what his total personal fortune amounted to, since she looks so very curious. This information leaves Dia completely stoned, and the prince just laughed heartily at her. He didn't even bother to include all the money he had stolen from House Fred. The prince then encourages her not to worry about it, and they both continue to walk back home together. Not long after, back at the frigid land of Philia, Prince Oral has a very important new task for his loyal magicians, as he dramatically slams a piece of paper down in front of them, which the magicians immediately notice are complex and detailed blueprints. He tells them that he needs these new items ready before the war begins, and that they are all top secret, so they will need to work on them all by themselves, completely alone. This new revelation leaves them absolutely dumbfounded, but they're being paid quite handsomely for their efforts. The prince is going to show them what it is truly like to be true workaholics. Good luck for them. It's the very hard work of the common folk that maintains the fragile peace in the world today. Our young prince is going for an outing at the capital with Asha. Asha was immediately suspicious and asked what they were doing there. Prince Oral assured her that they were here on very serious business. He sensed her growing suspicion because he had been making a lot of major, secretive deals lately in order to prepare for the inevitable war. He grabs her arm and then yanks her towards a really fancy gate. It's the Royal Academy. They were here to see her little brother, who had just recently started attending the school. The Royal Academy is a royal educational institution for noble children. The higher nobles, however, prefer to simply hire their own private tutors. So it's basically a school for all the ordinary noble kids. Asha tries to protest this, but the prince firmly insists, saying that if he were to be her brother, he would be mad that his older sister is too busy to come and see him. But she wasn't at all okay with just simply wasting her time, while everyone else around her was extremely busy. The prince then asks her to please stop, being so stubborn as he is. Not the kind of ruthless employer who wouldn't let her go and see her family. Besides, he had already made up various excuses to obtain a visitor's pass, so he forbids her from nagging him any more about it today. She still tries to find a way to protest, though. Then they happen to spot some other noble kids. An hour. Prince suddenly realizes that he doesn't know anything about Asha's brother. He asks her for his general whereabouts, but she admits that she doesn't know his precise current location, although she assures him that he would recognize him right away, because she is often told that they look exactly alike, which is absolutely true because the prince spots him almost immediately. His name is Arid, and he appears to be in some kind of meeting, or more of a serious confrontation, rather, with three young girls. The first girl asks Arid if he has considered her formal proposal, with a very harsh and serious tone in her voice. Arid starts to refuse her, and the prince realizes that he is being bullied. The prince then offers to go and help him out, but Asha asks him to just wait for a single moment, and eventually the girls all leave him alone. Asha immediately goes over to confront her younger brother, and he is completely shocked to see her there. Asha then inquires about those mysterious girls, complaining that he had told her that he was doing just fine in all the letters that he sent to her. The poor young lad tries his best to explain the situation to her, but Asha is being far too overbearing at the moment, so he refuses to even talk to her about it entirely. Asha is visibly surprised by this reaction, and Prince Oral realizes that he had never seen her this flustered before, so he offers to go and talk to him on her behalf instead. The prince then proceeds to have a serious talk with Irit, bro to bro. He then reveals that he's actually his sister's boss. Irit is shocked to be speaking directly with the third prince, but he calmly tells him not to worry about that at all. He goes straight to the main point and asks him if he was really being bullied by that bossy-looking young girl. Irit immediately hesitates, but the prince assures him that he won't tell his overprotective sister. He even gives him a solemn pinky promise. Irit reveals that the girl is actually the esteemed Lady Hyla, the youngest daughter of the powerful Marquis character. Prince Oral recognizes the family name as a prominent noble who had a very good reputation and had been at his coming-of-age ceremony. He offers to report her if she truly had been bullied. The younger brother of the third prince's own personal knight, but the young boy immediately and strongly rejects the offer. A new flashback reveals that, in all reality, the young girl was actually asking Irit, the young lad, to officially date her. Yep, as completely crazy as it sounds, that was the actual truth, still in the ongoing flashback. In response to Hyla's very unreasonable request, Irit runs away from her as fast as he can, screaming that he didn't want to, and that they were only 11 years old. Back to the present, the prince completely agrees with his logic. They were definitely much too young for that sort of thing. Irit complains that she constantly keeps asking him out, even though he had outright and firmly rejected her. And then the other noble ladies are always teasing him about how cute he looks and treating him just like he was their personal pet. He wasn't getting bullied. He was just deeply troubled by how everyone constantly teases him. The prince is quite surprised at how completely oblivious the young lad is. It was all just a simple love quarrel between these little brats. He is immensely disappointed. Irit admits that he doesn't know how to properly respond to this. Then the prince suggests that he should start by asking her himself, pointing directly to young Lady Hyla, who had suddenly and silently appeared right behind him. Hyla declares boldly that she had come back because she had something important to say to Irit, and then she asks who the strange prince is. The prince casually replies that they are not at all strange people, and that, in fact, the lady standing behind him was her future sister-in-law. He was, of course, referring to Asha. Irit screams that she's not, and Asha asks the prince exactly what he meant by that. Incredibly flustered, the prince then whispers something secretly into her ear, while poor Irit begins to completely panic. Hyla, on the other hand, recognizes Asha as Irit's famous big sister, and her entire attitude changes completely, and she humbly introduces herself to her with a lot of formal courtesy. She then calmly requests permission to enter into a relationship with her younger brother. The prince quietly acknowledges her immense courage, while the rest of the gang is completely and utterly dumbfounded. Asha turns desperately to Prince Oral, asking him what she should possibly do. The prince wisely suggests that they should just leave them be, as long as she doesn't personally dislike the determined young lady. Asha is still very worried, but the prince thinks that deep down, Irit actually does have some feelings for the young lady. But he just doesn't know how to properly respond to all her advances. After all, he didn't actually say that he hates her, per se. He reasons that Irit is just rejecting her because of his own boyish pride. But if left to be, what they have may just blossom into something truly beautiful. Jokes aside, though, he also adds that their potential union would be very beneficial to Asha's family, as Hyla is from a line of nobility that possesses a remarkable talent for making huge profits from calculated and shrewd investments. Although Asha isn't all that thrilled about that particular idea being a valid reason for dating someone. Even so, the prince still insists that they should let them be. If they truly are interested in each other, it would be much better to just trust her brother and see what happens. Asha finally concedes, and amidst their hushed discussion, a male student suddenly and rudely interrupts them, asking if Irit was bothering the Lady Hyla once again. His name is the arrogant Lord Luchin, and he's demanding to know why Irit had not yet learned his lesson, and to stop trying to wheedle his way into Lady Hyla's good graces. Hyla immediately steps up and comes to Irit's passionate defense, asking why the angry guy was so incredibly angry, and revealing that it was her who was asking him out, and not the other way around at all. But that was exactly Luchin's main problem. She was currently rejecting him, and instead trying to get close to a worthless runt like Eric. It becomes pretty crystal clear to Prince Oral that all of this was just a completely ridiculous love triangle. Luchin foolishly continues to argue with her, saying that Eric's noble house had fallen completely into ruin, and that his own sister had to go and work in the middle of nowhere. He adds that if she kept insisting on trying to date him, she might very well bring great shame to her own noble house. At this very point, both our MC and his loyal knight are starting to get irritated, as they are both now labeled as the Lord of Nowhere and the Working Sister, respectively. Irit then bravely steps up to finally face Luchin, saying that he had absolutely no right to insult Hyla or his dear sister. Luchin is now irritated and is preparing to land a solid punch on it, but is stopped midway by the much taller Prince Oral. Luchin notices the prince for the very first time and asks who he is. The prince coolly refers to himself as the Hand of Justice that will now deal with his disrespectful behavior. He had originally planned to just simply watch, but Luchin had just crossed a very dangerous line. Luchin urged him to mind his own business, as he was a complete outsider, but the prince had official royal permission for his entry, and was about to go and teach this little brat some very hard manners, when yet another unknown figure suddenly walked in, inquiring what all the loud fuss was even about. The prince notices that far too many people were beginning to gather here, while Luchin recognizes the new figure as a man named Gattel, and judging by his sheer size, he clearly wasn't a teacher. Gattel goes further to politely ask who the prince even is, and the prince very gladly introduces himself to them, as he has been waiting patiently for someone to finally ask. Gattel almost chokes. What the hell is the third prince even doing here? He politely suggests that they all go somewhere more private to talk. There, he sincerely apologizes and reveals that he is actually Luchin's big brother. He is also the very first son of their noble family, and a swordsmanship instructor here at the prestigious academy. The prince reckons that Aerith should be the one getting this formal apology, and not him, and Asha sternly nods in agreement to it. But Gattel refuses to further intervene in the matter, as he had heard that it was Aerith who had first caused all the trouble, the one who should be apologizing. Asha felt a cold chill. She could not believe her brother had done anything wrong. But for our protagonist, the sordid details began to click into place. A love triangle blooming at such a tender age. The Royal Academy was more than a place for simple education. It was a battleground for forging powerful social connections. Lucian had been commanded by his family to court the young Lady Heya. This was surely not one of the Academy's founding principles. But even the purest of intentions can become corrupted with time. Gattel continued, stating that their house and that of Lady Heya were on excellent terms, and that Aerith had no authority to interfere. Our protagonist was utterly and completely repulsed by this. He could not fathom that Gattel dared to call himself an instructor. Seething with rage, he questioned if blatant discrimination was an academic value here, but Gattel refused to yield his arrogant position. He could not overlook the stark difference in their class. He argued that forging relationships based on social stand is the sworn duty of every noble. The prince then turned his words against him, since Asha, Aerith's older sister, was his own personal royal knight, which, by his own logic, elevated her station far above his own. He was rendered utterly speechless. Gattel tried to recover, saying they should just warn their respective families and conclude the matter right then and there. But the prince refused. Our MC was now furious. The prince decided the only way to truly settle this entire issue was by invoking an ancient, traditional method that nobles used to resolve their disputes. Prince Oral was proposing a formal duel. A duel pitting Asha and Gattel and their younger siblings against each other. Gattel was about to decline the offer, but the prince immediately cut him short by adding the incredible rewards and conditions of the duel. For the grand prize, the prince promised not only to retract everything he had said, but also to grant Gattel's family substantial financial aid, a boon his family desperately needed. The prince also agreed that for his side to win, both Asha and her brother must be victorious. This meant that Gattel would claim victory even if only one of them lost. It was simply an offer that Gattel could not possibly refuse. He calculated that Lucian was at least 2 years older than Aerith, and he himself was the esteemed captain of an order of knights that should provide them with more than enough of an advantage to secure at least one victory, or so he foolishly thought. Our MC joyfully sealed the pact by swearing upon his sacred name, as well as his own royal family surname. and so was decided. Asha nearly fainted from the shock. Asha was justifiably furious with the prince's actions. She stated that she is normally quite a lenient person, but this time, the prince had gone much too far. The prince wondered how that was even possible, since she is literally nagging him all the time. He admitted to being a little bit unreasonable, but he could not just let Gattel get away with this insult. Not only had he openly mocked Eret, but he was completely and utterly disdainful towards her. He questioned Asha if she was really going to overlook all of this. Asha, however, argued that she is his personal and royal knight, and should never have to fight on her own personal behalf. But the prince swiftly countered, saying that looking down upon his personal guard is the same as looking down on him directly, and he will not tolerate anyone insulting him or his people. The prince knew that she secretly wanted to beat Gattel up, and told her to think of this as the absolute perfect opportunity. And plus, her own younger brother would also be watching her, so this would be her ultimate chance to show him how amazing she is. This successfully persuaded Asha, and she finally agreed to it. Meanwhile, Eret is completely freaking out and trembling in his shoes. He believes that he can't possibly go up against Lord Lucian, but the prince coldly tells him to just strike at him first. He wants to argue, but the prince gets serious and advises him. He tells him that it appears that Lucian has been bullying him for quite some time now. Eret admits that it makes him incredibly angry, but for the sake of his dear sister and the state of their family, he cannot afford to go and act recklessly. So he had to simply endure it and work on improving himself instead. The prince then asks him, when exactly does he think he can break out from that kind of life? By the time he finally graduates, it will be far too late. If he just continues to passively wait, he will be keeping his head held low for the rest of his entire life. This is his one chance to show them what he is truly made of. He goes on to tell him that rushing in without a plan will do him no good, but that he shouldn't worry, because the third prince has his back. This statement alerts Eret, and he begins to get truly excited. Prince Oral then whispers a secret plan to guarantee his success. The reality is that a formal duel might sound noble and grand, but it is actually quite a barbaric practice. Despite the formal agreement, it is still quite a violent affair. But there's nothing that people enjoy more than looking at other people's problems and drama. So it doesn't at all surprise the prince when a lot of children and teachers show up to watch the duels. Lady Heya meets up with the prince and tells him that she never once agreed to any of this. And the prince apologizes for not telling her about it in advance, because he was just too eager to go and beat them. She admits that she felt the exact same way. But this wasn't at all a fair fight, because Eret was no good with a sword. The prince then reveals to her that raw skills aren't always necessary for achieving victory. All you truly need are the right tricks. The prince uses this chance to ascertain whether Heya is really and truly interested in Eret or not. He asks her point blank, and she immediately begins to fidget. She starts spilling out all sorts of different reasons why she likes him, and is blushing obviously like a young girl on her very first day. She thinks he's so incredibly cute that she could just bite him. The prince realizes that this young girl is just like him, and he concludes that she is an incredibly dangerous person. Meanwhile, the two young boys are getting ready to finally fight. The referee gives the signal, and the long-awaited match finally begins. Lucian immediately takes the very first move, screaming "die!" and pouncing directly towards Eret with incredible speed. Heya can hardly believe that he is actually a noble. He is acting so much like a wild, savage animal, like a hungry tiger that has just finally found its prey. It seems as though Eret is in some really big trouble. Well, until suddenly he is not. The prince suddenly starts sending him secret instructions, which he then follows directly to the letter. He dodges, retreats, and swings his sword exactly as he is instructed. Then he lands a very hard blow on his unsuspecting opponent. Lucian's rear end connects firmly with the hard ground. The crowd murmurs that his battle stance might be a bit awkward, but that he somehow still managed to get in a solid hit. The prince is using a mini communication device to help out Eret. Asha already knows exactly what is currently going on, and our prince is thoroughly enjoying himself. Predicting a mere child's movements is way too easy for him, as they only ever practice exactly what they have learned. He encourages Eret to just keep following his precise instructions, and Eret readily agrees. Meanwhile, Lucian, now completely vexed, tries to attack him again, this time from high up above. He's screaming a stream of angry insults, and looks so scary that Eret begins to panic a little bit. The prince tells him to calm his nerves down, and gives him a new set of specific instructions: to bend his waist low and then swing his sword directly upwards. Eric closes his eyes tightly and does exactly as he is told. He lands a very critical hit on a very, very private and sensitive spot on a man's body, which completely and utterly knocks out Lucian and leaves the entire crowd painfully and utterly shocked. Gattel accepts his younger brother's loss, but he is suspicious of trickery, and he lets the prince know just how dishonest he thinks it is. But our very nonchalant protagonist point-blank denies any such thing. Gattel cannot prove anything whatsoever, and even if he could, there is no specific rule against outside guidance, so he lets the entire matter go. Besides, it won't even matter as long as he wins the next one, right? Meanwhile, young Eret is extremely proud of himself and runs to the prince's side. The prince warmly congratulates him, and Hea runs to him, saying that she knew he would win all along. The prince is surprised at how she didn't hesitate for a moment to state a blunt lie. She had been so incredibly worried. Turning to his older sister, Eret begins to get worried. He remembers that her opponent, Gattel, was the powerful captain of the 13th Order of Knights. The prince readily concurs with him, but it doesn't matter to him either way, because he is more than sure that Asha will win this next fight. He tells the young lad to watch her very carefully and to see that his sister is not forcing herself to go and fight for the mere sake of her own family. The final match begins, and Gattel decides that he is not going to underestimate Asha at all. He's going to fight her with his full strength. From the very, very beginning, he charges in for a powerful attack. He knows he's always careful and that he doesn't go down very easily. But something is very wrong. Suddenly, the entire room is spinning. No, it is not spinning. He is the one who is spinning, flying helplessly across the room, apparently. Asha had already sped in and struck him while he was still just thinking. He hadn't even noticed at all when she had moved. It was only after he flew clear across the room and almost crashed directly through the arena's walls that he realized he had just been hit critically. So there was absolutely no getting up from that devastating blow. Asha had actually also planned not to underestimate him in the slightest, but she didn't even get the chance to do that, as the entire fight was over within a few mere seconds. I guess she ended up overestimating him quite a bit instead. Asha lets out a deep sigh. She pleads that the prince at least lets her know before he starts something like this. But the prince is all beaming smiles. After all, not only did she gain her younger brother's immense respect, but she also got to see him one more time before the Great War began. Also, she can now rest while knowing that her brother won't get bullied anymore. He would personally make sure of it. Asha smiles and agrees with him. She is very, very grateful. They both head back to Phialia feeling satisfied. When people are faced with a truly dire and hopeless situation, they tend to fall into a deep state of utter denial. Back in his home territory, our protagonist realizes that some of the lords are not seriously preparing for the war, as they're worried that the war will never actually come, and dealing with all the resources and weapons they have gathered would then be far too troublesome. They also criticize our protagonist, who's pulling out all the stops and preparing for the worst. His simple response to them is that he's just preparing for the absolute worst possible scenario. But they don't listen, and they go on with their normal, everyday lives until they hear the shocking news from the mighty Merman Empire. The king there openly declares a formal alliance with the Demonia Kingdom and the powerful Archduchy of Shi Japan. Their stated goal is to defeat an evil individual that has sprouted within the kingdom of Arnesia and has been wreaking utter havoc on their entire economy. This, of course, means all-out war, and the individual being spoken of is no other than our boy. The third prince, the king of Arnesia, trembles with uncontrollable rage when he receives the official letter from the Three Territories Alliance. They demand that the country must immediately cease all paper production and destroy all of their paper-making machinery. The country should also share their production methods for their goods and pay a massive fine for the profits they acquired unfairly. The king decides that it cannot possibly be avoided. At this very point, the Great War has officially begun. Sometime later, the actual war finally breaks out. There's intense fighting on the very outskirts of the kingdom. The first prince, Jael, realizes that the Three Territories Alliance is finally upon them. From his scouts, he finds out that there are about 100,000 enemy troops currently advancing toward the kingdom's borders. As the true heir to the throne, he decides that he must stop them there at all costs. So he takes full charge and leads his men into the bloody battle. Meanwhile, back in the land of Philippia, everyone is on extremely high alert. There are no orders for them to mobilize just yet, but they are well aware that the grand battle has truly begun. And RMC is also very, very busy. He is busy cooking quite happily with Jia. Today's special menu is some delicious roasted rabbit meat. The prince and his personal magician enjoy themselves over some casual small talk. Once they're finally done, he decides to go and make another meal using some flour and dried fruits. Jia notices how good of a cook Prince Oral truly is. Then he reveals to her that he would often dream of just running away to the south and becoming a simple, humble cook. The meal is finally done, and there are special field rations. Jia notices that they are both tasty and very high in calories, and the prince reveals that he wanted something that the soldiers could eat very quickly, and that would still have some quality. He tried making them just in case he had to eat them all himself. But Jia points out that he hasn't even been asked to mobilize yet, and the prince simply tells her it's just in case. Yes, just in case. Back on the chaotic battlefield, things are starting to truly heat up. The enemy has already begun scaling the high walls of the kingdom. Prince Jael is trying his absolute best to keep them all at bay, while they desperately wait for some much-needed reinforcements. Then, shocking news arrives that the enemy's main army, numbering more than twice the size of the first wave, is rapidly approaching. The first prince is completely dumbfounded. The enemy has just recently arrived. Meanwhile, at the castle, it's a royal mess inside the royal conference room, and the king is getting extremely tired of it. The enemy's vast numbers just keep on increasing, and Prince Jael's very own safety is now at serious risk. The king decides to withdraw the entire front line and try to regroup. He declares that every single lord and noble must now join the war. It is a complete nationwide military draft. Normally, members of royalty are never sent to the dangerous battlefield, but Prince Jael desperately wanted to prove himself. So there he is. Prince Oral has just received the official orders from the king. He has been expecting this. A 3-to-1 war is too much to handle. After all, our MC knows that the kingdom's survival is essential to him living his dream of a sweet, sweet life. He has no other choice. He has to finally become a true war professional. He leaves only the minimum number of soldiers behind him to defend the territory and prepares to head to the bloody battlefield. It has been quite a while since he has last seen Fry the Griffin. He's all grown up now, and he needs to start pulling his own weight. He senses Kanya and tells her that she must stay back, but she refuses to do so. She is stubborn, as she usually is. The prince is well aware of his own sister's great strength, but he just cannot send his own family member to the horrors of war. But she herself is not at all comfortable sending her brother to battle alone. She insists that siblings must always stick together. He finally concedes his argument. He then reveals a precious gift from Kenya's mother, a very majestic sword passed down in her battle-hardened family for generations. Named Keltia after their family's very first head. Kenya is unsure of her own personal worthiness, but the prince strongly assures her that she truly deserves it. He then leaves her all alone for some private time, as she is starting to get a little bit sentimental. The third prince of Ornisia, Prince Oral, decides that he's going to reduce the casualties of this coming war as much as he possibly can. Those who fight bravely will be rewarded, and those who happen to fall will have their families taken care of, whilst trying not to let other people see his own fear. He tells them he doesn't want anyone at all to sacrifice themselves, but to defend the kingdom through their own valiant and heroic deeds. And the long march to the front line finally begins. They finally arrive at the northeastern battlefront, only to see many injured soldiers absolutely everywhere. It has been a truly incredibly fierce and bloody battle. They immediately go and speak with the first prince, Jael, who openly admits that he has failed miserably as a commander. RMC doesn't really blame him at all, though he did his absolute best against soldiers thrice their own size. He has a good heart, unlike his cruel and ambitious mother, the queen. Things are definitely not looking good at all. The enemy has successfully seized their important border fortress, and 320,000 troops are currently attacking them relentlessly. They have stopped their assault temporarily to try and regroup, but they will surely resume their devastating attack tomorrow. Prince Oral realizes that if he had been just a few days late, this entire place might have already completely fallen. The first prince decides to use the 23,000 elite soldiers that Prince Oral brought with him to stall for some precious time, while they desperately wait for reinforcements to arrive. But our protagonist does not like the idea of his very carefully trained soldiers being disposed of so carelessly like that. He proposes a much much better idea to go and attack them right now, instead of waiting for tomorrow. He then shows the first prince what he had brought along with him, something that the dwarves had been tirelessly working on, a massive siege tower. Archers and powerful magicians are stationed safely inside, and they attack from within. It can also be completely dismantled, transported, and then reassembled by the dwarves who came along. Prince Jael is pleasantly surprised by this, but that isn't all. Our protagonist still has more tricks up his sleeve. Next, he introduces them to the deadly spearwag, which has a massive shield with many spears on it, used for both offense and defense. They could now focus entirely on their defense, while Prince Jael and his troops go all out on a full-scale offense. It is now time for a massive counterattack. At the enemy's main base, the three generals of the Alliance are discussing. Their very first battle had gone quite well, but the local resistance is getting much, much stronger. They're starting to worry a little bit, until one of them finally reveals that the very individual who is responsible for this entire war is literally fighting them on the bloody front lines. Prince Oral. He wants to go and see what the young boy is truly made of. Another one worries about his own personal safety, but the first one assures him that he clearly remembers their agreement. They are planning to completely crush the kingdom of Arnesia at the same time. In the very midst of the battle, our protagonist is leading his army of 23,000 against an enemy army that is more than twice its current size, with a solid, shield-like formation. The enemy thinks that they are nothing but cowards for hiding behind their shields, but they stop their smiling when a rain of arrows suddenly descends upon them. From Arrow's well-trained army, they take a heavy hit, and then they adapt by raising their own shields to try and avoid the arrows, and they keep on relentlessly advancing. Soon, they finally clash. There's a clear and stark difference between the dwarven-made weapons and the enemies. They use the spear wagon to break straight through the enemy's weak defenses, while masterfully maintaining their tight formation. Soon, the entire surroundings are stained with the enemy's red blood. They try desperately to retreat, but they have now been completely cornered. They then decide to resort to using their powerful magicians, as they are much more powerful than any ordinary soldiers. The magicians start to cast their spells, but their magic turns off like a lit candle that is blown out in the wind. The enemy is extremely confused by this. They soon realize that Oral's army also includes many magicians, hiding safely behind the siege tower and dispelling all of their magic. Dia is there among them as well, and she thinks the enemies must have some very poorly trained magicians, because the magic that was being dispelled was just so incredibly weak. The enemy magicians are now relieved, because a dispel magic spell drains a lot of mana very quickly, so they won't have enough left to cast any powerful offensive spells. They only realize just how wrong they are when bright bolts of lightning suddenly strike from out of nowhere. It turns out that Oral had already planned for this eventuality, which was why he possessed the very rare mana stones that can store mana. The enemy is utterly dumbfounded. Their numbers are reducing very fast, so they have no choice but to flee. Out of the 50,000 soldiers, only a mere 20,000 of them managed to successfully escape. Our protagonist has won the battle. He admits that war is never pleasant, no matter if you happen to win, and he asks Asha and Senna not to pursue them, but instead to gather up all the injured soldiers as new prisoners, and to then regroup and stay ever vigilant. He really just wants to go and have some fun, and not to have to deal with any more wars. The first prince is so happy with his younger brother, and he tries to go and praise him for his efforts. But our protagonist somehow manages to attribute all the credit to simple luck, and then back to the first prince himself, which he moronically and happily accepts. Our protagonist just wants to live an easy, simple life, not any war achievements or any undeserved credit. He would happily just give all of that away. It is now time for the first prince to lead the main offensive attack, as had been previously planned. There is no better time than now. They are currently licking their wounds, and their morale is probably very low. Prince Oral encourages him to do as he sees fit, and then he leaves. Meanwhile, our MC will just lay back and rest in the rear, relaxing and being completely and utterly idle for the time being. The kingdom's entire main army, led by the brave Prince Jael, launches a massive, full-blown attack, because Oral's own army had already critically weakened the enemy's formidable forces. They are now able to focus all their power on the attack, only to completely counter the numerical advantage of the enemy. The kingdom's powerful army uses ferocious ambushes from the flanks and also from the rear, Behind all of this chaos, back in the safety of the rear, is our nonchalant protagonist and his guards, enjoying their life over a very delicious and hearty meal. It's been quite a while since they have had any sort of good food. He offers Kanya a piece of some delicious rabbit meat, but she politely passes. Asha voices her loud complaints about them dining, while all the others are currently fighting for their very lives. But Senna tells her that it's the truly shameless ones who survive on the battlefield, and Prince Oral happily and readily agrees with her. Thanks to all his amazing tactics and his superior equipment, his own army had gained a powerful reputation as a slow-moving but completely impenetrable defense force, which had served as a good reason to position him and his army in the rear. Because he had attacked them first, the enemy was now extremely wary of him. He could not possibly risk attacking them ever again, so he decided to take the entire day off. The war can certainly wait. The prince begins to worry that Dia is not sleeping in a very comfortable position. She had done nearly all the combined work of the magicians during the battle and was quite exhausted, but had insisted on eating before taking a rest, which led to her completely collapsing in the middle of her dining. The prince decides they should all get as much needed rest as they can today, for things are about to get really busy. Meanwhile, back at the enemy's main base, the main commander is getting extremely worried. They know that Prince Jael is inexperienced, but still very troublesome. Yet he is not at all the main problem here. That initial counterattack had caught them completely off guard. They really and truly thought that Prince Oral was just a simple merchant, but he had managed to wipe out 60% of their entire army, with only half the number of troops. War is supposed to be all about cold, hard experience, and deeply understanding what needs to be done. But somehow, a 16-year-old with no experience whatsoever had gotten the best of it, and more puzzling still, he insists on just staying back in the rear. The commander knows that with his amazing abilities, the third prince could very easily turn the entire tides of this battle. The very next day, Oral and his army leave to join the kingdom's main army in order to go and reclaim the important border fortress that had been previously captured by the cunning enemy. Midway through their journey, the prince decides to cut their speed and slow down. He suspects that an enemy ambush may be awaiting them. Kanya asks him why, so he gives her the reasoning behind his careful thinking. He knows that the enemy won't make the same foolish mistake of attacking them head-on, so it only makes perfect sense that they would wait for them along the path that they're currently taking if they're really planning to attack. He decides to go and screw them all over first, just as the prince had wisely predicted. There is an enemy ambush just waiting for him and his entire army. The enemy is getting very confused as to why they are so late. They finally arrive, and the deadly ambush officially starts. But no, Prince Oral and his army are already completely ready for them. The defense barriers are already up, and their own attack is on standby until the very moment of impact, before the foolish ambushers can even realize what has happened. Hordes of deadly attacks have already begun descending upon them, and all of their magic has been completely and utterly dispelled. It's no use at all. They desperately try to retreat, but there are numerous bear traps and an extremely angry Senna who are waiting for them along the path they came from. Senna sends a cold message from the prince directly to them, saying that they should be well prepared for the consequences of starting a fight, as she completely pummels each and every single one of them. One incredibly dumb soldier tries to attack her directly head-on, believing that he couldn't possibly ever lose to a single woman. He doesn't last for more than a few seconds before he is sent hurling toward the ground. Asha later meets up with her after having successfully defeated all the rest. This was a very easy win for both of them. The prince's grand strategy was not to make them avoid his army out of sheer fear, but because they were simply far too much for them to ever handle. He wanted them all to become a great nuisance, a painful thorn stuck in the enemy's side, too troublesome for them to even deal with. The ambushes from the three territories alliance were completely and utterly annihilated afterwards. The army of Philia, led by our own dear protagonist, successfully reclaims the important border fortress. The enemy tried launching several more attacks right after that, but they could not break through the now morally boosted army, most especially because Kenya was now fighting alongside them. The enemy had foolishly thought that the power of Princess Kenya was greatly exaggerated, but unfortunately for them, It was not at all the case, as she was striking down men left and right. Many months have now passed since the Great War had first begun, and the enemy's momentum is now failing, and Irenea's victory is all but assured. As it currently stands, Oral's forces have suffered about 121 dead, 142 severely injured, and only 192 lightly injured. A very good result when compared to all the other lords, but does not please our boy in the slightest bit. At the enemy's main base, they reckon that they cannot possibly break through the new defenses in the northeast, and that it was reckless to keep depleting their soldiers. So they decide to finally withdraw their forces. Frustratingly, they make a very, very decisive decision to give this final battle absolutely everything that they have got. Oral realizes that it has been far too quiet as of lately. The enemy had now ceased their non-stop attacks to try and claim the fortress. His grand strategy, to focus on his defense while the other territories harass the enemy, had resulted in his army suffering the most minimal of casualties. He tells himself that the weather was far too peaceful for any more people to die. The three territories. Alliance was desperately trying to protect their own personal interests and to prevent his kingdom from finally achieving total dominance. They, too, were also being driven by their own personal and selfish goals. The lords who had been so passive now commanded their soldiers to go and kill. Now, the very tides of the war had completely turned in their favor. Prince Jael was trying to distinguish himself as the great future king. It was all just simple ambition, whether it be good or bad. Ambition is the thing that drives every single war. Humans grow through it. They constantly strive for so much more. The prince couldn't really complain about it, since he, too, had his very own ambitions. But what humans don't seem to understand is that no matter how high you may climb, the grand view of the sky will never, ever change. She implores him to maintain a semblance of decorum before his loyal soldiers. It's then that the comical reality of the scene is unveiled. Our protagonist had been sprawled out carelessly upon the ground, surrounded by the bewildered stares of his men, lost completely in a daydream. The prince cheekily insists that a life with less dignity is far more liberating, and playfully encourages her to try his method of relaxation. She, of course, declines. Changing the subject, she shares her observation on the recent decline in enemy assaults. The prince affirms her suspicion, noting the eerie silence that has pervaded for 6 long days. Asha voices a hopeful wish that the war might simply fizzle out like this. But Prince Oral's keen intuition senses that the enemy is plotting something sinister. He lets out a sharp whistle, and in a breathtaking instant, his loyal griffin Fry descends before him, and he swiftly mounts. Asha desperately tries to halt his departure, but he vows a swift return before rocketing into the sky. Just as his instincts foretold, he spots a dark omen from the heavens. He immediately contacts Asha, commanding her to summon Senna to his side. It was clear the drums of war were about to beat louder than ever. Back at the command tent, the prince convenes a meeting with his elite guards. He challenges them, asking for their theories on the enemy's next move. Senna speculates they are preparing for another major offensive. Asha, however, first admonishes the prince for his reckless solo flight. The prince quickly offers a dismissive agreement, his mind already elsewhere, and then focuses his attention back on Senna. He reveals to her that the foe had already made a full retreat. Therefore, a renewed assault from them was highly improbable. Senna argues that they would never simply capitulate. The prince concedes her point, yet still probes for the reason. It is Asha who provides the answer this time. She states it is a simple matter of their foolish, unbending pride. To this, the prince wholeheartedly agrees, and with a playful gesture, offers Asha a cookie for her correct deduction. The prince elaborates that the enemy themselves initiated this conflict. They cannot simply flee from the consequences now. They fabricated lies and brazenly declared this bloody war. There is no sweeping this under the rug as a simple misunderstanding. Such an act would shatter their own people's faith in them. In this desperate scenario, their most logical next course of action would be a total mobilization of their entire nation's might. Even conscripting slaves, a move that would dangerously swell their ranks to a terrifying threefold increase. If the previous army seemed immense in scale, imagine a force 3 times that colossal size. However, our brilliant protagonist would not merely sit idle as a veteran. Of countless past lives, our hero cannot lose his composure, not even when confronted by a million-strong enemy horde. He holds a trump card, a clandestine weapon known only to him and King Ake. He unveils a monstrous, repeating crossbow, engineered to unleash 100 specially forged Phalian bolts every minute. A war machine far beyond the comprehension of the royal researchers. Asura remarks that this weapon will prove to be incredibly effective. Our prince had been reluctant to create such advanced armaments so soon, but this dire situation has left him with no other option. His adversaries foolishly attempted to take what was his, so it is only fitting that he returns the favor tenfold. After a period of tense silence at the Ernesian defensive line, a glory-seeking commander leads his troops to assault the quieted enemy, a foolish endeavor to gain the king's personal recognition. However, the sight that confronts them leaves them utterly paralyzed with fear. Hundreds of thousands of the enemy's soldiers, a veritable tide of steel, are surging towards them at maximum velocity. They immediately break formation and begin a panicked retreat. The enemy had amassed every warrior they could muster, including the enslaved, launching a desperate, all-or-nothing charge. Prince Yahello and his forces stand resolute, ready to defend the fortress. They had just seized this ground. He must halt the enemy's advance, no matter the cost. Meanwhile, the enemy mages attempt to weave their destructive spells, but they are still completely nullified by the Ernesian soldiers' magic resistance. No matter, this outcome was well within their calculations. They pull back their magicians and unleash yet more foot soldiers, who are tasked with breaching the defensive line by any means necessary. They can always replace the soldiers lost in this carnage, so long as they achieve victory. But the Ernesian soldiers are not giving a single inch of ground. This unnerving tenacity worries the commander of the opposing forces, as he is lost in contemplation. A swift, massive bolt nearly decapitates him, missing by mere inches, as he frantically tries to discern the origin of the attack. He glances up in absolute horror. The sky is blotted out by a rain of colossal, high-velocity bolts fired from an impossible distance. He watches in terror as his men are cut down like wheat, left and right. Just as a sliver of hope emerges that they might weather this storm, Prince Yahello and his cavalry appear like phantoms from behind them. If they attempt to push forward, the volley of bolts will annihilate them. And if they dare attempt to retreat, the army of Prince Yahello will crash upon them like a tidal wave. Our brilliant strategist smirks, knowing the enemy commander must be cursing his very existence. And in that moment, he has never been more correct. He observes how the enemy has become paralyzed, too terrified to make a move. He understands their hesitation. Even reinforced shields could not endure a single one of those fierce bolts. He communicates with his base, inquiring about their remaining supply of bolts. The response is clear. They are in no danger of running low anytime soon. As devastating as the giant crossbows were, they were not without their own inherent flaws. They are intricate machines that demand constant maintenance and reloading, making rapid, continuous operation an impossibility. And then there are the bolts. Each one was meticulously forged, and they were expending all of them now. It is a strategy that is rapidly draining his personal fortune. He then receives a call from Dia. She delivers her report. The enemy's entire contingent of mages have been fully drained of their mana. He then questions if they can allocate any magic stones for a counteroffensive. She replies that they can commit all but a crucial 20%, and that she could manage the magic dispelling efforts single-handedly. But the prince feels that would be a criminal waste of a 6th-class magician's talent, especially one her caliber. During this strategic discussion, the prince, who had been circling on Fry, surveying the battlefield from the air this entire time, spots the enemy cavalry beginning to fall back in disarray. This is the perfect opportunity. He issues a chilling command to Dia: burn every last one of them to the ground. And Dia obeys without a moment's hesitation. She casts the powerful Mana House spell, the very same enchantment Oral had once used to cultivate crops in his desolate territory. It now served as a deadly trap, ensnaring entire groups of enemy soldiers at once. Then, she unleashes scorching fire magic to utterly incinerate them, reducing them to nothing but ash. Prince Oral's core strategy was to mitigate his own casualties as much as humanly possible all while delivering a soul-crushing blow to the enemy from high above. The enemy forces look on, their faces masks of pure terror. The prince wishes they would just break and flee already. He then relays a message to his brother, Yahello, and instructs him to capitalize on this overwhelming momentum and launch a decisive, full-scale attack upon the reeling enemy. The army of the Ernesian kingdom continues its string of impossible victories, completely reversing the very tides of this brutal war. The emperor of the Merman Empire is consumed by a boiling rage. He was in a tense meeting with the king of the demonial kingdom and the archduke of the archduchy of Che, Japan, connected via magical communication crystals. He venomously blames them for this catastrophic failure, even after the general mobilization order. The king coolly tells him not to pointlessly assign blame and asks the duke for his assessment of what will happen next. The duke informs them grimly that, in all honesty, they were already on the verge of utter defeat. They had already lost nearly half their entire military strength, and the number was still climbing. Even with their remaining terrified troops, they stood absolutely no chance against the advanced weaponry of Ernesia, the devastating weapons forged by Prince Oral. One craftsman had labeled the weapon's creator a monstrous, beast-like genius. They once held a clear advantage in sheer numbers. They meticulously planned out all their strategies. They even reviewed them exhaustively before igniting this war. Oral Ernesia was proving to be a truly troublesome bastard. They desperately needed time to somehow discover a weakness in their enemy. Just then, a frantic servant bursts in and interrupts them, bearing incredibly urgent intelligence regarding the Ernesian army's movements. Meanwhile, standing before the main gates of the Domanial Kingdom's border fortress, Kenya stands proudly, a confident smile playing on her lips. She cheekily asks her brother if she should proceed and obliterate the fortress gate. Our protagonist simply gives her an encouraging thumbs up. With a single, mighty blow, she completely annihilates the massive gate. The demonial soldiers scramble in a desperate attempt to stop her, but she dispatches them with contemptuous ease. She feels as if she could conquer this fortress all on her own, but her eager soldiers charge in right behind her anyway, and they fall upon the remaining enemy soldiers like a pack of wolves. As was to be expected, a peerless sword master is the ultimate weapon for shattering enemy fortifications. Simultaneously, crushing attacks were being launched by the Ernesian kingdom against both the Merman's empire and the archduchy of Che. The king of Ernesia was beyond furious, and justifiably so, as this senseless war had claimed far too many innocent lives. Now was the time to make them pay the price. Their ultimate targets were the capital cities of the Three Kingdom Alliance. Not only had they reclaimed their own border territories, but they had also pushed on and seized the borderlands of their enemies. Senna and Asha could scarcely believe that they were once desperately struggling in this very same battle. Our brilliant protagonist saunters in, looking completely at ease, musing how the enemy leaders must now be steeped in absolute despair. Asha then takes a moment to ask about Kenya's well-being. Well, Kenya was currently being practically worshipped and glorified by her fellow soldiers. They swarmed her, trying to learn the secrets to her immense strength, but she could only advise them to eat well and train harder. Returning to our prince and his two dedicated personal guards, he tells them that his sister was quite occupied, so he left her to her newfound fame. Asha asks if they should continue their advance. He confirms, but instructs them to proceed at a more measured pace. With a wicked, predatory grin, our protagonist finally reveals his true plan. His ultimate goal was to systematically seize all the enemy's territory, piece by agonizing piece. After all, tormenting his foes was a particular talent of his. In approximately 3 years, they would control a staggering 20% of the enemy's lands. And within a mere 5 years, the enemy nations will completely and utterly collapse. Although, most of their populace will have starved to death long before that grim milestone. By seizing control of all trade, Ernesia will slowly and methodically bleed the enemy's finances completely dry and force them into a state of total isolation. This diabolical plan would inevitably lead to widespread starvation, abject poverty, crippling fear, and explosive civil unrest. Externally, they would be attempting to resist the invasion, but internally, they would be tearing each other to bloody pieces. Asha begins to feel a pang of pity for their doomed adversaries, but the prince coldly tells her not to waste her sympathy, for this slow, agonizing death was precisely what the enemy had intended for them. If they were unprepared to face the devastating consequences, then they should have never dared to start this war. Unless they unconditionally surrender, the kingdom of Arnesia will retaliate so harshly that their vengeance will be remembered for all of recorded history. At least, those were the words of his father. The king himself, written in his latest letter, he is truly enraged. Senna whispers that war is a terrifying thing, and Asha agrees. But the prince reassures them, telling them not to worry, as all of this horror would only come to pass if the enemy foolishly refuses to surrender, which they certainly should if they possess even an ounce of common sense. In the meantime, all they have to do is patiently wait and observe. Back in the heart of the Merman Empire, the emperor absolutely, vehemently refuses the notion of surrender. His fragile pride simply will not allow it, for in their entire history, they have never once surrendered to another nation. His council desperately pleads with him, explaining that continuing this conflict would only lead to further mass starvation and the needless deaths of countless innocent citizens. That, they argue, must be a far greater disgrace than merely tarnishing their history. They have already lost. Surrendering now was the one and only way to spare their people from any more suffering. The king understood their logic, but still, he could not bring himself to budge. He firmly believed that the ruthless king of Arnesia would not simply let matters rest, even after they had officially surrendered. They had brazenly declared war upon his sovereign nation, and it cost him the precious lives of his own people. So how could he possibly forgive them? The king declares that they must fight back with every last ounce of strength they have remaining. Thus, the three territories Alliance ultimately chooses to fight on with their shattered forces, rather than accept the humiliation of surrender. And our boy is utterly disgusted by the sheer foolishness of his enemies. If only they had made the logical choice to surrender, he could have easily negotiated a much more peaceful resolution. How could they possibly delude themselves into thinking they could still win? The fight isn't even worth spectating anymore at this desperate point. As everyone expected, the enemy's final, desperate attack ends in a spectacular failure. Their morale completely evaporates, and the repeated, crushing losses shatter their spirits. They soon receive an official letter from the Kingdom of Arnesia, commanding them to stand down completely and surrender their forces, so that they might still be shown a sliver of mercy. The king is left with no other choice, as he has been thoroughly and completely defeated. Soon enough, Arnesia receives their formal letter of unconditional surrender. Our protagonist is absolutely overjoyed. He could finally, at long last, go home. The feeling reminds him of the time he finally got to go home, after completing his military service in one of his numerous past lives. He is so incredibly done with all of these military battles, those utter fools in the Three Territories Alliance. He fervently prays that he never has to see them again in this lifetime. Asha gently tells him to calm his excitement. Our prince and his victorious troops are finally given the order to return home. Even the bitterly harsh weather and deep snow back in Phalia feels strangely welcome. He would need to command his people to clear away all the snow, because it was high time to get back to his wonderfully sweet, mundane, and lazy life back at the palace, within the royal council chamber. The king and his council have just concluded all the post-war administrative matters. It is now time to decide upon the rewards for those who valiantly protected the kingdom's borders. Vast amounts of gold and numerous slaves would be granted to the Margraves. But when the topic turned to Prince Oral, they found themselves at a complete loss. The council voiced their grave concerns about the prince, possessing such an overwhelmingly powerful weapon as the massive repeating crossbow under his personal command. The king is deeply disappointed that his council would even entertain such treacherous thoughts. He sternly informs them that the prince had already promised to entrust the full management of the crossbows to the royal palace. As for his reward, the king wishes to bestow upon him the prestigious title of a duke, but with a surprising turn. All the prince desires is the vast, surrounding lands of his Phalia territory, which, to everyone else, appeared to be completely barren and utterly useless. The prince is well aware that some people might laugh at his choice for selecting those seemingly worthless lands, but as a reward, he simply couldn't care less about their opinions. He notices that the ambient temperature is a bit too dry for his liking, so he casually commands Dia to magically adjust it to his preference. Now, it is time to organize all of his hard-earned rewards. Aside from the lands, he also receives a hefty sum of gold coins. He's not currently in any need of money, so he decides to allocate them all towards his soldiers, compensation packages, and various relief funds. Then, there is the matter of the slaves. He views them less as a reward, and more as a practical decision to relocate them all to Phalia. The numerous prisoners of war who weren't ransomed by their families became official slaves, property of the kingdom. But nobody knew what to do with this sudden, massive influx of slaves. So, Prince Oral magnanimously decided to take in a full half of them, since he now possessed both the vast space and the abundant resources. The war may have been an incredible hassle, but in the end, he acquired everything he wanted. Ultimately, his grand, secret plan is coming together piece by perfect piece. Those foolish nobles who once mocked him should just you wait and see. Back in the beleaguered kingdom of Domania, the king is seething with frustration, cursing the very name of the Ernesians. They were demanding 2 million gold coins as war reparations, a crippling sum his kingdom could never hope to afford. Paying it would plunge Domania into a dire financial crisis for many long decades to come. His own right-hand man, the very same man who championed the idea of this war in the first place, is now consumed by his own blame. The king ignores his apology and orders him to go draft a new business plan. Punishing the man now would only throw the entire administration into utter chaos. The nobles, however, those who had eagerly supported the war, would receive absolutely no royal allowances until the compensation is paid in full. At the Archduchy of Che, Japan, the Archduke receives the news that he's being officially blamed and is being asked to take full responsibility for this catastrophic mess, an outcome he had fully expected. In fact, he reckons they are incredibly fortunate it concluded in this manner. His most pressing problem now are the astronomical reparations. His primary advisor muses that the Ernesian kingdom is truly a terrifying and formidable place, as it brought the once revered war hero, the Archduke, down to his very knees. He then shifts all the blame onto the Merman Empire and calls them all a pack of murderers for sacrificing their own citizens, and then cowardly surrendering, claiming the whole affair was just a misunderstanding. Meanwhile, it's a scene of utter pandemonium at the Merman Emperor's palace, as enraged citizens riot fiercely just outside its gates. His servants suggest that he should punish the rioters, but the emperor finds himself unable to. He had foreseen this popular uprising from the very moment they dispatched their letter of surrender. He shoulders the blame for everything and takes full public responsibility. Soon after, he formally abdicates the throne and his eldest son succeeds him. The three-territory alliance will need a significant amount of time to recover from this disastrous war. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a mysterious young woman is holding a cute little lizard, and it seems it is now time for her to depart. In a brief flashback, we glimpse the constrained early life of the second princess of Ernesia, now the loyal personal knight of Prince Oral, the fierce Kenya. She often wonders if a life lived exactly according to a predetermined plan is truly a happy one. She believed that her former life back in the capital was always so stiff and suffocatingly strict. She could not bear all the rigid rules that came with being a member of royalty, but she never dared to complain because she knew she was incredibly privileged. One fateful day, while she was diligently practicing her swordsmanship, she wished with all her heart that she was as free as the very sword she held in her hand. That was the precise moment her long-standing, burning desire was truly born. Fast-forwarding back to the present day, Kenya is visibly and deeply disturbed by something. The prince astutely senses that she is being summoned to return to the royal palace, and she confirms his suspicion. Both of her parents have sent letters demanding her immediate return home. Prince Oral muses that she must have stood out far too much during the recent battle. He reckons that the kingdom's nobles had not truly believed in her immense strength as a genuine sword master until they witnessed her prowess for themselves on the battlefield. Now, those spineless cowards have started to grow fearful, believing that Kenya's abilities are far too powerful to be left unchecked in such a distant, remote territory. It is certainly not a light matter for all sword masters are considered national assets, directly tied to the kingdom's power. Kenya asks her brother directly if he also wants her to leave, and the prince decides, for her sake, to be brutally honest with her. He tells her that she knows, better than anyone else, that she cannot simply live out her entire life here by his side forever. She was able to flourish because of his unique brand of teaching. But if she were to choose to remain under his shadow forever, she would never be able to grow any further. He urges her to go and build her own life, and to strive to gain her own recognition. Whatever path it takes, she must now learn how to be truly independent as an adult. The princess then retorts that it's difficult to take his advice seriously, when he himself is constantly just lazing about all day. This unexpected jab catches the prince completely off guard. He tells her to take some time to seriously consider his words. As she walks pensively down the long hall, Kenya recalls how she was just before she made the momentous decision to renounce everything and work for the prince. She had been betrothed to a handsome young nobleman, and when she received his portrait, she had angrily torn it to shreds. She despised the very notion of entering a cold, political marriage, just because she was a princess who had finally come of age. She then remembered that her brother, the prince, had also been banished to a far-off territory. She concluded then that his unfortunate fate was much worse than her own. So, on her way to offer him some comfort, she happened to overhear him shouting with unrestrained joy. She deeply admired him for transforming his cruel fate into a golden opportunity, instead of just passively accepting it as his destiny. She decided then and there that she would follow her brother Oral, watch him intently, and then meticulously follow his inspiring example. Kenya had somehow forgotten that this was the fundamental reason she was with him in the first place. Returning to the present moment, Kenya makes the firm decision to stop relying on her brother's formidable abilities. The very next morning, she dramatically barges into his private office, shattering the front door in the process. And she proudly announces that she has made up her mind to return to the palace. The prince agrees, on the verge of tears. What in the world did his poor front door ever do to her? So, Kenya makes her preparations and begins her departure from the palace. The prince reveals that even if she had refused to go back to the capital, he had already made the necessary preparations for her to get officially recognized. It was her destiny either way. Kenya wonders aloud if she should challenge and defeat the other two sword masters in the kingdom. The prince is taken aback by her sudden, fiery ambition. He just sternly warns her not to go around breaking things anymore, as a repair bill will be sent directly to her head, and not his from now on. She promises to keep that firmly in her mind. The prince admits he will miss her dearly and will always be cheering for her success. After the bittersweet farewell, it is time for him to get back to his work. His territory of Phalia is as peaceful and idyllic as ever, and he discovers that some of the local youths are getting married. He then idly wonders if he should perhaps find a suitable match for Fry as well. He reckons that with his own personal wealth rapidly increasing, perhaps it is finally time for him to start delving into finance. He is still completely uninterested in politics or amassing personal power, but he is very interested in money, for money ultimately controls the world. He fantasizes that to fully realize all of his ambitious plans, he will first need to build up his financial empire. He conceives of the brilliant idea of establishing a national bank, and thereby stabilizing the entire kingdom's currency. He astutely reckons that if he had not initiated this grand project, sooner or later, he decides to completely dominate the entire finance sector, and in doing so, solidify Phalia's unshakable power. He would then recruit some talented experts to serve as public figureheads, which is just another, more clever way of saying that he wants to delegate all the actual work to somebody else and do absolutely nothing himself, as is his usual preference. As he is pondering just who he should hire for this task, he suddenly gets a magical call from his dear mother. She sweetly asks how he has been faring, and he replies in a positive manner. Then, she innocently inquires about his current age, and that simple question sends cold, icy shivers down his spine, as he could already guess with dread what was coming next. His mother is gently suggesting he find a suitable fiancé. He is utterly dumbfounded. Asha immediately congratulates him on the news. Dia also congratulates him, and Senna expresses how this is a truly joyous event, and he can only reply to all their cheerful wishes with a very gloomy and shaky thanks. Back on the call with his mother, she had instructed him to return and meet with the potential candidates that the king and she had very carefully selected just for him. But he still wants to enjoy his freedom and play around. He reckons that the common age of consent in this current era is far too early. He suddenly misses his sister, Kenya, only now truly realizing how she must have felt when she fled from her own arranged marriage. Asha curiously asks about his potential fiancé. He reveals to her that a final choice had not yet been decided. They had sent him a list of 10 possible candidates to choose from, perhaps as a show of respect for his recent accomplishments, which is why he called them. He needs their help to join him in narrowing down the list of finalists. Unlike all the other times when he had to select new personnel, he was unable to peer into the inner minds of these candidates, as they are not currently physically present before him. But much to his dismay, none of them were able to offer any decisive opinions. Even Asha, who herself was a highborn noble, apparently was never involved in any sort of engagement matters, primarily because of her own family's unfortunate decline in status. And Sina's people simply choose whomever they happen to like. As for the ever-loyal Jia, she fervently believes that he required a partner who was perfect in every conceivable way. But her personal standards are impossibly, absurdly high. They decide to just put their heads together and try to make the best decision. Senna suggests one possible candidate, but the prince had already done some investigating and discovered that she was being coerced into the arrangement. The very next suggestion was quickly ruled out due to a massive gap in their ages. They continued on in this fashion until they finally, at last, landed on one suitable name. He returns to the palace, presenting his final choice to his mother, and his mother looks quite thrilled and excited about his selection. The hidden truth was that he had simply selected a lady from a quiet, unassuming family that would be unable to cause him any future problems. His mother happily says that his father is quite pleased with the enthusiasm that he had apparently shown towards this important matter, and our boy decides right then and there to never, ever tell his father that he was not actually interested at all. His mother suggested they go and meet her at the designated meeting location. Lady Saria is accompanied by Count Tuin. She's the esteemed second daughter of the noble Cowan family. Although her family isn't particularly wealthy, they possess an impeccable reputation. They politely exchange greetings and get comfortable, making pleasant small talk. The prince quickly observes that she is breathtakingly beautiful, both on the inside and the out. But that, he realizes, is precisely the problem. The prince worries that she is simply far too nice and absolutely perfect for a troublesome person like himself, someone who concocts wild ideas and devious plots on any given random day. He decides on that very note that she is simply not the right partner for him, and so they part ways amicably on very good terms. The new issue now is that his mother seems to have taken a real liking to that girl, and his father had already given his official approval of her. He refuses to put his beloved mother in a difficult and tight spot, but his mother has already noticed his hesitation and confronts him directly about the matter. He's shocked that she noticed his reluctance, but she tells him not to worry, as his personal decision would be fully respected in this important matter. His father had also previously agreed to these terms, which was the entire reason the prince was given the freedom to choose in the first place. The king had learned a valuable lesson for what happened with his daughter, Kenya. He now knew that forcing a marriage would only lead to deeply embarrassing accidents. He politely, but firmly, declines the offer of marriage, at least for now. Our MC truly wants absolutely nothing to do with the institution of marriage. He hasn't even managed to successfully develop Coke yet. That vital task must surely take precedence, as he was still lost deep in his own thoughts. He notices someone, or rather something, spying on him from the nearby bushes. As he waits patiently to get a much closer look, a tiny lizard suddenly leaps out and lands directly on his face. It is not just any ordinary lizard, however, but a powerful salamander, a genuine spirit of fire. The prince knows that nobody within the entire kingdom possesses enough spirit, affinity to actually summon a real spirit, and he is deeply confused until the summoner herself finally shows up. She demands that he hand the little lizard over to her immediately, and in that moment, the prince realizes that she is Pena Umrit Janel, the royal princess of the defeated Merman Empire, the very same one who came to his kingdom as a political hostage, but under the clever guise of studying abroad as a foreign student. The prince had never in his wildest dreams imagined they would actually meet. He then realizes with amusement that she has no idea who he is. The princess told him to just call her anything he likes, as she could not care less for stuffy royal formalities, especially now that she was living her life abroad. He calmly handed her back the lizard, all while making a mental observation of her surprisingly laid-back personality. As she turns around to leave, he casually asks her if it was a spirit, and she instantly shifts into full-blown panic mode, desperately trying to deny his accusation. But all of her frantic efforts are thrown straight into the trash when the lizard suddenly breathes a puff of fire. She then, in her panic, pins our unsuspecting MC to the ground and desperately tries to bribe him into keeping his mouth shut. This princess, he realized, was an unpredictable storm in human form. Oh dear me. The prince now finds himself pinned to the ground with a strange lady on top of him, who is actively trying to bribe him. He had never even been bribed in a normal fashion before. He calmly agrees not to tell a single soul. Pina, however, is still not entirely convinced of his sincerity, but the prince reassures her that she could always just feign complete ignorance if he ever did decide to cause a huge commotion about it. And besides, there is absolutely nothing in it for him anyway. He then sharply yells at her not to go around summoning the spirit if she genuinely doesn't want other people finding out about her secret, but she pleads that she has absolutely no control over it. So the mischievous little spirit just pops out whenever it pleases. This explanation makes perfect sense to the prince, because their relationship is not based on any sort of authority, but rather on a form of mutual spiritual consultation. The spirit was simply choosing to follow her because of her incredibly high affinity. The prince then decides to teach her a helpful tip. He tells her to command the spirit with a very clear purpose, as if it were a puppy. The girl is confused by this advice, but does it anyway. And to her utter surprise, it does exactly as she commands it to do. The prince casually tells her that he had read about it in a book, and the girl expresses her sincere appreciation for him. She then finally asks him for his name. The prince is quite disappointed at how late into their bizarre interaction. For a moment, he considered forging a name, but then a far more interesting idea took root. He was intensely curious to witness her reaction upon discovering he was one of the very people who had effectively made her hostage. Yet her response was shockingly nonchalant. Her utter lack of reaction stuns the prince. He genuinely doubts she even comprehends that she is speaking to a blood member of the royal family. This could only mean one thing. She holds zero interest in the world of politics. She then eagerly asks if she might question him further on the subject of spirits, but he deflects, revealing that he actually resides out in the remote countryside. She immediately puts the pieces together. Ah, so they kicked you out. This astounds and irritates him, for she saw through his entire situation in a single, breathtaking instant. He tells her curtly to ask for him at the concubine's palace, should she ever feel the need to seek him out again. But deep within his heart, he truly hoped she never would. At least, that is what he believed at that time. In another, much darker place, a shadowy sorcerer is seen levitating above a grim battlefield, a grotesque landscape littered with countless corpses. He performs a forbidden, shady magic, a vile ritual that appears to feast upon the negative emotions left lingering by the dead, and he is deeply grateful for this tragic event and for the fool who instigated this glorious war. Meanwhile, returning to our esteemed prince, he had since journeyed back to his home, and now that his engagement was postponed, he was finally prepared to launch his ambitious bank. He teleports to a large establishment with Asha and Dia, where one Hazel Care, a powerful patriarch, personally greets the royal entourage. He was, in fact, the older brother of Hea, the young woman who had fallen head over heels for Asha's younger brother, Eric. The prince had traveled here today for a matter of immense importance. He wishes to enter into a business partnership with the prestigious Carrot family. Hazel is understandably confused, and he points out that the prince already operates a store. But the prince corrects him. This new venture would be on a much grander, nation-altering scale. He intends to establish a revolutionary bank and introduce an entirely new currency. As the current system had far too many exploitable loopholes, he had already presented this bold idea before the king, and this new form of currency would be impossible to counterfeit. Masterfully dwarven-made coins. Hazel grasps the prince's vision, but he questions the decision to choose him for such a task. The prince explains that he cannot possibly run it all by himself, and he was simply scouting for the most capable talent. In other words, he wanted Hazel to become the first president of his new bank. Hazel remains uncertain, still hesitant. He cannot fathom how he could possibly manage all the finances that would soon be flowing through the entire country. But the prince assures him that he will benefit handsomely from this venture. Hazel is still unsure, and the prince inwardly admires his profound uncertainty. It proves that the man is not a fool, nor is he blinded by simple greed. Hazel possesses an excellent personality and a sterling reputation for making incredibly shrewd investments. The prince promises him that he will make this vision a reality, no matter the cost. Certain rival merchants are bound to resist his plan, but it will not be an impossible challenge. He then leans in and whispers that he controls the most gold in the entire country at this very moment, so he then insisted that Hazel should join him in solidifying the future economy of their nation. Hazel concedes that the prince's grand plan will undoubtedly succeed. Still, he remains confused as to why the prince would want to do this when he is already fabulously wealthy. Our MC then reveals to the man that he doesn't simply desire more money. Rather, he desires to control the very flow of money itself and to transform his barren territory into a dazzling, flourishing city. Then, he will shove his success in the faces of those arrogant nobles. Building an entire city from scratch is not an easy feat, and for that monumental task, he must first establish a bank, as it is one of the foundational cornerstones of any great city. Hazel realizes with awe that the bank is merely a single, small step towards a much grander, more realistic goal that other, lesser lords would have simply laughed at. It moves him profoundly, and he accepts the prince's monumental proposal with great honor, and they firmly shake on it as they prepare to depart. Hazel inquires about the prince's plan concerning the associated costs. After the bank's opening, he offers to have his people look into it, but the prince tells him not to trouble himself with such matters, as those negotiations would inevitably come sooner or later. At Senna's hometown, located at the southern edge of the Ernesian kingdom, the prince, his loyal guard, Senna, and the powerful magician Dia have arrived in person. As Senna's people, a clan of hardened mercenaries, had previously rejected his very generous job offer to become the elite bodyguards for his newly established bank. As they begin their approach towards the village, Dia abruptly halts her steps and blocks the prince's path forward. Her keen senses tell her that they are currently being watched. She then casts a spell to pinpoint and electrocute the hidden spies. Senna seems to recognize the unfortunate spies as people from her own village, and politely excuses herself to go and clear up the situation. She proceeds to do so using her unique native language, which, to an outsider, seems rather surprisingly violent, beating them to a bloody pulp as she calmly explains the situation. Soon after, they were clear to pass through unhindered. The name of this secluded village is Nakapanya, and the village chief, a man named Agbina, who also happens to be Senna's beloved grandpa, profusely apologizes for the incident and warmly welcomes them. Agbina informs them that he still could not accept the prince's generous offer, and the prince notices that the old man is completely unyielding. Dia then reveals to the prince, speaking to him privately, that the entire atmosphere had changed drastically from the last time she was here. Apparently, she had briefly stopped by this very village before, just after she had first emerged from the mysterious magic tower. She quietly tells the prince that the villagers seem to be incredibly wary of the forest on the outskirts. The prince says to the chief that there is clearly a major problem here, and that he should allow him the chance to help them. The chief stubbornly refuses to trouble the prince with their local problems, but the prince counters that it should be his own decision to help or not. With great reluctance, the chief finally reveals the village's devastating major problem to the prince: the undead. They had suddenly started to appear in droves at the village outskirts, approximately 1,000 of the vile creatures. The prince is shocked, wondering why this was never discussed at the royal palace. He then inquires about the official lord of this territory. Apparently, the ruling lord of this land was recently changed. He is the first cousin of the infamous Count Quennel. The chief reveals that the true reason why the matter was kept hidden is because their village is the only one in the territory currently being affected. The prince is still confused, so the chief explains the grim history further in a flashback. Count Quintal had nearly wiped their entire village from existence because they had failed to pay their exorbitant taxes that year as a direct result of a devastatingly bad harvest season. It was his own son, Senna's late father, who had fought with all his might to keep this tragedy from happening. Unfortunately, he was falsely accused of treason by the vile count, interrogated, and most likely killed as a direct result. But the count was also later punished for embezzling royal funds, so he was stripped of his title, and his cousin replaced him 2 years ago. The prince reckons that the new lord must be intentionally and maliciously ignoring the village's undead infestation as some sort of twisted revenge for his disgraced cousin. He generously offers to resolve the issue with the lord himself, but the chief immediately refuses his offer and reveals that they were already planning on leaving the territory soon. Anyway, the chief reveals that his nomadic tribe has moved many times before, throughout their long past, so this is no great problem for them. The petty lord is one thing, but the horde of undead are the major issue. They had desperately tried to endure, but they simply couldn't hold on any longer. The prince warns him that attempting to move the entire village now will be very difficult, and would likely only create a host of new, more severe problems. But the villagers believe they don't have any other plausible choice. That is, until our brilliant protagonist offers to single-handedly help them solve their catastrophic problem of the undead horde. The chief is utterly shocked. There are over 1,000 of them. The prince states with confidence that he can do it. He simply requires their full and complete cooperation. He tells the chief to weigh his two options very, very carefully. If they attempt to move, there is no solid guarantee of a stable future income. But if they agree to his terms, not only will he completely eradicate their undead problem for good, but he will also purchase their valuable labor at a very good price. The chief respectfully requests some time to think it all over. The reason why the villagers were so extremely wary is because recently, an unsuspecting outsider who had entered their village suddenly became undead. The prince keenly notices that most of the villagers possess fighting power, equivalent to that of an active, fully trained knight. He also observes that they seem to be naturally prone to awakening powerful auras. He decides that it would be a criminal waste of talent to leave them all under the command of that stupid, incompetent lord, while he is deviously plotting on how to best make use of them. An innocent and oblivious Senna thinks he is such a kind person. After much careful consideration, the chief finally accepts his grand proposal, but only on the sole, unshakable condition that he eradicates every single one of the undead, which our protagonist, a seasoned professional from his countless previous lives, fully intends to do. The undead are now wandering aimlessly in the forest near the village, and the prince and his guards ambush and swiftly kill one of them. The prince astutely notices there is no controlling mage in charge of them and wonders who would have been so foolish as to just create them and then just dump them here. Senna asks if they're simply going to deal with them one by one, but the prince believes that would be a far too inefficient approach. He decides instead to just gather them all up and cremate them all at once. Dia is amazed. The easiest method would have been to use blessed holy water, but that is far too expensive and incredibly rare in their kingdom. They don't need that precious resource, though. Not when they have a powerful 6-class magician like Dia. The most important thing now is to gather all the roaming dead. So the prince decides to use both himself and Senna as live bait. They make camp right there in the open, in plain, obvious sight. Nothing could possibly be more appetizing to the undead than fresh human flesh, conveniently delivered to them on a proverbial silver platter. Senna is incredibly worried, but our MC remains as nonchalant as ever. She starts to complain, arguing that it is far too dangerous for the prince to be out here at night. But the prince counters that he must do this dangerous task himself. He desperately needs the stubborn chief to trust him completely. Apart from that, he knows that if Senna's people had ultimately left, she would have undoubtedly followed them without a second thought, and he was simply not prepared to lose her just yet. She relaxes a bit upon hearing his words, and just then, they start to show up the undead. Senna quickly grabs the prince's hand, hoisting him onto her strong back, and she starts running, zipping through the dark forest like a graceful cheetah. This is a definitely terrifying ordeal because the dead are hot on their heels, like a scene from some freaky, terrifying horror movie. He feels as if he is playing a deadly game of tag, and Senna desperately begs him to stop enjoying the thrill of it all. Once a large enough number had gathered, the prince signals to Jia, who had been patiently patiently hiding high up in the air this entire time. She then casts a devastating fire spell, Firewall, upon the horde, which turns them all into stinking, foul ashes in a matter of seconds. The prince immediately notices that the original caster must not have fully completed his dark experiment, as the undead possessed no defensive magic spells whatsoever. The explosive magic had attracted even more of the hungry undead, and the prince casually tells Senna that they may have to repeat this thrilling process a few more times. She might just have to keep on running until the morning sun rises. Senna is now completely and utterly exhausted. Running at full speed all night with someone on her back was difficult, even for a highly trained knight such as herself. Our MC praises his companions. Together, they had completely and thoroughly air-fried the entire undead army. Gia reports that she could not detect any other traces of lingering mana. The undead possessed traces of necromantic mana, and they were all wearing armor, not the clothing of common civilians. Our boy knows he needs to investigate further into this strange matter. Back to the village, they all make their triumphant return. The villagers all look as if they could desperately use a barf bath. The prince and his companions have been running around amidst rotting dead corpses all night, so they absolutely stunk. After taking a much-needed fresh bath, Dia shows the chief undeniable proof that the prince had kept his sacred promise. It is now, finally, time to talk serious business. The chief had not expected things to progress so incredibly fast, but our boy was quite an impatient and driven fellow. He promises to also take care of that dumb, incompetent lord, and the chief is rendered completely speechless by his words. Our MC suggests that he can thank him by considering his previous request. All our boy truly wants are tough, reliable bodyguards that can help him properly guard his future prestigious bank. He also happens to pay handsomely and extremely well. The chief agrees, and the lucrative contract is finally set. They even had to vanquish an entire army of the undead just for this one bank. There's just one final thing left to accomplish back at the palace. Inside the royal conference room, our ever-confident protagonist, looking as fresh and composed as ever, clearly outlines his ambitious plans to a room full of nobles about his bank. One of them ignorantly wonders why he can't just store all the money in a fortified mansion or something similar. But the prince coldly informs him that it would not be nearly so safe. He makes a pointed reference to what recently happened with the concubine, a truly tragic and unfortunate incident. Our scheming little devil of an MC, who obviously had a hand in it, is now using the event as a case study to perfectly defend his point. What an absolute menace. The reasoning was to create a truly untouchable, safe bank guarded with the highest level of knight-grade security, not just to store money, but to lend vast sums of money to capable people. That way, they could charge a hefty interest on the loans. A different noble then inquired about the consequences of not paying back a loan, and our prince shows him a truly devilish, knowing smile. What in the world did he think was going to happen? The bank would soon be established to fully organize the intricate flow of wealth throughout the kingdom. And then a new revolutionary currency would replace the old gold coins. The nobles are not particularly thrilled with this whole new currency idea, but our brilliant boy had fully anticipated this very reaction. He then informs them that the current market system and its currency were basically trash, being mixed with counterfeit coins and foreign gold. He promises to personally bear all the costs and give a new currency, a sufficient and stable value. At the end of his powerful presentation, most of the assembled nobles agree to support his worthy cause. He's so incredibly happy that he had decided to go around before the conference and bribe, no, politely persuade them all to his side using a few clever tricks. Finally, everything is now ready, and they can begin the construction. After the conference, two shady-looking nobles are having a heated discussion. Count Cain absolutely cannot let the prince do this, but Dizel, the other, more cautious noble, reminds him of the prince's powerful new status as a duke. Cain tries to argue his point, but Dizel warns him that if anything were to happen, he would be the only one in serious trouble. After foolishly hiding 1,000 undead, he really should not be bringing his past mistakes here. Cain desperately tries to explain himself, but Dizel has already vanished, leaving him behind. And just like that, in less than a single month, Our magnificent bank is fully completed. It is also strategically located on the best plot of land in the capital. Since the grand plan is to establish branches all across the nation, word of it is already spreading rapidly through the streets, and overwhelmingly positive rumors are flying around about the new bank. In Dazel's opulent mansion, he is speaking with another noble about the bank. He would still trust his own personal safe far more than the bank, anytime, any day of the week. The noble then reveals that there have been a string of recent attacks from thieves on carriages, but he already knew all too well about that particular problem. Well, as it turns out, they had also attempted to attack a fortified carriage, carrying extremely important banknotes. Too bad for them that the mercenary bodyguards, who proceeded to teach them a very painful lesson, were present at the time. Dazel simply could not believe that the bank's bodyguards were powerful, aura-wielding users. Cain was behind this plot and was severely punished for it, alongside his crime of hiding the presence of the undead. The bull-headed Dazel began to seriously reconsider all of his previous financial decisions and his so-called safe. A whole new era has now begun to brew in the Ernesia Kingdom's burgeoning financial sector. Sweet Oral and his royal father are discussing the city he plans to build in Thalia. The king is concerned, however. He worries that Oral may not be able to properly maintain it. That is, if he even finds a way to complete its construction. The prince understands precisely where his worried dad is coming from. This single decision could either make or completely break a barren, desolate land that had only barely been saved. People might still choose not to visit these barren lands, even after they have been fully and beautifully developed. His dad then pulls him in closer, and he reveals that he had actually been planning to get him out of there in just a few more years. Our protagonist correctly interprets this as his father's deep care for him, but he still resolutely declines his kind and generous offer. He had already begun to construct his own personal paradise of a chilled, relaxed life. He would take that over hanging out with some dumb, boring nobles any day. He goes on to confidently assure his father that his new city would be truly extraordinary, and he begs for his complete and total trust. After some deep thought, the king finally concedes and officially grants him his royal permission. We have a very happy prince with that news. The construction of his magnificent city commences almost immediately. He speaks directly to his citizens and humbly asks for their understanding. Due to the stellar reputation of his advanced technology, talented and skilled craftsmen already come flocking towards him, ready to help build a proper and safe residential area, a place where people could finally live with true peace of mind. They need a massive defensive wall first, because of the ferocious monsters, although the current citizens are already well accustomed to it. For the sake of future citizens migrating from other places, this step is important. Safety must come first, and our MC has just the right kind of stone material for the wall. High quality and magically reinforced, of course, and plenty of it. Other lords had previously abandoned this material because they lacked the advanced technology required to mine. So it was all gifted to the prince as spoils after the war. Perhaps he will have his very own grand statue there soon. Our protagonist is not satisfied with simply just building a city. He reveals that he actually wants to build a premier tourist destination, like a magnificent factory with so many different things to offer. He doesn't want to just live out his life and simply get rich. He wants to truly enjoy himself while he is doing it. But then again, one must take things one step at a time. It is not yet time for that grand phase of the plan. The prince is tired. He had finally finished reviewing everything and could now safely leave the rest of the work to the craftsman. He nonchalantly clicked a button and boom, a swirling portal appeared. He hopped right in, and it reveals a secret bunker, a private sanctuary where he could completely slack off in peace. A man cave of the highest, most luxurious sort. It isn't located within the castle because he needed some true privacy. Out of sheer excitement, he had added so many extra features that the room could now be used as a fully stocked escape bunker. In the unlikely case of a major siege battle, he can now finally relax and laze about as he pleases. And he thinks maybe he should build one with a natural hot spring next time. But even this isn't good enough for him, as he still feels extremely bored. He desires something colorful to entertain himself, like comics, and he thinks perhaps he should start painting very soon. He decides to go ahead and do just that. But his precious moment of relaxation is abruptly cut short when an extremely urgent message from the royal palace suddenly arrives. In another location, a vile dark mage is casting a shadowy spell. He has finally gathered enough negative human emotions to pull it off. He curses the wretched bastards who dare to look down on his kind as he unleashes the devastating spell, one that awakens the dead and sends them marching towards the kingdom. A terrified night watch soldier spots them approaching from afar and immediately alerts all of his superiors to the threat. The prince sits with visible dismay as he reads the dire letter from the palace. A massive number of undead have suddenly appeared on the northeastern and southern borders. Over thousands of them, damn it all. Just as he was finally starting to properly relax. Apparently, all the dead soldiers from the recent war had been turned into undead, as the staggering number matched the total number of recorded casualties. Gia points out that the earlier, smaller attack must have just been his training run. She obviously despises dark mages with a passion, but it is still too early to determine who is truly behind this atrocity. The vast army of the undead had now split into two forces, and was attempting to cross the border of both the kingdom and the lands of the three territory alliance. Senna suggests immediately dispatching the troops to intercept them, but the prince is not so sure of that plan, as the royal palace had not yet issued any official orders. Our boy is vexed, as this terrible news has halted his construction and trade. He orders his personal guards to immediately tighten all security measures, and he calmly tells them not to worry about a thing. Our ever-scheming protagonist is about to turn this entire horrific ordeal into a golden opportunity to make immense profits. At the kingdom's most vulnerable border fortress, the undead horde had already started to swarm and climb the walls. The kingdom's brave defenses are hard at work, desperately trying to hold them all off, until they have received any further instructions from the royal castle. At the royal castle itself, the king orders an immediate evacuation for all residents living near the border. He is immensely glad that his brilliant son had warned him beforehand. If not, things could have been so much worse than they are now. One of his trusted council members strongly suggests that they request immediate assistance from the powerful Holy Kingdom of Zelny. The Holy Kingdom, a nation that was the best at dealing with these kinds of evil techniques, like these undead hordes. But the king was not sure if they would help him. The Holy Kingdom held a very strict, zealous belief, and only officially recognized the existence of pure-blooded humans. All other sentient creatures were viewed by them as vile monsters. But the kingdom of Arnesia openly welcomed people of all different races, including the proud dwarves and the elegant elves. This fundamental difference had created a silent conflict between the two nations. The king was unsure what harsh conditions they would try to impose for their help. An elven representative also agreed with his assessment, saying that they might try to force the kingdom to begin discriminating against, or even banishing, all the other races. He decides to leave, asking for their assistance as an absolute last resort. Just then, a timely letter from our boy suddenly arrives. There would be no need for the Holy Kingdom's help after all, not when they have a peerless genius on their own side. Prince Oral has come to the rescue once more. Meanwhile, over in the terrified Merman Kingdom, it is a scene of absolute chaos, as the undead had already broken through their defenses and had driven the villagers living at the border to desperately seek refuge. At the royal palace, the newly crowned king was highly distressed and had no idea what to do. After his disgraced father had finally stepped down from the throne, he still had to try and somehow regain the citizens' shattered trust that was completely lost during the disastrous war. And now, this catastrophe was happening. He could not even get any help from his former allies. He had no other choice but to resort to begging for help from the Holy Kingdom and grudgingly accepting all of their harsh conditions. Whatever they might be, he knows that this would surely mean that they could freely interfere with his empire's internal affairs in the future. But he cannot afford to worry about that distant problem right now. The only reason why the Holy Kingdom could possibly exact this high level of political influence in the first place is because they're the only nation who produced the very rare and utterly irreplaceable holy water that could dispel evil forces like the undead very, very easily. Because of this monopoly, in return for their invaluable help, they would charge expensively, or they would impose ridiculous, crippling conditions on other countries. At the demonial kingdom, they hear that the Merman Empire had already requested the Holy Kingdom's assistance. The king worries that, because of the growing influence of the powerful Ernesian kingdom and the bad blood that they share with the Holy Kingdom. They too might not be able to do the same thing. He is utterly confused as to why the Ernesian kingdom had not yet made any move. He doesn't dare to believe that they have already somehow found a solution. A mysterious letter then interrupts his troubled thoughts. To his absolute amazement, the kingdom of Ernesia is generously offering to give him the exact same help as the Holy Kingdom, but at a much, much cheaper price. It is then revealed that our brilliant protagonist had already discovered a way to perfectly replicate the precious and incredibly rare holy water. That was the source of all this political fuss. With the expert help of his personal alchemist not so long ago, our incredible MC has done it yet again. The prince vividly remembers that in his 45th or perhaps his 46th life, he had helped a woman he acknowledged to mass-produce holy water. And thanks to that invaluable past experience, he can now artificially create his own version of holy water. The only significant downside is that it is less potent than real holy water, as he would need much more of it to properly cleanse an undead. But the major upside is that he can create as much as he wants, and it is as incredibly cheap to produce as regular water. So of course, he had it mass-produced sometime before the undead invasion even began. Now, the entire kingdom uses it to fight off the swarming undead, and it is doing its job with remarkable effectiveness. They dispatch letters to all the other affected regions, aka the 3 Territory Alliance and several other smaller nations, and even to the Holy Kingdom as well, offering their assistance regardless of any past grievances. Of course, some utter idiots do not believe the offer, like the stubborn Merman Empire. So the kingdom sends another, more direct letter, stating that the 3rd prince himself will come to explain its efficiency. Soon enough, our boy is pleasantly surprised at how many people desperately want to see him now. Now, Dio is concerned that he might be putting his private, safe, and lazy life at an unnecessary risk, and she suspects there is something else behind her master's brilliant plan. And she was, of course, completely right. It turns out our protagonist was not doing this for any sort of greater good. Instead, he wants whole entire nations to be deeply indebted to him. He wants to permanently drill the fear of his immense power into their minds. And lastly, money. Of course. Yep, he wants their money, and in very large bulk, on the day of the grand explanation. The prince grants all the gathered representatives of the nations that reached out to him for help a royal audience. He casually notices that the Merman Empire is conspicuously not present, and he correctly assumes that they had sided with the Holy Kingdom. The representatives are collectively shocked that the infamous prince, Oral, is just a mere kid. The dumb nobles don't even realize that the prince could easily hear their foolish murmur. He then takes his time to clearly explain the scientific concept behind his holy water. He uses a live demonstration with an actual, restrained undead, which scares the absolute hell out of his terrified audience. The prince inwardly thinks that they are all weak, scaredy cats with no backbone. The audience, on the other hand, thinks that he is definitely no ordinary common child, for he had just completely cleansed an undead right in front of them, without a single flicker of emotion showing in his cold eyes. They finally ask for the overall price of this artificial holy water, and it is very pricey. Well, it's cheap to make, but each nation would require massive tons of it, thus making it pricey. But the prince, however, coolly assures them that he would graciously accept future payments. In other words, crippling debt. Unfortunately for them all, our protagonist only speaks in the language of money and profit. Another representative then asks whether it is chemically similar to the one made by the Holy Kingdom. Actually, the official name of his artificial holy water is artificial mana neutralizer. The prince assures her that the ingredients and all of the production techniques are completely and totally different, even though the final effect is quite similar. He then promises to provide as much as each individual nation needs, as long as they can eventually pay him back in full. Of course, at the Che Japan Archduchy, the bloody battle with the undead is taking a heavy toll on the soldiers, but everything completely changes once the holy water from the Ernesia kingdom finally arrives, though, and they are utterly amazed at how much of it had come in. They quickly begin to use it to turn the tides of the battle in their favor. The grizzled commander was truly and deeply grateful to a prince he had never even met. Apart from the foolish Merman Empire, Every other nation that had been affected by the plague begins to use the prince's holy water in a variety of different ways to completely eradicate the undead. Some employ their mages, while others, on the direct orders of Prince Aurel himself, use specialized arrows filled with the water to attack from a far distance for safety. Once they are finally finished, the once blighted forest, ridden with the undead, looks almost too clean and strangely holy at night. Our favorite shady. The vile dark sorcerer is consumed by a seething, impotent rage directed at Prince Aurel for having utterly annihilated his magnificent army of the undead. He could have obtained everything he ever desired by now. He angrily reckons that not even the vaunted Holy Kingdom possessed the sheer power to accomplish this feat. He swears a dark oath to punish the insolent magic tower and usher in the glorious new era of the Dark Church. Good luck with that, my man. Back in the safety of Fahilia, Asha delivers a report to the prince. The last remnants of the undead appear to be retreating towards their master. Our boy realizes the dark mage is desperately trying to prolong his own life by using the remaining undead as pathetic shields. She also informs him of the angry protest letters from the Holy Kingdom, but he nonchalantly tells her to completely ignore their useless whine. He then asks for Jia's expert opinion on the matter. She tells him that she believes it would be far better if they capture the vile culprit in a timely manner. She deduces that a formidable 7th-class mage is likely the mastermind behind this horror, but even he will eventually reach his limit and then be captured. It is going to be quite the spectacular battle. The prince reckons that just sitting around waiting would be a waste of time. Right at the edge of the grim battlefield, the dark mage himself appears amidst a desperate battle with the undead. The soldiers immediately focus their assault directly on him, but they are no match for his overwhelming dark magic. The dark mage suddenly realizes that he might be reaching the absolute limit of how much negative mana his frail body could possibly handle. He decides to retreat for now and unleashes a massive, toxic poison cloud to guarantee his escape. He rushes frantically back to his secluded cabin to grab his essentials and flee, only to be met with a truly frightening figure. Prince Aurel, poised and ready to deliver judgment upon a naughty mage. Mr. Dark Mage is absolutely terrified. Our MC is profoundly disappointed. Thanks to the soldier's intel, it was laughably easy to predict the location of his hideout. The prince had hoped to find some useful information regarding the dark magic system, but he unfortunately couldn't find any. That was only part of the reason he came in person, though. He also wanted to know what in the 7 hells gave Mr. Dark Mage the sheer audacity to not only awaken hundreds of undead, but to also attack and plunge everyone into a state of terror. Our boy is officially pissed. The Dark Mage desperately tries to attack, but before he can even begin to cast a spell, he is already sprawled on the floor, and Prince Aurel's knuckles sting just a bit. Mages, after all, are just like normal humans. Once their concentration is shattered, they lose the ability to focus and weave their spells. The prince deduces that his grand plan was to raise a massive army of undead and then attack all the neighboring countries. What an immature and utterly foolish idea. The mage, still crumpled on the unforgiving ground, feels deeply insulted, but our MC humbles him even further. Assuming his pathetic plan had somehow actually succeeded, what in the world would he have done next? Rule over an entire nation of rotting corpses? That is just unbelievably sad and empty. The mage curses the MC for completely ruining his grand plan. The prince coolly replies that it is only when something doesn't go your way that it suddenly becomes someone else's fault entirely. He says that he was a fool for ever thinking that. There was some kind of intelligent reason behind all of this madness, and he resolves to give this dark mage a truly humiliating and agonizing end for all of the trouble that he has foolishly caused. The dark mage refuses to go down without a desperate fight. He awakens his biggest, most powerful undead to fight for him. Our prince is simply disgusted. This new undead is a grotesque zombie, made up of the parts of carefully selected, powerful dead soldiers. It's like Frankenstein's monster all over again. The prince contemplates how to properly exterminate, but he doesn't want to get his own pristine hands dirty. Germs are real, people. He has an excellent idea. He uses his own magic to simply purify the zombie. The dark mage could not believe his eyes. The boy in front of him had just wielded a sacred magic, exclusive to the saintess of the Holy Kingdom. The prince doesn't understand why he is getting so worked up over it. It is not even exactly the same purification spell, and it's significantly less powerful than the original sacred version. Perhaps those saintess folks were just pathetically weak. Well, that stunning display completely shatters the dark mage's will to fight, and he immediately resorts to pathetic begging and bribery. The prince thinks his whining is quite noisy, and he is starting to get kind of hungry. I'm sure we all can guess just how this one ends. Once the other soldiers who were chasing after the dark magician finally reached the isolated cabin, they discover a brutally and grotesquely mutilated body, and a cryptic note declaring he was executed by the past lives. What the heck? They don't even know whether to be happy or terrified. The Joint Subjugation Force, which consisted of brave soldiers from many different nations, had finally triumphed over the sinister dark mage. Of course, they could not tell the general public what the mysterious past lives had actually done to the man if they wanted children to ever sleep at night again. Everything is at long last beginning to get back to normal. Even the city construction has resumed. The prince is still somewhat disappointed, however, that he couldn't extract any useful information on the elusive dark church. Even after forcibly pulling out all of the dark mage's memories, he decides that when he eventually reaches that particular river, he will figure out how to cross it, and idly wonders if he should laze about again. Today, as is his usual preference, in the far-off Zelnian Holy Kingdom, the high priest, Pelson, is absolutely furious and loudly claims that Prince Oral and his people are committing heresy by falsifying their god's sacred grace. He turns to the powerful saintess, Melvinia, and she shuts him down immediately. For the time being, their official stance is to prioritize the innocent lives of people. So she coldly commands him to stop doing things that are completely pointless. First, they will deal with the Merman Empire situation. Then, they will deal with Oral Ornesia. He must be properly checked out, especially after brazenly pulling a dangerous stunt like that. Some time has passed since the Great Undead incident, and a few important things have since changed. Our boy is now 17 years old, basically a grown man now. Freya had found a mate, and now has a cute baby griffin. The dwarves are now attempting to smelt pure titanium. Of all these significant changes, the most significant is that 1/3 of the prince's dreamlike city has finally, at long last, been completed. It's absolutely perfect, and the new residents seem to like it too. They're so incredibly grateful to the prince, and that makes him feel truly rewarded. He then departs to go and starts scheming his next brilliant, genius plan, a massive housewarming party. Asha was more than utterly shocked when she discovered her employer's plan to throw a grand party, so much so that she had to genuinely check if he was feeling well. There was simply no way the boy she had come to know, a man who detested nobles and their vapid social parties with every fiber of his being, was actually seriously planning to throw one. He tells her to stop her dramatic overreacting, as he simply wanted to let the entire public know that Phalia was no longer the barren, frozen wasteland it once was, so as to attract more visitors in the near future. Even if people were not particularly interested in the city itself, surely they would be interested in the infamous and mysterious third prince. Asha understands, but the prince needs her invaluable help promoting the grand banquet. Apart from her, he had absolutely no one else experienced with throwing lavish parties. All of his other loyal workers were either common folk or hopeless introverts. Her noble background was sure to come in handy now, when making all the critical decisions that concern this matter. She tells him not to worry at all, as she believes that many influential nobles would surely attend. But when he inquires about his own father's attendance, she vows to prepare for it, even if she must risk her own life. Our protagonist begs her not to go quite that far for him, but she insists. The prince is conflicted about who he should invite. He needs to carefully select a balanced mixture of both rich nobles and common folk. He gets frustrated with the planning and decides to just invite everybody. And just like that, he takes care of that problem. The nobles could scarcely believe what they were hearing. The prince, who is normally enshrouded in deep mystery and never shows his face, was inviting them all to a grand social party. It absolutely must be some kind of elaborate mistake. He had always given them pathetic excuses in the past, and the nobles excused his behavior because he was born physically weak. This is an invitation they certainly could not fail to attend. Prince Oral's mother is absolutely delighted at the surprising news, and his father, the king, promises to make time in his busy schedule. Soon enough, his party is the talk of the entire kingdom. It was a tremendous amount of work, but the prince actually starts to look forward to his own party. On the auspicious day of the banquet, the main gate guard can hardly believe his eyes that so many incredibly important people are coming through the main gates of a once barren and completely forgotten land. They had all arrived so remarkably early that it is obvious they're extremely interested in the young prince. He orders his personal maid to go and attend to all the guests. The highborn nobles, are so utterly surprised by how much of the city had been completed. One particular, grumpy noble is completely astonished, but he still feels that the territory's terrible cold would still be unbearable, no matter how nice and impressive the new city is. Imagine his utter shock when he finally steps out of his carriage, only to feel so much pleasant warmth in the air that some of the other nobles had already begun to undress a little. Yep, the prince had somehow discovered a way to raise the ambient temperature of the whole town. He imagines the stunned looks on all their faces when he finally reveals to them exactly how he managed to pull it off. How very exciting. Asha has just finished concluding everything concerning the preparations for the party, and the prince is deeply grateful for her hard work. She asks if he is sure about the chosen location, and he replies affirmatively. He then tells her that she needs to go and rest and prepare for the grand banquet herself. And this simple statement hits her like a powerful stray bullet. Apparently, our boy had completely forgotten to tell her that she was to attend the banquet as well, just like his other high-ranking attendants. She is not prepared for such an event in the slightest, because our thoughtful boy has got her completely covered. With a single, casual snap of his fingers, a team of maids appears from behind and promptly drags her away. Another maid then appears and informs him about the magic teleportation circle. Cool. This means his family is finally here. He had dutifully sent invitations to all the members of his royal family, but only his mother and father had agreed to actually attend. Oh well. He only did it out of pure courtesy, anyway. He arrives at the shimmering circle just as soon as his mother appears. They happily reunite, and she informs him that his father is on his way as well. The king would never normally come out all this way, not even for a beloved son, but he made a special exception for Prince Oral. Later that magnificent evening, it is finally time for the party. The guests are somewhat disappointed that the chosen location for the event is the main city square. It is normally held in lush gardens if it has to be outdoors, but there is absolutely nothing spectacular there. The nobles are already starting to gossip about this strange choice, when suddenly the entire massive square lights up as if it were bright daytime. They are all utterly astonished by what has just miraculously happened. But keep your hats firmly on your heads, folks, because this is only just the very beginning. Meanwhile, our young prince is looking so incredibly fresh as he makes his preparations to finally join the banquet. Senna, Asha, and Jim meet up with him, looking absolutely drop-dead gorgeous. The prince warmly compliments each and every one of them, and they all move to join the grand banquet together as a group. Back at the party, the guests have already begun to dine heartily, and the food personally produced by the prince is of the highest possible quality, as everyone had expected. As they are all beginning to wonder when he is finally going to show up, something truly jaw-dropping suddenly happens. The massive water fountain that stands in the middle of the square suddenly and magically splits into 4 separate parts. It reveals a grand platform majestically emerging from beneath with a proud prince, and a massive, glorious statue of himself standing majestically behind it. He had just nonchalantly shattered the world record for the most ostentatious entrance. They had all expected something truly bizarre to happen this night, but this somehow still completely blows all of their minds. He truly hadn't changed one single bit, always finding new and creative ways to leave people completely speechless. He elegantly steps down and warmly greets all of his esteemed guests. He then proceeds to proudly introduce his magnificent new city to them. But before he goes ahead to show off all of his city's features, he first introduces the esteemed guest of honor, the king, who also graciously thanks all the guests for coming. After all of that, it is finally time to brag about the new technologies of the Great Failure to all the dumb but very, very rich people, also known more formally as the nobles. It is finally time for our MC's favorite part of this entire grand event, bragging about all of his new technologies using magical projection screens. He carefully displays and expertly explains the city's complex layout and features to an utterly amazed and captivated crowd. The defense of the town is absolutely top-notch, with a defensive wall so tall and so strong that it completely encircles the entire city. The unique material used for the wall is even stronger than solid steel, and it is maintained with powerful, multi-layered magical barriers, and it can withstand direct attacks from ferocious monsters, an entire invading army, or even a powerful 7th-class mage. Someone then asks about the infamously harsh weather of the region, and our boy is more than happy to answer that very specific question, especially since he had kind of hired the man to ask it in advance. He then tells the assembled crowd that the odd feeling of pleasant warmth they all felt once they had first entered the city was actually a very special and powerful magical device that had been installed throughout the entire city. Someone else then immediately inquires if it is a similar device to the mana house he had previously invented. He is a little bit shaken, for he had not hired this particular man, but still, he calmly agrees with him and continues his impressive presentation. He clearly explains that this new technology is much bigger and far more advanced than the mana house, and it is capable of doing much more, like actually changing the very weather itself for the whole city. Our protagonist is not even playing around with this one. He had spent a vast amount of money and overworked many mages on this project. With that, he concludes his presentation, and the entire crowd applauds him loudly. After that grand reveal, the nobles start fiercely competing over who gets to open stores in his city first, asking all about the revolutionary magic tool. And soon, our boy is getting so much intense attention that his personal social battery begins to rapidly run out. But he knows he has to endure it all for the prosperous future of his city. His loyal personal guards notice just how hard their beloved boss is working, completely stepping out of his usual comfort zone to graciously attend to everyone who had a pressing question. The other guests begin to notice his guards as well. 3 exceptionally beautiful young girls who are rumored to be stronger than even the kingdom's knight commander. One of the nobles approaches Asha with the bold request of having a dance, but she politely declines his offer with the excuse of currently being on duty. The prince, who is watching from afar, wishes his guards would loosen up a little. It is only a matter of time before his own personal predator locks onto him as a primary target. She asks him for a dance, and the prince, who had always thought that it was the men who asked and not the ladies, is genuinely surprised by her forwardness. He then notices his loving mom staring at him with a wide, beaming smile, one that silently commands him to go and dance right away. It's a trap. He doesn't want his mom to get worried about it, so he decides to agree to the dance anyway. Plus, he cannot afford to be misinterpreted as a social fool. He politely tells the girl that he would grant her only this one single dance, as he was not much of a dancer himself. The lady appreciates his apparent meekness, and he correctly interprets her as a seasoned social pro. Unfortunately for her, she doesn't know that the person she was dancing with was a veteran pro of many lives, who had completely mastered various different techniques and dance moves, swinging her around with such effortless elegance. A real Michael Jackson. The other girls are so incredibly jealous, but he knew he couldn't act too shy in front of all his important guests. Once he is finally done with her, the poor girl can hardly stay on her own 2 feet. He then asks for another partner for the very next song, and he is certainly not short of any adoring fangirls. Once he is finally done with all his dancing, and has somehow managed to escape the eager clutches of his many fans, our prince is completely and totally exhausted. Senna points out that absolutely no one had asked him to go that far, and he makes it very clear that he was not enjoying himself at all. He turns back around, only to see a long, winding line of ladies, still patiently waiting to be swept off their very own feet. He can't possibly do this for much longer. He then turns to Asha and has a brilliant idea. He asks her to dance with him now. He had previously noticed that she was not really enjoying herself either. He tells her to save him from all those women and dance with him for a little while. She can even consider it a special award for helping him plan this entire event. A dance with a prince, especially a well-known introvert like him, was not a very common occurrence. She happily agrees, but she worries that she is no longer confident in her own 2 feet. The prince tells her not to worry at all, and promises to patiently teach her all the steps along the way. With that, they come together in a beautiful song and graceful dance. The prince and his loyal guard dance so incredibly beautifully well together, and he keeps his promise to her by teaching her the steps as they elegantly move. He cleverly compares the dance steps to various fighting moves and tells her to just relax and flow with the music. The sheer envy oozing from the onlooking female crowd is so thick, you could probably take a bite and chew right through it. You can't really blame them, though. The prince and his beautiful partner, Asha, look so absolutely perfect as they go. After all of that excitement, the prince's social battery finally dies completely, and he is mentally exhausted. Just then, he happens to notice some shady-looking people at his party. Dia comes over to formally report to him, but he already knows that some uninvited guests had somehow entered his party. Asha and Senna join them, and Senna suggests that they should take care of it now. But our MC has a much better idea. He tells them to discreetly follow him at a safe distance, as he personally grants his new, uninvited guests an audience. They try to protest his decision, but the prince knows one of the men. He cheekily calls him a prospective client. After he has left the main party area a safe distance, the prince turns and correctly identifies the person who had followed him out as the powerful magic tower lord, Helman Melnia. Helman is very surprised that the young prince could actually recognize him, and he apologizes profusely for the very late introductions. He inquires as to how the prince managed to recognize him, and our boy reveals that he had recognized him as the very same fellow who had surprised him with the sharp question about the Mana house. Back during his grand introduction of the new city, Oral reveals that he never thought that someone as great and powerful as the Magic Tower Lord himself would ever accept his humble invitation to a party, and he had always thought that the man deeply hated him. As per the numerous requests from the meddling Holy Kingdom, he had deliberately poked at a very sensitive topic in a brazen bid to try and test the young upstart fellow. But Helman humbly himself, and he replies that he never accepted any such foolish requests. It turns out that the prince actually already knew that he wasn't lying, and the poor magician is just glad that there is no great misunderstanding. To be completely honest, the prince had not expected the Lord of the Magic Tower to be a lot older than he was. But after quickly scanning his immense mana amount, he cannot deny that he is, in fact, the real deal. Helman greatly praises Prince Oral's achievements, but he humbly attributes all the credit to the talented magicians, even though he had come up with the entire idea originally. The Lord then inquires about why the prince had come out all this way, just to have a simple chat with him. And the prince reveals that he had something to discuss with him in private. But before all of that, he inquires whether the new friends that had just joined them were his, because they did not seem to be carrying an official invitation. The prince wonders why dark magicians always seem to wear all black, as if they were actively trying to announce to the world that they're shady people. These new friends had come here to casually kidnap the man who had interfered with their dear comrade's recent plan, and the man who would surely interfere with them in the future, aka the prince and his new buddy, Helman. Oral begins to wonder if he had made powerful enemies because of his artificial holy water, and the Lord blames himself for allowing vile cockroaches to slip into the event. The dark magicians begin casting a powerful 7th class spell, but before they could possibly finish it, Helman whips out a devastating 8th class spell, one that sends them rocketing 10,000 feet into the air, only to crash down to their doom with a ridiculous, terrifying speed. He didn't kill them, but that definitely must have hurt a lot. The prince greatly admires his immense strength. He then apologizes for using his magic without getting official permission, but our boy doesn't mind a bit of free live entertainment. Helman then notices the prince's personal guards that have been following them, all this while patiently on standby in the shadows. He asks if he could now deal with their friends on the floor, and the prince happily obliges his request. After all that excitement, they finally begin their private chat, and the prince reveals to him that he desperately needs manpower from the prestigious Magic Tower. Helman cautiously asks what his true intentions are, but the prince cannot reveal them to him just yet. The prince understands and promises to contact him officially at a later date. He then turns to leave, but the prince suggests that he should stay and enjoy the magnificent banquet for a little bit longer. Unfortunately, he cannot stay, as he has a lot of important work to do, and he needs to have a very fun chat with his dark magician friends. He then leaves, using powerful teleportation magic, and the prince is wary of how he did it so openly, even after he had powerful magical barriers installed. Back at the party, the king had been patiently waiting for his son, and he inquired about his recent whereabouts. Well, he had a chat with the powerful magic tower lord and watched him personally beat some sense into some dark magicians. But he obviously could not tell his father any of that. The prince reckons that for his father to stay out waiting for him, he must have something very important to say to him. The king praises Oral for his immense resourcefulness in building the city. He then asks him for the very last time to return to the royal castle. The prince politely declines his offer, and the king accepts his son's response. He reckons that it might even be better for his son to stay here and be truly free, and he feels relieved by this thought. He then reveals that his other brother, Prince Jael, actually wants him to come back to the capital. It is now time to make a crucial decision. The prince reckons that it is all because of the throne's inheritance. Jael had finally come of age, and his reputation had increased greatly during the war, and he had received the valuable support of so many powerful nobles. The prince thinks that his brother might want to offer him an official position. He is absolutely nothing like his manipulative mother, the queen. He then promises his dad to contact him at a later time. They would soon be embroiled in another political turmoil. What a complete and utter drag. After the grand party, people had started moving into their new, beautiful homes in the city. The castle had given their final official approval, and the city was finally open to the public a month later. The prince had secretly and masterfully sneaked out of his palace and was now wandering aimlessly through the bustling streets of his city, inspecting. He keenly notices all the new merchants, and he begins to think that his own company should have a new, an exciting flagship product. Just at that moment, a particular, unique store suddenly catches his eye. The Geotal Trading Company, a powerful merchant association with its headquarters in the Felsen Kingdom, one that is focused on importing exotic goods from overseas. The ship technology in this current era is absolute trash, and our boy wishes dearly that his landlocked kingdom had a seat. As he casually enters the quaint little store, the merchant in charge immediately notices that his new customer looks filthy rich, and he starts gazing at him like a seasoned, learned trader would. The prince looks casually around the shop. It looks like some kind of strange seed. He doesn't dare to believe what he is currently looking at in his hands, a real cacao fruit. He immediately orders a very confused merchant to give him every single one that he has in the shop right now. Asha and Senna notice how their boss has been incredibly busy lately. He has been tirelessly working on that strange seed. The prince had finally miraculously succeeded in growing cocoa trees, although he had lost about half of the precious seeds and overworked his magicians. He had finally discovered the precise temperature needed in his mana house to properly grow it. He then leaves the most important part to Dia, which is the delicate process of processing the cocoa beans. This might be a criminal waste of powerful magic, but our prince simply does not care one bit. Dia uses her immense magic to turn the raw beans into fine cocoa powder, and once the prince promises to give her the very first taste as a reward, her working speed dramatically increases. He then adds some sugar and prepares, and soon enough, he obtains mouth-watering, delicious chocolate. It has been such a long, long while because there was no chocolate, even any of his many previous lives. Oh yes, chocolate. He has never felt more grateful to have been reborn into this world. He then calls for Asha, Senna, and Aiken, the grumpy dwarf leader, to help him taste all of his new products, an assortment of chocolate snacks. He needs them to help him decide which are the best snacks to use as his new flagship product. Asha thinks that the simple cookies and bread will be extremely popular among all the young children. Senna thinks that the chocolate fondue is the perfect combination of both sweet and sour flavors. The grumpy Aiken does not like sweets, though, and he much prefers the bitter taste of the whiskey bonbon, probably because of its extremely high alcohol content. Blacksmithing is very hard work, after all, so they need all the extra calories anyway. They all eventually agree that any of the amazing snacks will be a good flagship product, but the prince is confused as to why they all want to leave. When the official tasting session had only just begun, the terrified trio watches in absolute horror as a team of maids appears with tons and tons of more chocolate snacks. Apparently, the prince had gotten a little bit carried away while he was busy cooking. He cheerfully welcomes them all to his own personal sugar hell, the chocolate edition. Oh, and it's just another peaceful, normal day in Fahilia. On the second day, Asha and Senna look like they are about to throw up. On the third day, he brings yet another completely new set of products. On the fourth agonizing day, Asha and Senna finally give up completely. Even Dia, the legendary foodie, had passed out, and Aiken had long since run away in terror. Our pro thinks that maybe feeding them only pure chocolate for 4 straight days was going a little bit overboard with it, and his weary guards strongly, wholeheartedly agree. He then warns them all that the chocolate is extremely high in calories, and that they might get fat from eating far too much of it. They all suddenly develop urgent excuses to go and train or exercise. They won't even be able to look at another piece of chocolate for a long while after this. The prince, however, doesn't seem to gain any weight, so he has absolutely no problem with eating even more of it. Their noble sacrifice was not in vain, though, for that is the story of how chocolate, the very same food that had given his strongest personal guards vivid nightmares, became the new, highly successful flagship product. Stores with various chocolate products start opening up everywhere, and the common people, who were unfamiliar with it at first, start to obsess over it. His uncle Lucien tells him that both the locals, tourists, and even the highborn nobles are seriously investing in it. The prince notices that his uncle has loosened up quite a bit since he had last seen the man. Lucien also tells him that selling the chocolate products separately as a high-end luxury product exclusively to the nobles, with special, ornate packaging, shipping via instant teleportation, and obtained only through a formal reservation, was a huge, roaring success. He then strongly suggests that the prince should increase the production, but the prince cannot do that, for there is a strict limit to the amount of fruit he can actually grow. This is the absolute maximum he can go at the moment, since there is no other place in the entire kingdom where cocoa can properly grow, and expanding his mana house and the number of magicians is simply not possible. His uncle then suggests that he should do business with the Geotal Trading Company, and he bluntly and immediately refuses. They had openly displayed a keen interest in doing business with him, and technically, the cocoa fruit he used was originally theirs, but the secret recipe and all of the production techniques are still his. He firmly ordered his uncle not to negotiate with them at all, claiming he only created chocolate for his own personal enjoyment. He had made a grave mistake once while making paper. He didn't properly watch his competition, and that single oversight led directly to a bloody war. If he repeats that same mistake, then he is no reincarnation pro. This time, he's going to keep a very close eye on them until the bitter end. Meanwhile, the immense popularity of chocolate continues to grow exponentially, especially among the circle of noble women. The prince had strategically written to Lady Care, the mother of Heya, since everyone was already aware. There was a strong connection between her house and the mysterious third prince. She cleverly introduces all of her powerful friends to the delicacy, and they in turn introduce all of their friends to it. And that is how its fame continues to grow unstoppably. This explosive trend attracts the attention of Geotel, the cunning CEO of the Geotel Trading Company. She inquires after the mysterious producers of the now infamous chocolate, while cleverly distracting the noble women with exotic goods she brought from overseas. Unfortunately for her, she could not extract any useful information from them and casually brushes it off. On her long way home, she is exhausted from having to please those vapid nobles, but her loyal attendant reminds her that is the only way they can gain entry into their closed-off territory. She asks whether Prince Oral's company had replied to her offer, and the attendant informs her that the prince has absolutely no intention of ever working with him. Geodel finds this incredibly odd, and she bitterly regrets not knowing that the seemingly useless seed was a priceless treasure. She reckons that the magic tool which controls the ambient temperature could be the primary reason for his success, but it obviously would not be nearly enough to produce in such large quantities. She is utterly confused as to why the prince stubbornly refuses to work with her. But Prince Oral had only developed chocolate for his own personal, selfish enjoyment. So, of course, she could not possibly understand his motives. She commands her attendant to keep sending requests in, ones that may finally attract the prince's attention. Lucien informs his powerful nephew that the Geotel company is becoming desperate, but our boy truly does not want to deal with them at all. He tells him that the owner would like to request an audience, and he reluctantly, begrudgingly agrees. There's no harm in just chatting over a simple cup of tea, right? On the fated day of their appointment, they finally meet face to face. The prince immediately makes it known that her frequent requests were greatly disturbed, both him and his dear uncle, and she calmly apologizes for that. He had wanted to test her resolve with that statement, but she managed to keep her cool composure. He then coldly asks her to state her business proposal, and she does exactly that, emphasizing how her company was the best at pioneering the difficult sea routes and at delivering goods in massive quantities. But the prince, of course, already knows all of this, and he tells her that it has absolutely nothing to do with why he doesn't want to join with her. The heart of the matter is, if he were to allow this dangerous deal, it would mean that she would become his one and only source of vital supplies. In other words, she would hold complete control over his entire company. The prince had just hit her with a fatal, deadly question. The inescapable truth is that if the Geotel company was the sole source of raw materials for his own company, he would be completely at her mercy if she ever decided to stop supplying him, or if she increased the price to a ridiculously high amount. She desperately tries to protest his logic, but the prince tells her that if she were a truly good businesswoman, she would have at least thought that far ahead in her plan, and she did. It is painfully obvious, considering how desperate she is now. She finally inquires if he had any future plans of expanding the business, and he masterfully turns the question right back to her, coolly asking her what she herself thought. As he calmly awaits her reply, he uses his magic to secretly scan her aura, and he discovers something. She finally gives up and asks if his mind will ever change. He highly doubts it, but he promises to at least hear her out, at least if she has a much better proposal to offer him. With that, she leaves, completely disappointed. After she has finally departed, Lucian expresses his surprise that Oral did not accept her lucrative proposal. Oral tells him that he had been seriously considering, for she had a very good reputation and seemed quite sensible. But he just has a gut feeling that he cannot possibly work with her. The hidden truth is that when he had secretly scanned her aura, he had detected something foul and corrupted far beyond the normal private agenda of a simple merchant, and he concluded that she was definitely not an ordinary person. He then orders his uncle to dig into her entire business operation. Back at her home base, Geotel is beyond completely frustrated, and she wonders where she possibly went wrong in her proposal. She knows she did not make a single mistake, and that her deal was extremely appealing. As she takes a frustrated smoke, her attendant then suggests that the prince might have caught on to a dangerous secret of theirs, but she uses a deathly stare to cut him off mid-sentence, and she coldly warns him to watch his foolish mouth. There is simply no way he could have possibly noticed anything. She says that it would be reckless to fight him directly, head-on, but she has not given up on her plans just yet. After all that, our nonchalant MC goes back to lazing about, as is his usual habit on the field, and he wonders what he should do with Fry, who has now given birth to 5 adorable baby griffins. It would be incredibly difficult to just keep them all at the palace, so he idly wonders if he should perhaps sell them instead, and he then decides to get some other, more useful opinions. First, Asha suggests that he should simply send them back to the wild, but the prince worries that they may eventually grow up and become a serious problem and a danger to the citizens. They are still, at their core, wild monsters. Plus, they had gotten incredibly spoiled living in the castle, so he fears that they may not be able to survive out in the wild, all on their own. He begs Asha to take at least one of them, but she refuses because there is absolutely no space in her small mansion, so it is a hard no from her. Senna also cannot help, because although her people are incredibly strong, raising a powerful beast like that requires immense funds, which they currently do not possess. The prince had forgotten that expensive horsemeat, which is a griffin's absolute favorite food, was not cheap at all, so it is a no from her as well. Dia, ever the foodie, suggests they should cook some of them, and so it is an immediate and resounding no for her as well. As he is just about to completely give up on the idea, he asks an obviously busy and very grumpy Aiken for his opinion, who suggests that they could help pull carriages instead of using horses. The prince does not think that a baby griffin can possibly pull a carriage, but that single comment gives him a brilliant idea. They may not be nearly strong enough to pull heavy carriages, but they can at least transport small, lightweight stuff like valuable jewelry and precious goods directly to the nobles. And using flight as a method of transport is much safer than traveling by land. So he comes up with a revolutionary griffin delivery service. He thanks Aiken profusely and starts zooming off with excitement. Aiken had wanted to inform him about some new type of metal, but our boy is already long since gone. as he is still deeply thinking about the Griffin delivery service and how it would possibly work. An urgent letter suddenly arrives for him, and from the grave expression on the messenger's face, he can tell that it is not a nice, just checking in on you kind of letter. Once he reads its contents, he laughs out loud and rips it to tiny pieces. He had been expecting these kinds of dirty tricks from her. She was now calling his precious, beloved cacao beans pagan fruit, one of the seven hells. She would not give up either. They will just have to wait and see if he ever changes his mind. This war is far from over. At the holy kingdom of Zelnia, that same dumb priest, Pelzen, who was yelling after the undead attack, was now yelling once again. This time, he was calling our boys precious cacao fruit, the vile fruit of pagans. He tells his ignorant congregation not to be deceived by its devilish sweetness, and that anyone who dares to eat, it will be struck down by their angry god. And he then dramatically stomps on the innocent fruit. That poor cacao. Meanwhile, at Fahilha Castle, Lucian admits that he had not anticipated this move. The prince always knew that they had it out for him, but he never thought they would make such a big deal out of plain, simple chocolate. He correctly attributes it all to the Geotal Company, but he did not know that they were secretly connected to the Holy Kingdom. Lucian inquires as to why the powerful Holy Kingdom would side with a mere trading company. The prince knows it must be a bribe. Either way, they might not be immediately harmed by this right now, but they have now been denied the right to export any of their chocolate. Although the prince has absolutely no plans of exporting for the time being, he reckons that Geodal's insidious plan was to make absolutely sure they could only export through her company, and if they do not reply, she would probably push the negative public opinion even further. His uncle suggests that they should file an official complaint, but the prince doesn't believe that would ever actually work. That doesn't mean he's going to let them get away with it scot-free, though. An evil, sinister smirk finds its way onto his handsome face, and his uncle is starting to get extremely worried. He knows that dangerous face all too well. His brilliant nephew is now plotting something truly diabolical and evil. Our protagonist always had the personal policy of not messing with innocent people first, but now they have foolishly gone ahead and crossed it. So he finally has a legitimate reason to completely crush them. Lucian suddenly realizes that his nephew had actually been planning to swallow them whole right from the very beginning, and those poor, pathetic fools had finally given him a golden chance to prey upon. The prince is overwhelmed by the exciting idea of controlling a fleet of ships and the priceless knowledge needed to operate them. That had been his ultimate goal from the very, very start. He tells his uncle to hurry up with the task of digging into the secrets of the Geotel Company. But Lucian complains that such an investigation takes a lot of time. Well, in that case, our boy has another, much better idea. Back to the Holy Kingdom. Mr. Yelling Priest, Pelzen, is thinking about how his devout followers are just like pigs. They get all excited over just a few simple words. Just then, he runs into the saintess, Nelvinia, and immediately starts fawning over her. Talk about a disgusting level of hypocrisy at its absolute lowest. He commends her for all of her tireless hard work, but she replies that she has to work hard, especially since the last holy king had passed away, and there was still no divine revelation from their silent goddess. She had been forced to take over the duties of a king, like difficult politics and endless negotiations. He then piously prays that the revelation comes very soon, so that she can finally be relieved of her heavy burdens. All of this, by the way, is complete and utter trash. For the truth is, Pelzen knows that she had conveniently taken the throne for herself, and has refused to speak about it, even after receiving the divine revelation. He is only choosing to follow her lead, because he knows that she is an extremely powerful individual, both in the arts of purification and in repelling all forms of mana. It is simply much better to follow her than to foolishly oppose her. He is not really interested in the messy world of politics anyway, and is quite comfortable just making his money where he currently is. Nelvinia then confronts him directly about his recent fiery speech concerning the controversial cacao fruit. He politely reminds her that it is not under her official jurisdiction, and he asks her if there is some kind of problem. But she coolly replies that she was just curious as to who he had heard it from. He brushes her question off and soon she leaves him to his thoughts. She then asks her loyal aide, who has been by her side this entire time, and her aide tells her the entire, unvarnished truth, that a believer from the notorious Giatal company had recently visited him. Nelvinia is furious. She knows now that he has been bribed. The aide offers to take care of the problem for her and exposes her sharp knife. But the Saintess wisely disagrees with that course of action. She thinks it might not be too late to somehow salvage the situation, and she gives her aide some important errands to run. It seems this so-called kingdom is definitely anything but holy. There are some very sketchy figures lurking about, but this time, it's our own devious MC and his elite guards of mercenaries, and also his uncle, who had tagged along with them out of sheer worry for his nephew. Asha anxiously asks if this is really okay to do, but the prince casually says that it is perfectly fine. Their intended target is the Geotal company's transport wagons that are supposed to be passing through this very path soon. They're currently spying on them. Although the previous investigation had been unsuccessful, he still knew with certainty that they were definitely smuggling something illegal. So he just wants to take a little peek for himself. He had already come up with a multitude of clever alibis, and he had even hired some real bandits to take all the blame. Lucien expresses how his poor mother would surely faint if she were to ever find out about any of this. Just at that moment, the wagons appear, and the prince tells his guards to go. But he sternly commands them not to actually kill anyone. They attack, and sure as hell, they do their acting job well as convincing fake bandits. So much so that the prince has to ask Senna if they were actually just some real thieves from a rough hometown. Once they have successfully secured the terrified drivers, they go over to carefully inspect all of the transported goods. At first glance, they look like just ordinary things like various fruits and furs. But the prince discovers a cleverly hidden space at the very bottom of the carriage. He tells Senna to kindly go and destroy it for him, and they're both completely shocked at what they eventually find. Salt. It surely could not be just ordinary salt. And they are, of course, absolutely right. Lucien correctly identifies the rest of it as medicines with powerful hallucinogenic effects and other various products that were strictly prohibited from being imported. In other words, extremely hard, illegal drugs. They had finally got them this time, for sure. But the prince is not in a great rush to immediately report them. He reckons that there is a whole intricate web-like chain of lords involved in this. The most important thing for now is that he teaches her a valuable lesson and shows her exactly what a fair game really is. At the Geotal company's affiliated store, the local merchant realizes that they have far fewer purchases than they usually do, even though they currently have much better prices than most of their competitors. He then reports this strange news to his boss, Geotel, that the prince's company was now purchasing all the same products that they normally buy, but at a much higher price and in all of their branch locations. Geotel worries that this might soon develop into a very big problem for them in the future. She cannot believe that Prince Oral would make this kind of aggressive move, even going so far as to willingly accept huge financial losses. The nervous merchant suggests that they should report him to the authorities, but she knows she cannot do that. She knows that our boy is a certified genius, and she knows that he would not take this level of extreme risk unless he had sufficient grounds to completely get away with it. She then suddenly remembers that their transport wagons had recently been attacked, and she correctly attributes it all to the prince's own doing. This was far beyond any sort of normal business retaliation. She needs to go and speak with him immediately. She does not know if he will even accept her request, but this is the one and only way that they might possibly survive. Geotel sits for many long hours, patiently waiting for the prince. He finally appears and coldly asks what her business with him is. She replies that he already knows the reason, and he agrees. He was just now thinking of finally confronting her, but he had thought she would have run away in fear by now. She then desperately replies that shutting her entire business down would be the very same thing as death for her. She goes on to ask him the true reason for his harsh revenge. He then denies having any sort of feelings of revenge, but he says he is just playing a little harmless prank on her. If that is his idea of what a little prank is, then they have vastly different ideas of what that particular word means. He then reveals all of the dirty secrets of the Geotel company directly to her. All of it gotten from a very well-intentioned informant, aka Nelvinia's personal aide. He tells her that he is not even doing this because of the cacao fruit criticism anymore. She had simply crossed far too many lines, and it was simply high time to finally teach her a proper lesson. He then asks her just how far she would be willing to go for money. She tells him that money is the one and only goal for any true merchant. The prince genuinely pities her if that is how she really and truly feels. Well, in a very sudden and shocking change of mood, the prince happily agrees to change his mind, and he offers her a deal. She just has to hand over her entire business to him, and all will be forgiven. Of course, he will not just leave her out in the cold streets. Giodel simply cannot believe her own ears. It has to be some kind of very expensive, cruel joke. Did he really think that her massive company was cheap enough to be simply sold over a little bit of petty smuggling? He totally agrees with her. Smuggling alone is simply not enough. So he thanks his lucky stars that he did not only catch her for smuggling. There is also the matter of bribery and the icing on the cake, treason. Who would have possibly known? She was partially involved in the recent conflict of some small neighboring country. She really would do absolutely anything for money. She stops him short and demands to know how he got this vital information. But our boy does not kiss and tell his secrets. Let us just say that there was a particular helpful saintess involved. The prince expresses how he wonders what would possibly happen if all this information were to suddenly leak out. The nobles who were involved, the countries that had greatly suffered, they would all come directly for her neck. A panicking Giodel desperately tries to salvage her dire situation by using the leverage of the Holy Church's recent criticisms against him, saying that she is the only one who can possibly stop. But the prince then reveals to her that particular problem had already completely resolved itself, as a certain disgraced high priest was already being severely punished. Giodel is utterly terrified. She must now make a terrible choice: her money or her very life. Long story short, Giodel stepped down from her high-ranking position, and she handed her entire company over to the current manager of the Arnold Company, Lucien. The other merchants and traders were all scared that they would lose their jobs, but Oral granted that only the main signboard would be changed, while the rest, including the company framework and all existing employees, would remain exactly the same. And as for our friends at the Holy Kingdom, Giodel had admitted to bribing and selling contraband items to Pelza. He tries to put all of the blame on the Ernesian kingdom, and Nelvinia admits that their relationship is not the best, but that has absolutely nothing to do with his heinous crimes. He then realizes that it was her diabolical plan all along to eliminate him, and he screams as the guards finally drag him away. He really was a yelling priest until the very, very end. Nelvinia walks away, completely satisfied. Her uncle would have a lot of work to do, but at least the prince now had a proper crew and a boat. Now, that chocolate is also selling quite well, so maybe you should start thinking about selling to other countries. The prince wonders this while he grants the saintess, Melvinia, a private audience. The prince did not expect that she would come to see him in person. During the recent Giodel incident, they had secretly exchanged a series of letters and vital information, leading to them both eliminating the people they wanted to get rid of, Giodel and the foolish priest. The prince had thought there would be no more contact between them after that, but here she is, currently stuffing her face with his delicious chocolate. He asks her whether it is okay for her to be here, and she replies that it is perfectly fine as long as she does not get caught. He then reminds her that this is, in fact, his personal territory, but she coolly assures him that she could easily escape anytime she pleases. He notes that she is certainly full of confidence, but then again, she is the powerful saintess after all. She had come here to clear up the recent misunderstanding herself, and to explain that what had happened was entirely due to her disgraced priest's own personal deviation, and that it did not reflect her own intentions whatsoever. The prince jokingly tells her to then allow him to freely sell his artificial holy water, but she still firmly refuses his request. She had come to meet face-to-face with the famous Oral Ernesia. She reveals that she did not want to make any new enemies right now, and has already taken the matter of import into careful consideration. The prince understands that she does not want to become enemies with him, but that she also does not want to become his best friend forever. He thinks it is because of their mutual dislike for any non-human species, as that can never be truly covered up. But she assures him that is not the real reason at all. She just does not have any intention of fighting with him right now. She then takes her leave and mysteriously disappears. The prince notes that her method is different from standard teleportation. Perhaps it is her own exclusive personal ability. He has this strange feeling that something annoying is about to happen. What a terrible drag. He just hopes that the rather childish saintess does not do something foolish. Micah Justinville, a weary member of the 16th Order of Knights, is completely exhausted. The endless paperwork she is doing is not even completely hers to begin with. It is all for her esteemed captain, the great Lady Kenya. She reckons that her captain is not a bad person at all, but that she's just very, very easily distracted. Had she known that this was how her life was going to turn out, she would have simply remained back in the quiet countryside. She fondly remembers how she had been recommended to a brand new order, directly under the command of the second princess herself. She had already admired her greatly from afar. And since Kenya's new order consisted entirely of powerful women, job offers were sent to even the most remote corners of the kingdom, to the very place where she stayed. She was so stoked to be working under Kenya, but now she really just wants to relive herself from all the stress. As she is still lost in her dark contemplation, Kenya bursts into the room, almost breaking the poor door off its hinges. She immediately scolds her for it, and tells her that the prince had even sent his personal sympathy. Kenya believes that she can actually hear the prince nagging her through. Micah then tells her to go through all the documents she had painstakingly organized for her, and Kenya does so without a single moment of hesitation. Micah thinks that she might still be incredibly upset from recently losing a difficult battle with a sword master she had challenged. After that fateful battle, the man had told her that he had only won because of his vast experience, but she had lost through and through, and she knew it. She was not broken by the loss, though, and she still vowed to challenge him to a duel once again. The real reason she was so obsessed with winning was because of the sacred vow she had made to her own father, the king. Before her new order could be officially recognized, she must first be recognized for her own incredible skill. And one of the only ways to get properly recognized is to win a duel against another sword master of the very same high level. Mecca then realizes that if her beloved captain keeps on losing, their entire order will also eventually disappear into nothing. She really does not want that to happen at all, even though she complains a lot. It is really not that bad of a life. She decides that she must do something for her dear captain's sake. The prince goes into full, arrogant noble mode on her. When the seven hells gave her the audacity to meet him in person, Mecca scrambles around nervously, saying that she had only come for Lady Kenya's sake. But our boy is only just messing with her, of course. He could never be that truly serious with just anyone. He then immediately becomes very anxious as he inquires if his dear sister had done anything terribly wrong. She then tells him the full, complicated story and the entire deal with his big sis. She had come to him now seeking his valuable advice because she was so incredibly worried about his beloved sister. She complains that if things continue to go on like this, she will not be able to work at all properly, as she was constantly working overtime a lot, and it was literally killing her. She pleads with him to please tell her what she should do. After some deep thought, the prince reveals that he cannot possibly help her. He can only give his sister his advice if she were to ask for it herself. Seeing the incredibly disappointed look on her face, he decides not to send her back with absolutely nothing to show for it. He gives her a letter addressed to his sister, but with the very severe warning that only Senna could possibly open, as a powerful, binding spell had been placed upon it at Senna's private training ground. She lays on the hard ground, completely exhausted from her intense training. She then begins to reminisce about her recent battle with the Swords Master. During that fierce battle, she had noticed that he was blocking her attacks, without even breaking a single, tiny bead of sweat. She then decided to change her tactics from looking for a simple opening, and to just attack him with all of her brute force. Her powerful opponent had commended her excellent swordsmanship, but he still managed to find an opening and landed a critical winning hit. Lord Manuel and she were both in the very same powerful realm, but because of his immense battle experience, she could never possibly beat him. In the midst of her deep thoughts, Micah interrupts her with a letter from her powerful brother, containing vital information on how to finally defeat her opponent. She believes that with that new, vital information, they will finally be able to get their official recognition. She is then suddenly interrupted by a sharp flick to the forehead from Kenya. She asks her if she had gone to him first, because she knew that her proud brother would never send this to her. She discourages her and tells her that this was not the proper way. If she were to beat Lord Menel like this, she would only be setting her own pathetic limits for herself. Micah is genuinely and deeply impressed by her incredible hero, but Kenya could not see it at all. She then promises her most faithful soldier that she would win this time. With a confident smile, she goes on to continue her grueling training. But Mecca, however, is still incredibly curious as to what is actually in the letter. Not long after that fateful day, Kenya walks up to challenge Lord Manhwa once again. He is very surprised by her tenacity. But our brave princess is not planning on giving up anytime soon. He agrees to spar with her once more, but he notices that she has brought a very different weapon with her this time. It is the very same short sword her little brother had given her before the war. The decisive battle begins. With the powerful help of her unique sword, she closes the vast distance between them in just a matter of mere seconds. He narrowly manages to escape it. He cannot let his guard down for a second, so he decides to finally take this duel seriously. Kenya is surprised that he was not fighting with everything he had before, as he starts to rain down powerful attacks on her that she barely manages to miss. He reckons that since his attacks primarily rely on powerful stabbing motions, the princess must have thought she could easily counter it by getting in close. But unfortunately for her, he can easily read her every single movement. As he is still thinking, he realizes that his clever opponent is now high up in the air. Kenya uses all the raw power she could possibly gather, and she gives her surprised opponent a critical, decisive headbutt that sends him crashing down to the hard ground. Mecha and all of the other spectators could not possibly believe their own eyes. Was a move like that even allowed in a formal duel? But in truth, she had finally won. She tells him that she had bet, that he had never, ever expected a powerful headbutt from a knight, and the Lord bursts out into hearty laughter. He also believes that fighting fair and square on a real battlefield was complete and utter nonsense. They shake hands on it, and Lord Manhwa, as he had promised, finally acknowledges her as a true knight. As she freshens up after the duel, Maka congratulates her on her stunning victory. She is still not completely satisfied, though, as she feels that the powerful lord had gone easy on her. She then inquires about the mysterious letter her brother, the prince, had sent to her since her important match had finally ended. It did not matter anymore. Maka then reveals to her that she had secretly checked and that there was absolutely nothing there. Just a completely blank piece of paper. Not even the powerful magic that was supposed to have sealed it just for her. Mika pleads with her not to be too upset about it, but she is not upset at all, because she knows that her clever brother had sent it to her on purpose. She is already looking forward to her next challenging match, but Maka cruelly reminds her of the massive piles of delayed work that are waiting for her. So as it turns out, the prince is actually quite friendly with the great Lord Manhwa. He brings Jia along with him to help heal the poor old man's aching body. He is incredibly grateful, and he sincerely apologizes, just like his father had done, for putting him through so much trouble. The prince expresses how, if his dear sister was not properly recognized by Lord Manhwa, the other knights would surely look down upon her. Lord Manhwa inquires if he had given her any sort of help, but our prince honestly answers that he did not. Although her adjutant had indeed come to him for help, he did not contribute to her victory in any way. Everything that had happened during that fateful battle was totally her own doing. Lord Manhwa admits that he had a great time verifying her skills, and that finally ends the matter of his sister and her powerful sword. Now, the prince says that he wants to go and talk some serious business, and Lord Manhwa wonders what he could possibly mean by that. He has a very scary idea, though. The prince confidently walks into the room where his powerful father, the king, and his older brother, the first prince and rightful heir, are currently seated, and he tells them, point blank, that they need to prepare for another war. He reveals that although the previous bloody war has finally ended, grave danger still lurks on the borders of the kingdom. The king notes that he is not talking about simple defensive preparation, and he is, of course, completely right. For our genius protagonist thinks that they should strike first, this time around. The first prince is clearly irritated by the very thought of starting another war, but the prince passionately argues with him, saying that the clear signs of another war are already brewing on the horizon. This conflict is destined to arrive. It matters not who throws the first punch. He harbors no love for the art of killing, but by acting now, they could ensure their own casualties are reduced to an absolute minimum. He also vows to personally engineer their entire arsenal, leaving no further room for debate. After a tense, heavy silence, the king asks what his son, Yahello, intends to do, as he was now fated to lead the kingdom from this day forward. Aurel also voices his complete willingness to follow his brother's command. The first prince requests a moment of time to consider this, and then departs. The king tells Aurel that they need to have some crucial father-son bonding time, but it would be over the grim topics of politics and war, and he agrees with a solemn nod. for he had not wanted to resort to such drastic measures either. The king then reminds him of the matter concerning Pina and his difficult decision to accommodate her presence, and Oral agrees. He then asks if this momentous war decision was left to him, what he would possibly do. The king bluntly replies that he would never be the one to start a war, and the prince understands his reasoning. But Prince Jael, however, decides upon the opposite course of action. They will prepare themselves for total war, but only if an enemy obviously shows any visible, overtly hostile actions toward their sovereign kingdom. He sternly tells Oral that he would accept absolutely no violations from it, and our boy obediently complies. He then asks his older brother to tell him who he is truly wary of, and Prince Oral states that he suspects the Holy Kingdom, and he has solid reason to believe that they would invade within the next 5 years. After his extensive investigations, the terrible possibility of war became all too apparent. He was not planning on launching the first attack, but he was not going to sit back and wait around either. This entire preparation was simply a necessary precaution. At the Holy Kingdom, the saintess lies wearily upon her bed, obviously exhausted, and she reminisces about the difficult discussion she just had. She has sternly warned her people not to antagonize the powerful Inerzian kingdom. For now, someone asked if they were going to evangelize them, which was just a fancy Holy Kingdom language for invading another sovereign nation. She told them grimly that they had no chance of winning if they started a war. Right now, they had to be extremely cautious, and although leaving them unchecked would only grant them precious time to grow stronger, they had no other recourse. She reckons that she would have to resort to a very troublesome move, as she holds up a very shady-looking bottle in her delicate hands. Slow and steady wins the race, all for the sake of their holy nation. Meanwhile, Princess Pina has finally arrived in Fahilia, and Oral is already there, patiently waiting to welcome her. She never thought that they would meet again in this manner. He was now the one in charge of her official extradition. Of the only 3 surviving royal family children, Pina is the second child and the firstborn princess. She had thought the weather in this region would be brutal, but once she had entered the magnificent city, she was completely and utterly surprised. The prince warmly ushers her inside so that they can discuss matters further. Her older brother had now inherited the imperial throne, and her younger sister is still just a small kid. She, on the other hand, had come here as a political hostage under the thin pretext of studying abroad. But the prince reckons that despite her unfortunate situation, she still somehow managed to remain remarkably carefree. He offers her some of his delicious snacks and asks after her general welfare. She responds that she has been living quite comfortably, although the prince notes a distinct bitterness hidden in her tone, as she goes on to graciously compliment his amazing city. The prince beckons her to stop all of her formal pretend. He had not forgotten about their little, strange incident back at the palace. She desperately tries to deny everything, so the prince playfully threatens to announce her precious secret to the entire city. Then she immediately folds. Unfortunately for her, our boy is not someone they can easily sway. With just some pretty smiles, she tells him to also stop his own pretending, and he is delighted to do so. He tells her to show him her loyal spirit, but she is worried about the issue of confidentiality. The prince coolly assures her that they're all very good at keeping secrets. He notes that for some strange reason, she is really conscious about her privacy. She then finally summons it, and the cute little salamander suddenly pops out of the thin air. She had been practicing diligently and had managed to tame it a little bit, and our prince is genuinely impressed by her progress. He then inquires about the confusing letter she had sent to him through her tiny lizard, claiming that he could teach her the high-level spiritual arts. She does not deny it, and she admits that at some point, she had started to be able to hear the spirit's words. The prince reckons that although summoning spirits was not incredibly rare, it was extremely difficult to actually communicate with them, even for a seasoned pro like himself. He asks her what had happened exactly, and she explains that she had heard numerous different voices, but the lizard specifically told her to come directly to him. The prince is surprised that it had mentioned him directly by name, and he wonders if the spirits could somehow see through his true identity as a man, who was now living his 101st lifetime. He wonders how the spirit, a being that only recognizes one's fundamental soul essence, views someone like him. Spiritual magic is a truly lost art, but he agrees to teach her as much as he possibly can. And from that moment, a new, powerful bond is formed between the princess of the empire and the mysterious third prince of the kingdom. Senna, Asha, and Dia are having some mischievous fun, gossiping about the prince and his pretty new female friend. Their strange relationship seems to be quite casual and relaxed, and Senna reveals that they had actually met before during the prince's recent visit to the royal palace to find a suitable marriage proposal. These are just the lovesick delusions of young women, as the prince had just been keeping a very close eye on her because of her rare gift of spiritualism. After the grand tour of the castle, it is now time for Oral's special spiritual lessons with Princess Pena. He flips through a dusty old book on spirits and then tosses it out immediately, with the simple reason that it was far too old and outdated. He decides to go with the much more effective old-school style and teach her by personally demonstrating the techniques. In order to summon a powerful spirit, she must first form a binding contract. Only then can they manifest enough power for other people to see them. Although contract is just a rather fancy term, unless you're dealing with high-ranking spirits. A simple, mutual nod could easily do the trick. The most important thing to have is a high degree of infinity. Not that you cannot summon a spirit without. He demonstrates this by casually pulling out a rare spirit stone, placing it carefully in a circle, and speaking some ancient words. And poof, a spirit suddenly appears before them. It is not really a complete, fully formed spirit, but more like a single limb of one. But he just wanted to prove to her that absolutely anyone could do it, as long as they had the proper rare medium, which is also very, very rare and extremely expensive. The technique is also incredibly complicated, and communication is very difficult. The very existence of spiritualists has not even been confirmed for over 200 long years now, because standard magic just became much more efficient over the passing years. This did not imply that the spirit arts were inferior, though. His main goal for today is to make her more familiar with the act of summoning. He then asked her to go ahead and try it out, and she does exactly as he had done for her earlier, repeating the very same ancient words, but without using a medium. Poof! Another spirit instantly appears before them. It is an earth gnome, so cute that he almost seems to be edible. Pina is incredibly excited that she had managed to do it on her very first try. The prince cannot understand what the cute little being is actually saying, but Pina can. She then puts out her hand, and the spirit hugs, and just like that, a simple, binding contract is immediately formed. The prince is genuinely surprised that she is able to form contracts with two different spirits, and he jokes about the immense shock her brother would feel if he ever found out. This comment throws her off, but she still agrees with it. The prince then confronts her with the inescapable fact that the reason that she is hiding her powerful spiritual affinity and cannot be caught knowing the spirit arts by her own empire is because she is deathly afraid of the powerful Holy Kingdom. Basically, the Holy Kingdom hates all non-human species, and it treats them all as unholy beings. And of all of them, they hate the powerful spirits the most. In fact, in ancient, bloody history, the Holy Kingdom always persecuted the spiritualists of old, and it hunted them down even more cruelly than it hunted demons. Spirits, on the other hand, were incredibly sensitive to any form of human malice, which is probably why they have not been seen much in over 200 long years. The Empire had started to accept the fanatical doctrine of the Church. Amidst all of that, she is a high-ranking member of the royal family, so that was one of the many reasons she was sent here as a hostage. She finally admits to it, but she tries to explain further, as that is not the entire full story. Yes, her brother had already known about her hidden talent, but she was also sent here for something else entirely. The prince finishes her hesitant statement with the fact that she was sent here to give the Holy Kingdom a valid reason, to punish the unsuspecting Ernesian kingdom. Absolutely nothing could possibly get past our brilliant reincarnation. She's surprised that he already knew all of that. In truth, it was only a simple guess on his part, but a correct one, based on her guilty reaction. The kingdom of Ernesian was once ruled under the thumb of the Empire, until the first king fought hard to make it a fully independent nation. That is probably why they simply could not stand the kingdom's powerful, growing existence. The emperor is now planning to use the flimsy excuse that the princess had somehow been corrupted by the kingdom of Ernesian to give the Holy Kingdom a valid reason to finally attack. He asks her whether the Holy Kingdom already knows of this plan, but the powerful magic which he had cast on her then began to wear off. He had used subtle suggestion magic to make her willingly talk, and with that, he is able to deduce that she strongly disagrees with her brother. She then reveals, all on her own, that she did not like the abhorrent idea of her precious spirits being treated with such open malice. The prince reveals to her that if their sinister plans were to come to fruition, she would also be in a great deal of trouble as a known spiritualist. He then asks her if her reason for coming to him for help was also so that she could use him as a convenient excuse. She denies it, saying that she just did not want to make any foolish mistakes. Also, it was because she had believed what her faithful spirit had said. The prince then inquires about her own personal plan. The emperor did not know about any of this, but she could not possibly betray her own empire, as she was still a proud part of the imperial royal family. He then makes it crystal clear to her that her cooperation with him would be highly beneficial to her own empire, for it was well on its way to certain exploitation and ultimate utter destruction. The prince had already known that the manipulative Holy Kingdom had planned to use her empire as nothing more than a convenient shield. He tells her the brutal, unforgiving truth that her brother was extremely dull and was being expertly manipulated. Pina is still completely undecided. The prince goes on to tell her that they could not possibly win, even if they were to join hands and attack his mighty kingdom together. The Holy Kingdom was planning to abandon them right from the very start. They planned to spark a devastating war and then easily run away if things went south. He officially promises the worried princess that he will make absolutely sure that her beloved empire does not get caught up in the crossfire of this bloody war, as long as she agrees to fully cooperate with him. Pina then finally realizes that this was the real reason. He had wanted her to come here right from the very start, but she is confused as to why he had chosen her for this vital task. He then tells her that he believed her powerful spiritual arts were the only weapon that could possibly work against the Saintus without starting a full-scale war. She could not believe that he was referring to the actual living Saintus. She is not really that loyal to her own imperial family, and she definitely does not want her country to get caught up in another war. So the prince passionately urges her to join him now, so that he could finally prove that her spiritual arts are the true way, and teach all those who had pushed her around a very painful lesson. He tells her to finally stop hiding her true power, and that single statement opens her eyes as she agrees to follow our protagonist. The most important thing to have when performing the high-level spirit arts is one's affinity. Although his personal affinity is currently low due to his training, his own mana is incredibly close to all the natural attributes. He tries hard to remember the ancient spell, but that is just far too much difficult work. So he casually rips the powerful spirit kings out from the circle he had just drawn, one by one. Once he finally has all of the primary attributes, he stops. The great fire spirit king angrily asks what gave him the sheer audacity to so casually rip out the spirit kings, so forcefully like that. But before he could even finish his question, our boy casts a powerful magic chain, one that completely prevents them from using any of their powerful attributes. The fire spirit immediately assumes that he wants to form binding contracts with them. But nah, our boy wants absolutely nothing to do with those strange creatures. He just needs to ask them all a simple question. He asks them what it means exactly when a spirit says that he can truly be trusted. The fire spirit does not seem to understand the question at all. Just then, he takes a very good look at our MC's powerful soul, and boy, is he completely and utterly terrified by what he sees. The prince notes that he must look very different in their spiritual eyes. The light spirit king behind him says that it has been thousands of long years, and that even a mighty dragon lords were not like this at all. That is just how terrifying he actually looks to them. He then notices that they are not that surprised to see him, and they reveal that they had actually seen one like him once before, a being that had existed about 1,000 long years ago. Our pro already knows that there are other powerful reincarnators out there, and he had even come into contact with some of them in his many previous lives. The fire spirit then reveals that the previous one was not very nice at all, and had forced them to use their immense power to wantonly destroy. You see, our boy has classified all reincarnators into 3 distinct groups. The lazy bones just like him, the goody two-shoes that use their vast knowledge to help other people, and the absolute jerks that completely abuse their power. This other guy obviously falls into the dreaded latter group. The fire spirit, Red, suggests that maybe the lizard was just incredibly relieved to see that his soul was good. After they have told him everything that they know, Red asks him if he now wants to form a powerful pact with them. But the prince reminds them that he does not need their power at all. He warns them, though, to tell all of their descendants to never speak of him ever again. He then promptly sends them all packing. But he asks Red to please appear if a certain specific summoner summons him. The spirit gives him a medium that can summon at any time, and then it disappears. The prince wonders what in the world he is supposed to do with a single ribbon. Pina has been practicing diligently, just as her new teacher had instructed her. Prince Oral had told her to take things one small step at a time, and to keep working on familiarizing herself with the act of summoning, so that she could perform it successfully at a single moment's notice. She wonders why he was so incredibly focused on just the basics, but she concludes that he just wanted to thoroughly and properly train her in case of a real combat situation. The prince, who had been secretly listening from just behind the closed door, wonders why she is always so serious about everything. Well, he had basically just told her to laze about and practice some casual summon. Gia reckons that it was because of the simple fact that she was royalty and that she had been working tirelessly ever since she was very young. She had been talking about herself as well. Anyway, the prince inquires about the powerful engine he had requested from the magic tower. After he had gotten all the ships from the now-defunct Geotal company, he had made a formal request to get them to move without much human manpower. Hellman had liked the ambitious idea, but at the same time, he had feared that it might prove to be very dangerous. He had proposed that it would have normally taken them just 3 months to fully stabilize, but now it would unfortunately take 6, since the total manpower at the magic tower had been greatly reduced due to them constantly chasing after those troublesome dark mages. The prince is still completely okay with this new timeline, as it would have taken them 3 times that amount of time to achieve it alone. Those dumb, pesky dark magicians were still disturbing it, though Hellman had vowed to completely prioritize eradicating them all before doing anything else for the prince. The prince is not so sure about all of this, but then again, it is none of his personal business. He tells Dia to tell him that he understands and will continue to root for him. Now that all of the important business talk was finally settled, a long, relaxing break for our boy is seriously overdue. He decides to bring Princess Pina along with him this time, so he bursts right into the room, grabs her by the hand, and takes her out on a fun outing. Their much-deserved break starts right now. On their way, the prince tries his best to make some light small talk, but she will not budge. Her progress with her training was stagnant, and even though he tries his hardest to get her to finally relax, she still stubbornly refuses. She complains that as true royalty, they should not so casually indignify themselves like this. The prince simply cannot believe what he has just heard. He is now more determined than ever to get her to have some actual fun. Now, he takes her to a street food stall and offers her some roasted rabbit meat. She is obviously very interested in trying it, but she cannot possibly lose her precious royal dignity. The prince persuades her, saying that she is just a simple prisoner and not a highborn princess while she is here. With that, they both finally try the strange street meat, and they openly criticize it right in front of the poor, heartbroken seller. Just then, a swift figure deliberately pushes her directly towards him. It is a common street pickpocket. The sheer audacity of that human committing a crime in his pristine city. The guards could have easily handled the man themselves, but our boy decides to use this as a practical, live training opportunity for his fledgling student. He tells her to go and take care of it herself, and she confidently summons her loyal spirits, and she uses them to completely trap her target in hard, unmoving mud, solidifying the earth with her powerful earth gnome, and then hardening it further with the fiery salamander. The prince commends her surprising ability in combat, but he advises her to use more threatening means to trap her future enemies. In response to that advice, she sets the poor pickpocket completely on fire, and although her flames are not that particularly hot, the prince can still clearly smell some burnt steak. He had told her to just trap him, not to cremate the poor dude alive right there. That was going way too much. The people all around them think that it is some kind of street performance, and the singed thief is handed over to the city guards. At the local bookstore, the prince notices that Pina is more familiar with dusty books than having fun, and she herself notices that most of the books here were made of very high-quality paper. She then finds a shiny, new book and our teenage protagonist, who had been momentarily distracted by a dirty, rated 18 book, desperately tries to stop her, but he is far too late. He just wants the earth to open up and swallow him whole right now, as she loudly reads out the great deeds of the gray wise sage, Prince Oral. The book was meant to help popularize him in his new city, but he is currently dying of cringe just hearing what was actually written. Pina then notices that the writing in the book is perfectly uniform, and the prince commends her for her incredible incredibly sharp eyes. It is the direct result of his brand new machines that can print both words and pictures really quickly. She inquires about the specific reason behind its creation, but our prince simply shrugs it off with a casual gesture. He could not possibly tell her all of his secret plans, not yet at the very least. They start making plans to finally call a day. In the Holy Kingdom, we have yet another different yelling priest. You would think that he would have learned from the last one. This time, he is yelling about a recently banned book that had been cleverly reproduced as a simple children's book, easy to read, even for the completely illiterate masses. Saintess Nalvania urges the loud priest to calm down, for this was an extremely sensitive and delicate matter. As a temporary solution, she would ban this new book as well. But her major problem now is that it is from the kingdom of inertia. She wonders what Prince Oral's true reasons were for this. I guess we now know what those mysterious printing machines were really for. She tells them all to inform their respective allies, not to bring the forbidden book into the hallowed church. A priest then inquires just how long they would have to hold their breath. The entire congregation is getting very impatient, and so are they. To calm them all down, she decides to give them a clear, decisive answer. She tells them that she had finally gotten a divine revelation from the goddess, and this news gets them all very excited. But she tells them that the information was extremely private and secret, and she makes them all swear a holy oath of absolute secrecy. After that, she reveals some sort of highly secret information, one that gives them all some sort of renewed morale. What in the seven hells is she scheming? Now, after some more time has passed, there is a grand celebration happening in the kingdom of Renisia. Our pro, who is now a full 18 years old, sits back and proudly watches his big brother, Yahello, get crowned as the newest, rightful king of Renisia. He reckons that his brother should hurry up and become a truly wise king, so as to divert all unwanted attention away from himself. He would do everything within his immense power to support him from behind the scenes, and to make absolutely sure that it happens. All for the sake of his peaceful, idyllic life. He wishes that the peace they currently felt would continue on forever. Unfortunately, we do not always get what we wish for in this life. Our MC is chilling out on the open, green fields, wondering what the hell Saintess Malvinia was currently plotting. Meanwhile, Princess Pina is practicing diligently right beside it, and he asks her why she keeps summoning and contracting with lesser spirits, when she could now make powerful pacts with intermediate level spirits. But he is sorely disappointed when he finds out. It was solely because of their overwhelming cuteness. Princess Pina's power has grown immensely, being able to summon up to 100 lesser spirits all at once. She commands her personal spirit army of cuteness to now attack, and the prince notices that she had chosen sheer quantity over true quality. Unfortunately for her, that is simply not enough, as her powerful sparring partner, Dia, easily counters her assault with her own formidable fire magic. Dia tells her that she lacks sufficient control over her forces, as there is a huge gap in her frontal formation. The prince had never expected Pina to actually win, since Dia is currently on par with a powerful 7th class magician, whilst Pina is only better than some standard 6th class magicians. He advises her to read some military books and work on leading her spirit units. He then tells them both to spar one more time, as he contemplates taking a much-needed nap, because he could not possibly come up with an answer as to what the nefarious Holy Kingdom was currently planned. Meanwhile, during their intense training match, Pina inquires about Dia's mysterious background and how her family must be so proud to see her as strong as this. But Dia reveals a very gloomy and incredibly sad truth. Her entire hometown was completely wiped out by a terrible pandemic. Pina immediately and profusely apologizes for her words, and the prince is genuinely impressed by her profound humility. He reckons how Gia's personal story was so very unfortunate, and just then, a sudden thought strikes his mind: pandemic. He then rushes out and tells them not to wait up for him, as he had a sudden, extremely important task to go and do. There is one terrible thing that can still destroy a kingdom as great as his: a deadly, unstoppable pandemic. He asks the librarian if all the ancient records have been restored, as he briskly walks into the vast, historical library. He then asks him to bring him all the available records concerning the ancient war between the Ernesian kingdom and the Holy Kingdom as well as all of the other nations. The prince truly, deeply hates anything analog. He had been researching until dusk, and he had managed to finally find something. It was a detailed record of the ancient war between the Holy Kingdom and the Kingdom of Hezel, a nation that no longer exists. The Holy Kingdom had started the war, and Hezel was incredibly strong, at the very beginning at least, until a mysterious plague spread throughout their lands and caused its borders to collapse. The devastating war, together with the deadly plague, was simply too much for them to possibly handle. The prince reckons that all of this was extremely suspicious. The flow of the historical events was far too smooth, and the Holy Kingdom had offered their help just after the fact. The Hezel Kingdom was later completely destroyed, and it was then forced to join the powerful Merman Empire. Yep, that settles it then. Our boy has to do something, and soon. Later, he asks Jia to help him start to make some new medicine. Making medicine is incredibly tricky, for a single mistake could lead to devastating, unforeseen side effects. Just as much as it could be used to save countless innocent lives, it must be considered with the utmost of care. But our boy cannot just simply fold his arms when he knows of the Holy Kingdom's nefarious, evil plans. She understands, but she is worried about all of the difficulties involved. Our protagonist was never planning on making it completely from scratch. He already has all of the basic, necessary materials that they will need, and he has already fully designed an emergency type of medicine, just in case. It was something he had previously accounted for when he was freshly transferred to the desolate land of Fahilia, along with his lavish, private room. He also had a secret lab where he could develop new drugs at any given time. As for the official name of this new emergency drug, he decides to call it antibiotics. He then contacts Damon to immediately start to mass produce them. Gio is confused as to why he had called her for a task that is obviously meant for a professional alchemist, but he has something else in store for her. He hands her some pieces of paper, and after flicking through them, she is completely shocked at what she is now looking at. He tells her that she must master this new, powerful technique, but she questions its absolute necessity at this time. He tells her that it is for the absolute worst-case scenario. He sternly orders her not to tell a single living soul, or to use the mono-nanoparticle controlling technique without his direct, express permission is highly unorthodox, but she promises to live up to her master's great expectations. While the alchemists were busy mass-producing his new miracle medicine, and Joe was working hard on completely mastering the new technique, Hellman sent word that he had finally finished with the powerful engine, which means it is now time for a jolly, relaxing cruise. Asha and Senna are so utterly astonished at how big the open sea is. Around the kingdom of Arnesia, there are just tall mountains and jagged rocks, so they had never had the chance to see the vast sea before. They are now in the beautiful Felsen Kingdom, which served as a major trading port for all the different ships from many different countries, of which their own company had finally joined. When Asha and Senna first see the majestic ships, they are completely dazzled, as it is also a first time for them. They are both gaping so very hard, but they start to embarrass the young prince just a little bit, and they gape even more when their own personal ride finally arrives. The Phalia Sky. The number 1 ship stands majestically as she graces the port with her glorious presence. Aiken and the rest of the dwarves had really outdone themselves this time. Senna noticed that the ship did not have any visible sails, and the prince simply told her that she would soon see why. Just then, Hellman casually drops in via a powerful teleportation spell. He had come all alone, as all the other mages were currently busy with our old pals, the pesky dark mages. Our prince notes that the amazing technique used to make the ship's powerful engine was invented by the Lord of the Magic Tower himself. He could practically feel the blood and tears of all the overworked mages that had worked so hard on the new ship. Mercy upon all their poor souls. Now that they're all complete, it is now time to take the massive new ship out for a fun joyride. The magnificent ship sliced through the ocean waves with unparalleled efficiency. She is a truly one-of-a-kind vessel, made entirely of solid iron, and using a powerful magic engine, and weighing over 9,000 tons. Asha's face is deathly pale, and she is sweating all over her body. Our MC rushes over to her side, full of concern, worrying that she might have a bad case of motion sickness. But in truth, she is just getting a bad case of PTSD. According to her, her own grandpa, who was a famous explorer, had gotten caught one day by a giant kraken, and he had ended up stranded all alone on a deserted island. He then used that terrifying story to scare her when she was still a little kid. The prince then urges her to look at the incredibly beautiful scenery to distract her from her fear. And the scenery is quite beautiful indeed. Hellman deduces that this single ship alone will be able to carry as much cargo as the entire Geotel company fleet. And our protagonist was now planning on adding 3 more just like it, as they both happily dialogue on all the immense profits they were going to make. Senna suddenly spots something in the water, a kraken. Hellman's eyes lock onto the terror, and the prince's grim nod confirms the dreadful reality. Meanwhile, Asha begins to scream her poor brains out in terror. When Titans of the Deep appeared, the seasoned mariner proposed that if they were to retreat now, they could evade the beast, as it was merely giving them a warning, should the creature decide to follow them. They could simply toss some provisions its way as a diversion. A sound plan, but our reincarnated prodigy had a much bolder strategy. He would ram the ship directly into the kraken with all its might, like a cannonball hurtling towards bowling pins. Asha's face went pale, as if she had just seen a specter. The prince needed to validate the vessel's durability, and furthermore, what gave that monstrous kraken the audacity to block his sovereign path? Asha was completely on the verge of a breakdown. As they steeled themselves for the thunderous impact, the ship violently collided with the unsuspecting Leviathan, and kaboom! It truly was a perfect strike, like a bowling ball in its pins, as the crew began to pull themselves together. Well, everyone with the notable exception of Asha, who had already departed to have a pleasant tea with her maker. The kraken was annihilated, and that was all the evidence our hero needed. He concluded that the vessel possessed incredible resistance to monster attacks and treacherous reefs. They declared the trial a success and ended their sea voyage. After that ordeal, the prince instructed his comrades to search for his prized cocoa fruit as they ventured forth to explore the southern continent. It wouldn't be much longer until he could brew his precious cola, and the mere thought of it had him salivating more than when he had first crafted chocolate. The official reason given for his Ernesian expedition squad was to establish contact and forge new alliances with the formidable southern continent. No one could ever fathom that the primary reason was his own selfish ambition and desperate need for cola. It would become one of the many secrets he would take to his very grave. Meanwhile, in a certain village located on the fringe of the Ernesian kingdom, a mysterious sickness was felling people left and right. A dark omen loomed. The prince pondered, trying to understand how so many had suddenly exhibited signs of a fever sweeping throughout the kingdom. Asha reported that the royal palace had distributed an official document confirming the existence of an infectious disease. The prince never anticipated it would arrive or propagate this rapidly. He inquired if her and Senna's hometowns were still safe, and they confirmed it. Although Senna's region was impacted, her village was the only one that remained safe from the plague. He wondered if it was somehow connected to her unique bloodline. He commanded them to seal the domain's gates and restrict all access. He was devastated at the thought that all of their business and transportation could be brought to a halt so effortlessly. He commanded them to combat it using the medicine they had prepared. They were instructed to halt all other projects for the time being and dedicate all efforts to eradicating the escalating pandemic. Modern antibiotics were not a panacea for everything, but luckily, powerful healing magic existed in this current era. He instructed his mages to request Hellman's aid if they lacked sufficient manpower. Upon reviewing the intelligence reports, Prince Ariel noted the affliction was spreading much faster than it should naturally. He became sure that the Nelvania kingdom was secretly behind this plot. At that moment, Dia knocked and entered the room with a pressing question for her revered master. She inquired if this devastating disease was man-made. She had sensed it while performing her healing magic, that she held a chilling familiarity with the disease. As it turned out, this was the exact same plague that had decimated her hometown. She could never erase the memory of the plague that took her friends and her family. She posed the question again, and he solemnly nodded, confirming her dreadful suspicion. Meanwhile, Pina was covertly listening to every word of their conversation. With this terrible news, she departed, leaving him alone. But just before she left his side, the prince vowed to deliver retribution to the one responsible for this. The prince travels to visit the plague-stricken, to the barren and abandoned lands where the disease first spread with Dia. The territory's lord cautioned them to be extremely careful, but he possessed a magic quarantine artifact in his hand. He urged him to leave, but he refused, as that was his sacred territory. Our protagonist respected his resolve. After all, the one who really needed to be discovered was Pina, who was concealed within a crate on the carriage that had just arrived. She offered her deepest apologies for following them, but she could not simply remain idle and do nothing, especially after learning of Dia's heartbreaking story. She then unveiled to him her newly contracted spirit, one that was capable of using simple healing arts. Since they were already pressed for valuable time, the prince reluctantly consented to allow her to follow them. He then asked if the village had employed any measures, but the lord gave a grim, negative reply. The terrible initial plan was to burn the entire village, because they were unaware of what disease they were contending with. He commanded Dia, and she immediately began to conjure a spell. He informed a stunned lord that if this plan succeeded, they might not need to incinerate the village after all. Dia was casting the mana nanoparticle manipulation spell, and it was actively purging the viruses from the very atmosphere. Our hero was essentially cheating fate itself, but there was simply no other option left. After that, he used a special test paper to check the results, and truthfully, all of the viruses had completely disappeared. Dia was completely exhausted after the massive spell, because casting such magic on an entire village is mentally taxing. The lord was overjoyed, but the prince told him not to celebrate just yet, as the difficult work was not entirely finished. They then started the hard work of restoring the village, treating the afflicted and distributing life-saving vaccines. Soon, the high mortality sickness that had threatened the entire kingdom was stopped dead in its tracks by our reincarnated Prodigy and his loyal companions. And a certain little scientist was very, very unhappy about it. The scientist could not believe that the total number of deaths was less than 100 from such a pandemic. The kingdom of Arnesia should not have been capable of avoiding. After her field test in a specific village, she had confirmed that the engineered disease worked perfectly. She suspected this was the work of a certain gray-haired prince, and she was absolutely furious. She needed to advance to her next insidious plan as soon as possible. She plans to manipulate another nation, which is also on her hit list, to destroy the kingdom of Arnesia. She couldn't be certain that she would ever be this fortunate again, for the sake of all the children of the Holy Kingdom. Those idiotic priests are confused and begin to doubt the saintess, as the Arnesian kingdom remained completely untouched. Inside his carriage with Pina, our prince is relieved that the dangerous epidemic had started to subside. Pina is about to confess something important to him, but ultimately chooses not to. They soon arrive at Fahilha. Even though the prince had neglected her for quite some time, Pina still appears to be a fundamentally good person. He theorizes that perhaps it is connected to the clandestine letters she has been receiving. He did not perceive any danger, so he permitted her to continue exchanging letters with the Empire. After all, she was technically in the kingdom for her studies abroad, so sending letters would seem perfectly normal to any onlooker. He wonders what secret she is actually concealing from him. Pina, on the other hand, has just received another clandestine letter from her brother. The Empire took advantage of the fact that sending letters was completely normal and sent secretly coded messages that could only be revealed using the blood of the intended receiver. He tells her that he has heard rumors she moved to live with the third prince. That was quite an accomplishment for someone as supposedly dull as her. He obviously does not realize that her secret has already been exposed to the prince, and she is even studying directly under him. His hatred for the Arnesian kingdom is also growing much stronger, as the sinister influence of his wife, Raminia from the Holy Kingdom, continues to deepen. He cautions her about revealing her hidden talent, and she wonders why he despises her special ability so intensely. She recalls the look on his face when she initially discovered her immense power. As she reads on, she uncovers something truly shocking and rushes out to find Prince Errol. Once she manages to find the startled Prince Errol, she presents the secret coded letter directly to him. Our protagonist feels a bit awkward reading another person's letter, especially one that is so secret and heavily coded. But as soon as he reads it, he's just as stunned as she is. The emperor of the mighty Merman Empire, her very own brother, is willing to sell his people as low-priced slave soldiers. What in the world? At the Merman Palace, the foolish man who is supposedly the emperor rests on his wife's lap, and reflects on how his ancestors had always despised the kingdom of Rhodesia. They could never bring themselves to acknowledge a kingdom founded by a commoner, who simply awoke one morning and declared himself a king. He expresses gratitude to his wife for the aid the Holy Kingdom was providing, but begins to doubt his grave decision to trade his own subjects as slaves. He rationalizes that they will surely understand if they are informed that their great sacrifice was for the ultimate betterment of the entire kingdom. They were traitors who had dared to rebel against him. After all, his devious wife concurs with him and smiles sweetly in response. Pina is absolutely certain that Raminia is the one behind all this. She concedes her brother won't win the Best Emperor of the Year award, but he was never this malevolent. The prince is perplexed as to why the emperor would so blindly obey the words of a woman who came from another country. Pina then reveals that her brother was foolishly and deeply in love with his wife, and even went so far as to build a ridiculously expensive church for her, even forcing his own sister out of her very home. The prince had been completely unaware of this. The prince reasons that the emperor was truly a fool to go this far, even after purchasing absurdly expensive holy water, just to save their precious pride. If things continue on this path, the empire will surely become entirely dependent on the Holy Kingdom, and will undoubtedly collapse and fall. He then challenges Pina, asking why she is revealing all of this to him. It's not as if he is somehow indebted to help them or anything. She should have been aware of this fact. This was clearly just another mental test from our shrewd protagonist. She then contends that this whole situation is also related to him on some level. Her contracted spirit had warned her about the saintess when she first met her at her own brother's wedding. After piecing together all the events that were now happening, she discovered that there was a clear link between the Holy Kingdom and the pandemic, which meant that they now shared a common enemy. But this argument isn't nearly enough to persuade the prince. She pushes further, going on to say that if she is able to reclaim her rightful position as the princess, she would go as far as to sell the empire, or at least something very similar, because it would be a far better outcome than the situation they were currently facing. The prince is still waiting for more, so she hesitantly and quietly blurts out that she might even be willing to become his personal property. The prince has absolutely no idea what in the world she is talking about. After a brief and awkward pause, the prince, now fully comprehending what she had just meant, devilishly suggests that she begin her payment to him right now, if that is something she is able to do. Pina begins to panic, but accepts. She would do anything for her nation. But our resident playboy is merely joking around and insists that she immediately stop making him laugh. He had already intended to lend his help to her from the very beginning. A flustered, angry, and completely embarrassed princess starts throwing whatever she can get at. He had only wanted to test her unwavering resolve and her absolute readiness to follow all of his instructions. He then confesses that the reason he taught her the spiritual arts was to directly challenge the Holy Kingdom's corrupt doctrine. It is now time they finally drive out that foolish saintess. This is no longer a matter of simple politics anymore. The prince is just furious that she dared to interfere with him, especially now when he is already so busy. He then informs her that in exchange for his assistance, she would have to solemnly promise to conduct business with him in the future. Ultimately, all our hero truly desires is more money. All of this tedious power struggle can go straight to hell, for he truly couldn't care any less about it. Pina now regrets having put all of her strength into this one proposal, but he thought that she would be happy about this outcome. He suggests that perhaps she really does want to be his property, and she denies it so forcefully. Meanwhile, Saintess Nelvania steps inside the orphanage in the Holy Kingdom. The many children there rush out to greet her warmly. One of them falls down and hurts himself slightly, so she quickly picks him up, heals his scrape, and kindly tells him to be more careful next time. You would find it hard to believe that she is directly responsible for the deaths of so many innocent people. With a gentle way, she is handling all of these children. The sister in charge of the orphanage then rushes in and deeply thanks her. The undeniable truth is, if not for her, the entire orphanage would not be standing here right now. The decision to begin supporting orphanages was fully enacted after she had successfully gained power in the kingdom. The sister is truly indebted to the orphanage's only savior. If only she knew the dark truth. Back in her carriage, she discusses the situation with her trusted aide, the assassin's sister, who informs her that there's a limit to how much they can provide for the orphanage, due to severe droughts and constant invasions from other tribes. The total number of orphans had dramatically increased that year. That is exactly why she despised other races and fought so desperately to eradicate them. In all of the other nations, she reckons she will have to try and persuade the greedy high priests, who only seem to care about themselves and their wealth, so that they can somehow continue to sustain the orphanage for a few more years in this dying kingdom, where there is very little farming and basically no natural resources. Clinging desperately to their faith like a moth drawn to a bright flame is the only thing they can do now to survive. She sold precious holy water and medicine, created with her special abilities at extremely high prices, and blessed the wealthy people in exchange for very expensive donations. There is absolutely no way the kingdom can stand without her, for she is completely invaluable. She reasons that she needs to do something about this situation quickly. With the great mines of the Ernesian kingdom and the lush, fertile farms of the Merman Empire, they would never have to worry about weapons or food ever again. It might be considered evil to take what belongs to other people, but she has no other choice. Their god never seemed to help humans. Even if in the distant future, people find out what she did and blame her, she would not care in the slightest, as long as she gets what she wants. The prince reckons that she could not possibly be serious. In a desperate attempt to protect her own people, she is truly willing to annihilate any and all external forces, instead of trying to protect her kingdom from the inside. He swears that he will break her, no matter what it might take. As a wealthy carriage approaches, it is suddenly stopped by some bandits. They are aura users, and they demand the usual thing, his belongings. The poor carriage owner had already begun to accept his grim fate, when two mysterious cloaked figures appear to come to his rescue. Pina uses her powerful flame spirit to stop them dead in their tracks. She attempts to intimidate them, but forgets the line she was supposed to say and needs Dia to remind her. The bandit leader then admits to letting his guard down for a moment, swearing that he will slice the lizard that dared to attack him. Unfortunately for him, he has no idea that it was just one of the 100 lizards she brought to the party. She then commands them to repent for their sins and delivers divine judgment. Nice! The bandit leader tries to cut the flames with his aura-infused sword, except his powerful aura sword is no longer there anymore. It has been completely melted away by the intense, magical flames. Oh, and that was from just a single lizard. Imagine the incredible damage she dealt when she used something like 10. Soon, the entire surrounding area begins to smell like freshly roasted beef. After the battle is all over, the owner of the carriage turns to thank the people who had saved him, but they're now nowhere to be found. Pina is completely exhausted after dealing with so many bandits. Actually fighting them is not a problem for her, but reciting those dramatic lines the prince had given her is the truly hard part. She could literally die from the sheer, overwhelming embarrassment. The prince had instructed her to go around and change the public perception of all spiritualists, since the Holy Kingdom had tarnished their reputation with the charge of heresy, due to the unfortunate fact that some third parties were harmed. During the many battles between the Holy Kingdom and spiritualists, they blamed it all on the spiritualists and supported the Holy Kingdom, thereby fueling the fire of the heresy hunt. They needed to demonstrate to people that spiritual arts were harmless, just as how she had used it, to help heal all those people at the plague-infested village. But this time around, they would take a very different approach, using it to save people by capturing bandits and doing other heroic deeds. Actions speak much louder than mere words. As they always say, Dia encourages her, telling her that she is doing exceptionally well, as she is also gaining valuable practical experience from all of this. She can relate to her on a much deeper level, as she too had to fight ruthless bandits to gain money that helped her make it to Fahilha. Pina is just thrilled that she can finally use her talent, which she had been forced to hide for so long, to actually help people. Dia suggests that they should go for a few more rounds, but our princess desperately needs to take a much-needed break. After a few days, rumors about the girls and their heroic deeds begin spreading like wildfire. From capturing dangerous bandits to fixing broken bridges, everyone has a completely different story to tell about them. The one single thing that is common among all the stories is that they always said something about helpful spirits as they performed their good deeds. This leads to people talking about spirits, and their overall view of them starts to change little by little. Dia is concerned that this will not be enough to completely change the overall perspective of the spiritual arts in the minds of the common people. The prince is not entirely certain about the final outcome, but what he is absolutely sure of is that people do not forget things easily. Even if it's the most minor evil or the most righteous of deeds, someone, somewhere, always remembers what was done. Since they had successfully finished laying all of the groundwork, it was now time for the pivotal next step. Meanwhile, at the opulent Merman Empire, the saintess graces the foolish emperor with her holy presence, and they get straight down to important business. She is there to sign a binding contract sealing the deal of the slaves being sold. As she sits down to sign it, she thinks about how truly foolish the emperor was, and quite rightly so, as her own kingdom would soon be plundered due to his sheer stupidity. Just as her pen is about to make its final contact with the paper, there is a sudden interruption. There is an urgent matter from the emperor, and there is also a message for the saintess from her personal spy in the Ernesian kingdom that sends terrifying shivers down her spine. The princess of the Merman Empire has just revealed to the entire kingdom of Ernesia that she is, in fact, a spiritualist. Just some time before that moment, Pina is incredibly nervous, but she knows she cannot quit now that she has already come this far. The prince reassures her that he will have her back no matter what happens. And with that newfound courage, she steps up to make an official announcement to all the people of the Ernesian kingdom. After properly introducing herself to the crowd, she begins to tell her personal story and the real reason she chose to say it here and not in her own empire. She steadies her violently shaking hand and summons her powerful spirits in front of the completely amazed crowd. The people start to murmur quietly amongst themselves about all the good deeds that had recently been done by various spirits, including the miraculous healing of the village that had been infected by the plague, catching dangerous bandits, fixing the broken bridge, and so much more. She goes on to inform them that she has possessed the ability to communicate with these spirits ever since she was a very young girl. Her beloved mother had taught her to conceal her talents to protect her, due to the undeniable fact that her own empire and the Holy Kingdom were currently on very good terms. She was terrified of what might happen to her precious daughter if her secret was to be discovered eventually. Her brother, the current ruling prince, eventually found out, which led to him confining both her and her mother. This horrible ordeal made her mother fall very ill, and she was thus forced to hide away her powers, considering them to be a terrible curse. She was then sent here to study abroad, and in time, she finally met Prince Errol, the third prince, who taught her all about her special powers, their true origins, and their proper use. The prince wonders when he did all that, but decides to let her finish her speech. The princess continues, saying that she had finally realized that she had lived her entire life miserably because of the cruel doctrine and heresy the Holy Kingdom so strongly emphasized. She preached to the crowd that magic and spiritual arts were essentially the same. She then boldly states her ultimate claim, that this foolish heresy that the Holy Kingdom constantly emphasized must be completely and utterly withdrawn. After the princess has stated her claim, her massive audience starts to seriously doubt the Holy Kingdom's actions. The prince reckons that since it has been quite a while since the spiritualists were last actively persecuted, the entire foolish idea had died out within the kingdom, as no one who strongly believes in it is still currently alive. Thanks to this new development, public opinion would now flow to Pina's side, and the Holy Kingdom, as well as the Merman Empire, will be blamed for everything. As he walks up to her to stand firmly by her side, he makes a silent promise to himself to support her, no matter what happens. He then proclaims to the public that he and his entire family have decided to protect her. And as a human being and a dedicated scholar, he simply could not allow an innocent young girl with completely harmless abilities to go on being persecuted by the Holy Kingdom. He asked them about their own personal experiences, and people begin to confirm that the spiritualists, princess, have been absolutely nothing but good, all of them. Spiritual arts, just like conventional magic, could be used for good as well as for evil. On that final note, he declares that he would question the Holy Kingdom personally for all of their heinous actions, and anyone who wished to object should come to speak with him personally. He also asks all the spiritualists who had secretly been in hiding to come directly to him for his help. After the huge public announcement, public opinion drastically changes its view toward the Holy Kingdom and all of their previous claims, although the nobles are still quite uncertain. The prince feels that it is now time to wrap things up for good. Back at the Grand Emperor's palace, the emperor orders that word be sent directly to the Ernesian kingdom without any delay. Meanwhile, The idiotic high priests are completely enraged as they discover that the Empire's own royal family had a spiritualist living right behind their backs, and they demand that all current pacts be immediately broken. This is the absolute last thing that the Saintess wants to happen. She also commands that a letter be sent directly to the Ernesian kingdom. But before any of their desperate letters can be sent out, one arrives from that very kingdom. It seems our brilliant protagonist wants to have a little discussion. When Prince Ariel receives all of the letters, it is exactly what he had been expecting to happen. It appears that they also wish to have a talk. So he, along with the Princess Pina, takes a long trip to the distant Merman Empire. While our hero is busy admiring the beautiful artwork and scenery, Pina is absolutely terrified of what might happen to them next. Our protagonist then tells her that she is the main character of the day, and that she shouldn't be afraid in the slightest, as he will have her back as long as she doesn't make any foolish mistakes. They will be perfectly fine. To cheer her spirits up, he presents her with a special gift. It is a simple red ribbon, but it is obviously not just an ordinary ribbon at all. She already instinctively knows it is a summoning medium for a spirit king. He then gently offers to put it on for her and braids her hair in the process. Our playboy of a prince certainly knows a thing or two about women, from all of his many past lives, of course. After this kind gesture, she relaxes and they go to meet their esteemed hosts, the Emperor and the Saintess Princess. The foolish Emperor goes directly to the main point, asking Ariel why he dared to teach his sister the spirit arts. But our hero casually argues that he had done nothing wrong, but simply bring out the princess's hidden innate talent. He yells, asking the prince if he even knew what spirits truly are. Before he can even answer that question, the prince casually redirects his attention to the Saintess without ever losing his calm composure. Unlike a certain foolish emperor, he tells her that her god was clearly referring to evildoers who just so happened to use the spiritual arts and not to the spiritual arts itself. He goes even further to explain that spirits were simply just manna in the air that possessed a consciousness. So calling them evil would be the very same as calling all living things evil. Nelvania tells him that he's going much too far with his words, but he does not stop his lecture and tells them all to consider re-evaluating their flawed doctrine. One of the foolish priests completely loses his temper and screams that the undeniable proof of the spirit's evil nature is the fact that the Saintess's holy magic can eradicate even a powerful spirit king. Bingo. He has been patiently waiting for the perfect opportunity for a live demonstration. He then invites the princess to join him for the spectacle. And Nelvania does not want to believe that a legendary spirit king, who has not been summoned in over 100 years, was about to be summoned. Pina then carefully calls upon the great spirit king of searing flames, and he appears, somehow looking even more majestic than ever before. One massive glow-up, quite literally. They could not believe that the Spirit King was actually real, let alone that the princess was capable of summoning him herself. Red asks why he's been summoned here now, and his summoner tells him about the false doctrine that claims that they're all evil beings. He is vexed at their utter foolishness. Spirits are merely beings that exist in nature, infused with potent mana. They are no different from the earth or the vast, deep sea. The prince also happily adds that the Saintess seems to think she could take him on in a fight. He tells her to go ahead and try, but she flatly refuses to. She admits that they might have been a little bit mistaken, much to the utter dismay of all of her priests. The prince then asks her a question: if she admitted to the constant mistreatment of other spiritualists, as about 250 people had gained immense courage from his public speech and have come to him desperately seeking his aid. They too, along with the heroic princess, should be properly compensated for their suffering. The priests are completely shocked that the priestess is not doing anything. Oh, and as for the delicious icing on the cake, our protagonist shows proof that someone had deliberately caused the pandemic. From a magical record sphere, he had just recently developed someone who could very easily teleport anywhere and do almost anything. Saintess Nelvania, the magical record sphere, which had been cleverly installed to catch common thieves, had caught her red-handed as she was spreading the deadly epidemic. The prince could have chosen to comfort her about the situation, but decided to completely expose her crimes instead, in front of her very own people and leaders from other countries. He apologizes for taking direct action, without first asking for a proper formal investigation. But he had to expose her before she could make any more deals. The Saintess desperately tries to deny everything, using the long-lasting friendship between her holy kingdom and the powerful Myrmidon Empire, and the fact that the Empire needed their help as powerful leverage. But then, the brave princess steps in to intervene. She believes that their grave financial problems could be easily solved if they were to simply put their hands together and start doing business with the powerful Energian kingdom. She then shows her foolish brother her detailed plan, which is absolutely certain to put them back on the right track. He tries to protest her ideas, but she argues even more forcefully that selling her own people as slaves is not the right way. Prince Oral reckons that the emperor could not possibly be that desperate for some quick cash, and the mighty fire spirit king notices something strange in Princess Pina as she is passionately trying to convince her brother. Nelvania then stops her halfway through her speech, saying that the emperor had already made his final decision. Our hero then notices that she is using hypnosis magic on him, and deftly blocks it with his own powerful magic. He believes that neither of the two of them should interfere with what is currently going on, so calm down, lady. The emperor, now completely free from her hypnosis, on the now protesting Saintess. But speaking of which, our protagonist was far from finished. He seizes this golden opportunity to accuse her of being a false saintess. The priests, utterly flabbergasted, instantly begin to question her divinity, as if they were just waiting for permission all this time. Meanwhile, Nelvania desperately tries to use hypnosis on the emperor once more, but this time, Red, the mighty fire spirit king, forcefully blocks it, unable to tolerate her insidious nonsense any longer. Driven into a desperate corner, Nelvania decides to unleash her true power and viciously attack, and Oral calmly tells Pina to prepare for glorious battle. Meanwhile, the foolish priests interpret this entire spectacle as a divine miracle. But then again, they are quite dim-witted. The witless priests are basking in the sheer glory of their saintess's might. Well, until that very same power begins to violently engulf them. The guards who attempt to summon help are also immediately incapacitated. However, they are not yet dead. So, Prince Errol instantly deduces that she can assault the mental realm itself, using her power, which was how she seized her current position. Pina calls upon Red's immense power, and he dutifully complies. He attacks Nelvania with overwhelming force, beginning to dominate her. And Pina adds the power of her other contracted spirits as well. But Nelvania conjures a spell that attacks her directly and mentally. The psychic assault manifests as a vision of her deceased mother, who cruelly scolded her and cursed her unique ability. She vehemently refuses to believe that this vision is real, as her mother had always sought to defend her until the very end. This viciously distracts her, however, and critically weakens her connection with her spirit, giving Nelvania the one open. She needed to capture Red and completely envelop it. Once every single person had been knocked unconscious, she finally dissipates the powerful spell, wondering how much longer she could possibly last. After casting such a critically burdensome spell, even if she perishes, she must restore her broken kingdom. She then commands everyone who is now under her control to completely forget everything that transpired here on this day. Also, that Princess Pina and Prince Ariel were tragically killed by rogue spirits on their journey to the palace, and that the important treaty between the Empire and the Holy Kingdom concluded without any issues. After issuing her commands, she approaches our MC to deliver the final blow. But before that, she decides to extract all of his incredible skills. She is grateful to him for handing her all his skills on a silver platter. As she begins to access his deepest memories, she is completely overwhelmed by the sheer volume of information from all of his past lives. Our prince then peacefully awakens, looking bored and disappointed. He is now thankful to her for creating a space where absolutely no one would be able to bother them. She is utterly shocked and completely terrified because she had no idea that our protagonist was actually a veteran with over 100 lifetimes of experience. There was no way Nelvania, who was merely living her second life, could ever defeat him, a grandmaster of the reincarnation game. Now, he decides to return the favor and peer in her memories instead. And you know what that means? It's time for an epic flashback, several hundred years in the past. A young girl named Ramala was born in the Zelnia Holy Kingdom. She prayed fervently every night to their god to help her people, but she never received any divine word. 2 years later, she was chosen to become the next saintess. She knew that there were so many greedy individuals in her kingdom, priests who used their faith to extort vast sums of money, and a holy emperor who was completely blinded by his faith. She vowed to herself to take a different path and not devote herself to them. When one becomes a saintess, you gain a brand new power that is used only for the sake of the church. And this power varies greatly from person to person. But Ramala was entirely different from the rest. She returned all the ill-gotten money and suppressed the holy emperor. With her newfound incredible power, many were saved by her own hands. But even that was not enough. Even with this temporary stability, the root of the problem had not yet been solved completely. Refugees from the ongoing war were now flooding into the kingdom. She knew in her heart that she had to cut them off. Humanity simply could not be saved by compassion alone. There were definite limits to what she could accomplish. And her main target was the Holy Kingdom alone. So she sold holy water and made strategic deals on the surface, while branding any countries that crossed her as heretics and utterly destroying them. She did not mind being called a devil, as long as her beloved Holy Kingdom was kept safe. She continued on this path until she eventually grew old. As she aged, her incredible power grew weaker, and soon she couldn't keep tabs on the priests. And as a direct result, they fell back into their corrupt and greedy ways. There was no worthy successor to take her rightful place. On her very deathbed, she wished desperately that she had more time. Another chance at life, just one more single life. And she got her wish. She was reborn into this era as Nelvenia. After the original Ramala died, the next saintess was utterly incompetent, and soon the kingdom was in a deep crisis once again. When she arrived on the scene, she got rid of the emperor with a deadly disease, and drove away other races to greatly expand their territory. Since she had already done all of this once, it was not at all hard for her until our reincarnation pro came along. The prince argues that all he did was sell some paper and make a little money, but she had her entire kingdom try to eliminate it. But he hadn't just made some money, of course. My man was filthy rich enough to save her orphans from certain starvation. She asks him if he has ever acted solely for himself and those he loved, and he openly admits that he has done so, but had never gone so far as to murder other innocent people. A saintess completely devoid of compassion was nothing more than a devil. She concedes that she can't possibly hope to win against him, and promises to take full and complete responsibility for everything she has done, begging Ariel not to be angry, as she did it all for the sake of the children. But the prince sternly scolds her, stating that just because she had been granted 2 lives does not give her the right to decide which lives have more inherent worth. But she still desperately begged him to make a promise, not to hold any of this against the entire Holy Kingdom, and to punish only her instead for her crimes. The prince assures her that he would only be doing the bare minimum, and that the rest of it was simply karma. Before she goes, she decides that leaving those corrupt, witless priests alive would cause great harm to both her kingdom and Prince Or. So, she executes them. After that is done, she meets the prince to finally accept her grim fate. The princess awakens from her slumber with a jolt. She distinctly remembers that she had to stop the evil saintess, but much to her surprise, everyone is now smiling and cheering loudly because the great battles are over. The official story is that Princess Pina defeated the Wicked Witch with her own spirit, the mighty Fire Spirit Master. She then confirms to the crowd that she delivered the final blow, and that is how the 3 nations finally resolved the tense conflict. The imperial people had a swift change of heart, because the very last thing they saw before they fell unconscious was Princess Pina courageously fighting the evil saintess, who had been the one to attack them all first. And with the complete removal of the hypnosis, the emperor finally came back to his senses and apologized to his sister. Their deep-seated prejudice against all spiritualists vanished as well. As for the disgraced Holy Kingdom, the prince threatened, or let's say, negotiated with them, since their powerful leader had vanished. They even issued an official apology to the heroic princess and all other spiritualists. When the shocking news reached the public, the evil schemes of the former saintess were finally revealed. The Holy Kingdom then officially cast her out, and the entire country slowly began the process of healing. As for Pina and our protagonist, since there was technically no more reason for her to remain within the kingdom of Arnesia, She had to say a heartfelt goodbye. She is grateful to him for keeping his promise, and he assures her that he always keeps his promises to others. Before she finally departs, she feels something stir, something powerful for the third prince in our reincarnation. Trade between the Merman Kingdom and the Kingdom of Arnesia proceeded very smoothly. Princess Peanut contacted the prince and asked him all about cacao beans and selling delicious chocolate in their kingdom as a new luxury item. But the prince argued that the means of production were quite low, as the cacao beans were extremely rare to find. Peanut insisted that was the reason the boat was modified. But in reality, the boat was for his cola needs and absolutely nothing else. The spiritualist from her own kingdom also wished to follow him, as they had discovered that he was the one who taught her everything. She scrambled to try and explain that she was only role-playing, back at the intense battle with the saintess. But the prince urged her to just quietly accept the prestigious role of the perfect role model for all of the new spiritualists. He told her to send them to him for training and proceeded to hang up. But before he did, she solemnly promised to repay him for everything he had done. He wondered exactly how she was going to accomplish that. And as for the Holy Kingdom of Zelnia, they began to rapidly decline after the monumental loss of their saintess. They could only hope to survive, on the strict condition that they abolish all of their old laws of hating other races. The kingdom was renamed the Zelnian Kingdom. After this event, a new rumor spread that anyone who dared go against Prince Ariel would suffer a great tragedy. While his friends basked in his glory, our MC really does not think he is that intimidating. Time skip to 2 years later. Our boy, or rather, our young man, now 20 years of age, enjoys his life over a cold bottle of cola. In the 2 years following the incident with the Zelnian Kingdom, his special boat had returned successfully with the precious cola nuts. After numerous crossbreeding attempts and experiments, they were finally able to successfully plant the cola tree. And after working so diligently at the manufacturing process, he had finally perfected cola. This brought an entirely new wave of immense wealth for him and his kingdom. He wonders if he should perhaps ask the Empire for some more cola nuts. He had finally achieved the sweet and peaceful life he had always wanted. And even though there were the occasional troubles here and there, his powerful forces handled it all with incredible ease. Nothing could ever disturb his peace again. Now, his mother had come to visit him again. Even when he battled against the powerful saintess, he only ever considered her a minor nuisance. Not really a threat, but his mother, on the other hand, is absolutely terrifying. He tries his best to explain that he's been extremely busy, but his insistent mother won't hear any of it. He was already 20 years old, and she desperately needed some in-laws. He then quickly picks up his baby sister and tries to use her as a shield to defend himself. They had been born just last year, and is now the 4th princess of the mighty Ernesian kingdom. Once he heard the amazing news, he truly respected his parents for going strong, even at their advanced age. He had already checked, and his new sister is just a normal, ordinary girl. But in return, her big brother is the wealthiest man in the entire world. So perhaps she'll have an even more comfortable life than he ever did. The maid then gently collects the child from his arms and insists that he stop using her to make up silly excuses. His mother understands that he is incredibly busy, but he cannot just keep refusing all these marriage proposals. He then argues that his own big sister, Kanya, had not even been married yet herself. His mom replies that her own mother was handling it as a very serious matter. The prince then reluctantly promises to consider all of it, but in his own mind, he is thinking of ditching this one too. Just like usual, after he has finally left, the maid senses his true intentions and tells his concerned mother. His mom was worried before because he was just a lesser prince, but now he is incredibly powerful, so she feels she must intervene. The maid worries that her mistress, Lavania, was reverting back to her old self once again, when she was still just a simple maid. Lavania was known as an odd lady, which was exactly how she had fallen in love with the former king. After having the prince, she started to restrain herself a bit, but her inherent weirdness would slip out any time she became anxious. The honest truth is that Lavania, the prince's own mother, had received a letter a while ago from a very particular someone, and she feels like this time her son would finally get married. Finally, at the bustling chocolate shop, the prince wonders how he has managed to hold out for this long. Not only his mother, but other nobles are also interested in his marriage, depending on who he chooses to marry. The status of his kingdom in other countries could be greatly shaken, so he purposefully pretended to be very careful on the matter. But now the immense pressure was getting to be way too much. He blurts out loud that marriage is a truly serious pain, and the shop owner, who was just married last month, clearly hears him. Just at that moment, hands grab hold of him from behind as he is about to leave and go play. It's Asha, Senna, and Dia, and they have somehow managed to find him here. They had come with the intent to drag him to the palace. The prince notes how they were all strangely motivated for this task. He had thought that he was completely safe here, but they bribed the friendly shop owner, and she had gladly snitched on him. They drag him to the teleportation circle at the specific request of his mother for an important meeting, much against his own personal wishes. Our beloved prince is currently being kidnapped. His loyal guards beg him to simply accept his terrible fate, but he doesn't understand why he has to be all tied up in order to simply attend a blind date with someone, not necessarily a date for the crippled. He has picked a struggle already, it seems. Earlier on, his mother had contacted them all behind his back, asking for their help with his upcoming marriage meeting. She knows that her clever son was planning to run away again, like usual, and the trio, knowing exactly who the prince was, totally agreed with her assessment. She pleaded with them to try to restrain him, as the prince was known to be a slippery snake, who could make himself completely scarce if he wanted to. They all promised to try their absolute best to help, but Asha is worried that forcing a marriage on him never works. Lavinia was quite confident this particular time as his proposed partner. Pina was quite motivated for this meeting as well. Pina had sneaked into the city without the trio even knowing, because she had secretly wanted to surprise Prince Errol. If everything goes well according to plan, she is to become the new Mrs. Ernesia. Lavinia reckoned that it is very common for members of various royal families with lower chances of succession to get married off. Pina asked the trio if they were not happy for her, but they were in fact overjoyed. They had all been secretly placing bets and cheering them on, back when she had still lived there with them. Pina was absolutely determined to see this matter through, and they all agreed to help her in her quest. And that is exactly how it all came to happen. Soon, our poor boy is being pushed toward his supposed doom, like an unfortunate inmate on a death sentence. He is reunited with Pina, who looks and talks quite fancy about the weather. The prince notes that she certainly came prepared for him today. He had never imagined she would be the one to initiate this kind of meeting. He inquires about the reasons for her actions, but she just starts talking about the pleasant weather again. The prince notices that she's pushing herself too hard to pretend and wonders if it is because so many people are watching them. She suddenly bursts out with an unusual request to take a pleasant ride on a boat out on the lake. Her sheer determination is quite fierce to behold. Pina had heard that nobles normally held their meetings on a boat, but the prince quickly changes her entire opinion on that matter when he tells her that a couple had once fallen over into the deep lake, and that is how the whole tradition got its start. That is the entire reason behind the new magic-powered boat they now rode on. After the most cringe-worthy and awkward silence, Pina complains that he didn't even notice a single green light, even when it was shoved directly right in his face. The prince is relieved that she has come back to her normal self, but Pina is mad that he didn't even notice that she dressed up just for him. The maids, who had absolutely no idea what they were saying to each other, simply adore the couple from a safe distance. Pina rants on, saying that she had to threaten, persuade the nobles, just so she could come here. But the prince is absolutely sure he just heard her say the word threaten. She admits that she had certainly learned a great deal from it, and the prince is worried about his grave sin of teaching her so many, shall we say, not so good things. She tells him not to worry his head about it, because even her own brother doesn't dare to go against her now. He asks her whether her mother truly approves of this meeting, and she replies that her mom was overjoyed and even sincerely thanked her. I guess all the bad karma from running away from all those blind dates had finally caught up with him in the end. Pina knows the real reason why he simply can't find a partner. It is because he can't find someone who can possibly match his level of crazy. But she has had some experience living with him, and she would willingly accept his one true nature. The prince still thinks that she would certainly regret her decision, but she strongly argues that, in order to avoid marriage becoming a huge obstacle for him, it would be best for him to just do it with her. The prince feels like he is negotiating a complex business proposal. She promises not to get in his way or into useless petty politics, thereby preventing him from getting any more headaches. Plus, they're both the exact same age, so that checks out completely. Our MC then begins to seriously consider her offer. He had been constantly putting off getting married, and she had a hard time proposing due to her delicate situation. But she truly believes in her heart that they were simply meant for each other. And then they have a genuine moment right there and then on the boat. She admits that she had her own reasons for doing all this. Marrying him meant goodbye to the constant nagging from all of her people. But in reality, she is confident in her unique ability to understand him completely, no matter what he decides to do. Then again, she had still managed to love him, even after he had relentlessly teased and tortured her back in the day. But he was also the only one who ever tried to help her, without any kind of prejudice toward her beloved spirits. She then leans in really close, like breathing on his face distance, and asks her savior what his true opinion about her is. She is fully prepared to give him some time to think. After every single thing that had happened between them, it was the only thing that she could possibly do. But she should have known by now that our protagonist really does not enjoy having to wait. This time, he leans in towards her, and Pina is completely flustered. He had finally made his decision, and this is the perfect place to announce it. He then calls her by her full, formal name, and that simple act sets her heart on a frantic marathon. He fully and completely accepts her heartfelt proposal. It's all smiles and rainbows from here on out. Now they could finally finish the kiss that was so obviously trying to happen. She had started it, so she had better be the one to finish. His guards and his maids, who have been watching this whole thing transpire, are incredibly flustered. After that very special event, they continue on with their date, and it goes on successfully. His mother is so happy and incredibly proud of him. She apologizes for having forced all those other girls on him, when he already had a huge crush on Princess Pina all along. But he tries to correct her, saying that it really wasn't like that. But then, she doesn't budge from her opinion, but is just extremely happy that her son has finally found someone special. He'd just have to let this one go for Pina's sake, because from now on, they will be spending their entire lives together as one. After several long months have finally passed, his brand new cola business is going so well that soon he'd be able to provide all residents with free, delicious drinks. But that is not all. He had also completed the second part of his great city, a luxurious resort. Now, after you visit the incredible city and enjoy all of its many wonders, you can simply sit back and relax at the amazing resort. His dream paradise had at long last been fully completed. She asks him whether he has planned on throwing a big opening party, like he had done before, but he does not think so this time. The last time, the grand banquet was meant to spread the word about his city, but he didn't need to do so this time around, because the rumors were already spreading all on their own. And plus, he is busy preparing for yet another big event, his upcoming wedding, that his mom and Pina both desperately want. So holding two major events in succession could diminish the overall excitement. He decides to simply invite a small, intimate group of people and hang out a little bit, just as a small break, since he's going to get extremely busy soon with the wedding. At the Merman Empire, Pina has just received a letter from her beloved fiancé and immediately starts to delusionally and incorrectly assume it is about their marriage. People had already started to bug her about it, and she had to make up excuses. The letter is actually an invitation to a resort he had just finished building. He also sent a similar one to his dear parents, his big brother, the ruling king, and his big sister Kanya, and all of her personal knights. On the grand day of the banquet, he warmly welcomes everyone and then makes an opening toast. After that is done, the party begins in proper fashion. He and his father do some father-son bonding time at the steam room, where they both take a long, relaxing steam bath. His dad is very glad that he had passed down the throne. If not for that, he would not have been able to come here today. The prince thinks that his older brother, who is unable to make it because of his many kingly duties, would surely cry if he ever heard him say that. His dad decides he will be visiting here very often, and Prince Ariel agrees. Princess Kanya then joins them and warmly greets her younger brother. Ariel notices that all of her knights are enjoying the specially designed massage chairs that he had personally invented. They did not just simply massage, but they also press upon vital acupressure points that help to circulate energy throughout the entire body. Kanya is worried that her loyal knights were much too tired from following all of her difficult instructions, but the prince reminds her that not very many people could possibly keep up with her. He tells her to go and get some food for herself, and she takes off immediately. The prince wonders if she will ever truly grow up, but he's glad that she seems so happy now. After that, he heads to the mixed and fully clothed bath, where he goes for a refreshing dip and starts to relax until Pena joins him. She is mad because everyone keeps asking her about them, and she always has to keep making up various excuses. She enters the warm bath and immediately begins to calm down. The prince has always wanted to create a special place where many people could come and simply relax, just like this. Soon, she resumes her constant nagging about their upcoming wedding. The prince assures her that he has absolutely everything planned out, and then gently offers to massage her shoulders to help relieve her stress. She interprets it as him trying to deftly dodge the topic again. But once he actually starts, she calms right down again. Meanwhile, his mother and guard are right outside the door, eavesdrop. His mom wishes she were a knight so that she could see right through walls. And Senna starts to seriously consider the idea, but Senna strongly opposes her mistress's idea. They had absolutely no idea that the prince could totally hear every single word they were saying from the inside of the room. Everyone was being so incredibly noisy. After all of that, everyone is completely relaxed and their skin has improved. The prince calls for their attention to make a very important announcement. He then gently pulls Pina to stand by his side and announces his upcoming marriage to his beloved fiancée. Pina is both surprised and extremely flustered by this. Our hero is always so full of amazing surprises, isn't he? Everyone immediately congratulates the happy couple, and they really do look like the absolute couple of the year. It certainly seems like a happy ending is very near at hand. The grand wedding is the talk of the entire country and far beyond. The third prince of the mighty Ernesian kingdom is finally getting married to the first princess of the Merman Empire. The prince quietly walks into a dark cave, which is very lonely and extremely quiet. The perfect conditions for him to work on something truly special for his lady. He remembers back to when he was first born. He had also crafted a jewel back then, too. Back then, at the concubine palace. He never really cared about this kind of embarrassing, sentimental stuff, but this time around is completely different. He finishes crafting the beautiful jewel, and it looks like something that would cost an absolute ton of money. Back in his private room, a maid comes in to remind him to get ready, and notices the stunning jewel necklace he has made from all the jewels. It was a special gift for his lovely wife-to-be, and he sincerely hoped that it would be enough to express his true sincerity. He tells the maid to give the precious gift to Pina. The maids all help him to dress up for the occasion, and while they are carefully applying his makeup, the maid makes fun of how he hated all these things when he was much younger. He asks about his bride, and they inform him that she is still getting ready, so he will just have to be a little bit patient. He reckons that it would take much more time to properly put on a dress. The maids commend him for his incredible bravery in this moment, and the prince, who is obviously shaking with terrible nerves, is very flattered. The venue of the royal wedding is magnificent and grand, just as the people would expect from the powerful third prince. Someone from the distinguished guest list says that marrying a beautiful princess from another entire country was definitely much better than a noble from their own country. Soon, their grand presence is finally announced, and the happy couple begins their royal procession down the long aisle. The guests are all completely astonished at how beautiful they both look. Her beautiful new necklace looks so incredibly stunning on her, too. The priest then solemnly begins to recite the wedding vows, and it's just as beautiful as you would ever imagine it to be. His dear mother is starting to tear up, and his father looks so incredibly proud. His big sister is so incredibly happy for her little brother, and all of his guards are there as well, watching on. Once the priest finishes his part, Pina swears her vows immediately. Just then, our pro begins to deeply reminisce about his past. Let's take a quick stroll down memory lane with him. For that one split second, there once lived a complete fool who had the unique ability to retain all of his memories after he died. At first, he was simply confused by this power, but he soon got excited and began to use his incredible power. Having all the memories from his past life was a tremendous privilege. He could do anything that he wanted, and the people all supported him. He started having grand delusions of being some kind of powerful god, like the complete fool that he once was. The truth is that only the world, life, name, and his outer appearance would ever truly change. But deep inside, he kept living a single, endless, and eternal life. Eventually, he finally grew completely fed up with it all. He saw absolutely no use in saving a dying world if he was just going to leave it all behind for another one, or in gaining immense riches. just to leave it all behind and simply move on to his next life, or loving someone with all his heart, just to watch them leave or leave them behind. The amazing gift he had once called a privilege had now become a terrible curse, and he could not find any true meaning in it. Soon, instead of trying to save something or someone, his desire to destroy it all increased. He had become a threat to the world on a mere whim. After wasting so many countless years of his life, he finally realized that he was absolutely nothing special after all, just a simple human who had managed to live a very, very long life. He only got so bored because he had simply given up. The true value of life does not wither, no matter how long you have lived. He swears his vow, and the priest pronounces them husband and wife at last. He then kisses his beautiful, newly wedded bride, and they hopefully go on to live happily ever after together. Scholars will forever remember the historical period he lived in as the single most turbulent time since the very beginning of all history. If not for him, the great kingdom of Arnesia would have surely been destroyed by the terrifying army of the undead, or the corrupt Holy Kingdom. His many great industries will become the very foundation of all human history, and he will go on to gain the famous nickname, the Never-Ending Spring. There will be some future argument about whether he truly did all that he did, just so he could have some fun. His incredible legacy would be continued by his children, starting with his very own eldest daughter, Arna Arnesia. In any and all cases, one undoubted and incredible fact will remain standing for all generations to come: the birth of the third prince of the mighty Arnesian kingdom, the legendary Prince Errol Arnesia.